Chapter 41. I have no money. Why would I look for you if I did? Lu Jiasen's face instantly turned panicked as she looked at the full bottle of expensive hard liquor in front of her. Her current company was indeed in a crisis, and she had contacted He Liang more than once. But He Liang, that womanizer, had already tried to pursue her back in college. However, she was focused on her studies back then and hadn't fallen for it. Now that he had such a good opportunity, he certainly wouldn't let it go. He was offering investment in exchange for a night with her. Of course, she had refused such a condition. But now, all she had to do was drink this bottle of liquor to get the investment. She was instantly hesitant. Lu Jiasen pursed her red lips, wavering. Just as she was about to pick up the bottle and gulp it down, Qin Tianci pressed her hand down. "Classmate Qin, this isn't your business. I'll do it myself." Qin Tianci smiled faintly. "He's retaliating against you because you helped me out of trouble. Even if you chug this whole bottle, he won't give you the investment." Having his thoughts exposed, He Liang didn't bother to pretend. He just sneered. "You're right. I'm just targeting you. You piece of scum. Either she drinks it, or you do. Otherwise, I'll make her company go completely bankrupt in 3 days. You believe me?" "I don't believe you." Qin Tianci shook his head calmly. "You don't believe me?" He Liang couldn't believe his ears and burst out laughing on the spot. "Qin Tianci, oh Qin Tianci, did you get stupid from 3 years in jail? Do you know who I am now? Who are you? A postgraduate stud?" Qin Tianci tossed the towel on the table, asking with a mocking smile. "You." He Liang's face flushed with anger. He then said coldly and smugly, "My family's He Corporation is now a subsidiary under CEO Xiao Qinshui of the Xiao Group. My dad has arranged for me to handle all the dealings with the Xiao Group. Starting tomorrow, I'll be the general manager of Jiangling's trade exports. What do you think that makes me?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's faces changed, full of shock. Although they had heard that He Liang's family had climbed up to the Xiao Group, they never expected that they would be valued so much by the group. The Xiao Group took over the trade-export business. They couldn't do everything themselves. They had to have a person in charge. And He Liang was that person. His importance was hard to imagine. At this point, the waiter had already brought up 50 bottles of liquor. Without another word, He Liang opened 10 bottles of the 30,000 yuan liquor each and poured them all on the ground. He then mocked Qin Tianci, "Don't even mention pouring out 10 bottles. Even if I pour out all 50 of them, I can afford it. These 50 bottles can buy your cheap life. You understand?" Seeing his arrogant and unrestrained behavior, everyone was extremely shocked. And Chen Xiaoyu was even more excited. He Liang, this golden boy, had really been discovered by her. She was going to cling to this powerful connection. However, Qin Tianci asked in confusion, "You're the general manager of trade exports? Why haven't I heard Xiao Qinshui mention this?" As soon as he said that, everyone fell silent. Even Lu Jiasen and Tang Xinro looked at Qin Tianci in surprise, their faces full of disbelief. After a moment, Zhong Xiaokong sneered. "He says he knows CEO Xiao? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious." The others also started laughing. Xiao Qinshui is Jiangling's #1 beautiful CEO. This piece of scum is saying that he knows her. The export trade list? Xiao Qinshui needs his permission? Ridiculous, that's utterly ludicrous. Chen Xiaoyu stood up and walked in front of Qin Tianci, pointing at him, trying to prove her loyalty. "Qin Tianci, can you stop bragging? Look at you now. Who would want anything to do with you? Class monitor Lu helped you out, and you got her in this mess. Doesn't your conscience hurt? And you, Tang Xinro, you're quite good at pretending too. I heard that your family's business is failing as well. Brother Liang likes you. That's your good fortune. You don't know what's good for you. Hanging out so close with a rapist. You must be blind." However, as soon as she finished speaking, Qin Tianci suddenly slapped her across the face with the back of his hand, knocking her to the ground. "Chattering so much, you're so noisy." Qin Tianci picked up Tang Xinro's towel from the table and wiped his hands, his eyes filled with disgust. Seeing him suddenly lash out, everyone stood up, wanting to yell at him. But when they saw Qin Tianci's calm and powerful aura, they were inexplicably afraid to speak. "You dare hit me? Qin Tianci, I'm going to sue you. I'm going to make you live your life in poverty." Chen Xiaoyu covered her face, her makeup smeared, and yelled at Qin Tianci. At this point, He Liang saw that Chen Xiaoyu had been hit. His expression grew darker. He didn't expect Qin Tianci to remain so calm. He immediately turned to Tang Xinro. "Tang Xinro, do you see this? This is what that piece of scum is really like. How long are you going to be so stubborn? Tang Xinro saw Qin Tianci hit someone and was already shocked to the point of losing her composure. She stood rooted to the spot, unsure of what to say. At this moment, Qin Tianci turned to Lu Jiasin and Tang Xinro and smiled. Don't worry, I'll solve your problems. Solve it? What are you going to solve it with? He Liang sneered. Are you going to ask CEO Xiao to solve it for you? Qin Tianci didn't bother with his barking. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Xiao Qianchua's number. Who is he going to call? Of course he's calling CEO Xiao of the Xiao Group. Who else? He's putting on an act. He's going all out. Seeing this, everyone sneered, their eyes full of disdain and contempt for Qin Tianci. At the same time, Xiao Qianxue, who was feeling down in her office, saw that it was Qin Tianci's call, and her gloom instantly vanished. She was also both surprised and annoyed. This guy. He hadn't contacted her for a week since the last Tsar banquet. Now he finally couldn't hold back anymore, right? She wasn't going to forgive him so quickly. Then, Xiao Qianxue hung up the phone. Qin Tianci was dumbfounded by the busy signal. What was this woman doing? How is it? Did you get through? He Liang's arrogance grew even stronger. He was even more certain that Qin Tianci was putting on an act. Do you even have Xiao Qianxue's phone number? I'm starting to doubt it. Zhong Xiaokong didn't forget to put him down. At this moment, He Liang pulled out his phone and waved it in front of Qin Tianci, laughing extra loudly. Want me to give you CEO Zhao's number? I can even make the call for you? Then, without seeking Qin Tianci's consent, he found Xiao Qianxue's number in his contacts and dialed it. On the other side, Xiao Qianxue was anxiously waiting for Qin Tianci to call again. When she saw an unfamiliar number, she impatiently hung up. Who is this idiot calling me now? Get lost. He Liang was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect to be hung up on as well. Did CEO Xiao pick up? Chen Xiaoyu asked at this moment. Ahem. He Liang cleared his throat, trying to hide his embarrassment. CEO Xiao is busy with work. She didn't pick up. Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Qin Tianci was hung up on, and so was He Liang. What a coincidence. Qin Tianci, unwilling to give up, dialed Xiao Qianxue's number again. Xiao Qianxue saw that Qin Tianci was calling again, and the joy in her heart was almost impossible to contain. But she still cleared her throat, trying to maintain a cold tone as she answered the call. Hello? Who is it? Qin Tianci was speechless. Was this woman still upset about what happened at the hotel last time? Then, he spoke in a rough tone. It's me, Qin Tianci. Hearing that the call had gone through, everyone around him perked up their ears. Although they couldn't hear clearly, they could vaguely hear that there was a woman's voice on the other end of the line, and it was a very pleasant one. Oh, do you need something from me? Xiao Qianxue suppressed her nervousness and tried her best to sound aloof. It's nothing much. I'm at a class reunion, and 2 of my classmates said their family business was in trouble. So I want to see if you can lend them some gold coins to help them out. Are they guys or girls? Xiao Qianxue asked subconsciously. 2 girls, class beauties. Qin Tianci spoke the truth, frankly and directly. Hearing this, Xiao Qianxue couldn't help but laugh in anger. Girls? And class beauties? Good heavens, she was still upset, and he was out at a class reunion, and also involved with his former class beauties. Xiao Qianxue instantly lost it. If you like those 2 class beauties so much, then you invest in them yourself. However, Qin Tianci said matter-of-factly, I have no money. Why would I look for you if I did? Chapter 42. She is my fiancée. Xiao Qianxue? She was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe those words came from someone's mouth. How could there be such a person in the world? Qin Tianci, are you deliberately trying to make me angry? Xiao Qianxue couldn't pretend anymore. She was so angry that she jumped up from her chair and roared into the phone. No, I'm serious. Qin Tianci remained calm and smiled mischievously. There's nothing I can do. If I had money, I wouldn't come to you. So you mean, if your 2 class beauty classmates weren't having problems, you wouldn't have called me? Xiao Qianxue's pupils narrowed to a pinprick, so angry that smoke seemed to rise from her head. Have you been waiting for my call? Qin Tianci was full of confusion. Is there something you need from me? Can't I call you even if there is nothing to be done? Xiao Qianxue roared hysterically. Qin Tianci chuckled. Why so angry? Are you on your period? Qin Tianci. Xiao Qianxue felt like she was going to explode. Just kidding. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I'll give you an account later. You transfer the money to them first, then I'll come look for you after I finish dinner. Qin Tianci didn't continue to mess with her. He smiled as he tried to appease her. His own wife, if she ruined her health, he would have to take care of her. Not worth it. Hearing that he was coming to see her, Xiao Qinshue's anger instantly dissipated. Her eyes lit up, and her tone became gentle. Really? What time? Where should we meet? I'll wait for you. We'll see. I'll contact you on the phone. Qin Tianci Fuyan passed it off. Then suddenly remembering something, he asked again, by the way, when you were hiring for your trade export team, did you get a he corporation to be in charge? Xiao Qinshuo didn't know why he was asking, and subconsciously said, it seems like there was such a thing. He Shenghua of He Corporation. Their company is quite experienced in trade exports, so that's why I chose them. Why, is there a problem? Qin Tianci glanced at the dumbfounded He Liang and said, I don't like their company. Change it. Oh, I'll do what you say. I'll take care of it. Xiao Qinshuo responded obediently. If Qin Tianci didn't like it, then she wouldn't either. There was no reason. That's good. It was my fault earlier. I apologize, I said the wrong thing. Qin Tianci praised her with a smile. Hearing him apologize to her, Xiao Qinshuo felt warm inside. She said in a slightly aggrieved and reproachful tone, it's good you have some conscience. I said it wrong. Not two class beauties, one class beauty, one school beauty. After Qin Tianci finished explaining, he hung up the phone with a pop. In the office, listening to the busy signal, the smile on Xiao Qinshue's face instantly froze and stiffened on her face. She didn't know how long had passed when Molly walked in from outside. CEO Xiao, the trade export matters have been arranged. CEO Xiao? She looked at Xiao Qinshuo, who was frozen solid, and felt puzzled. She waved her hand in front of her. Qin Tianci, you bastard. Xiao Qinshuo came back to her senses and began kicking the ground with her high heels like crazy. Her delicate body was shaking with anger, and her beautiful face was filled with resentment and anger. Molly was startled. She had never seen her boss so angry before. After a while, Xiao Qinshuo finally calmed her emotions, but her chest was still heaving. Her beautiful face was red with anger. Molly, go now and get rid of that He Corporation. If I see any sign of anything related to He Corporation, I will deduct your year-end bonus. Oh, okay. Molly didn't know what that He Corporation had done to offend her, but seeing her state, it was best to just do what she said. Wait, come back? Molly turned back around. I'll send you 2 accounts later. Transfer 50 million to each of them. Huh. After hanging up the phone, Qin Tianci scratched his head. He wondered if the words he had said had made Xiao Qinshuo angry. Well, probably not. When he came back to his senses, he found that everyone in the private room was looking at him with a strange expression. Clearly, they had all heard Xiao Qinshuo's roar on the phone. It wasn't their fault for hearing it. Xiao Qinshuo's voice was so loud that even the phone's built-in speaker sounded like it was on loudspeaker. When Qin Tianci answered the phone, he intentionally kept it about 10 centimeters away from his ear, as if he had expected this. At this time, Chun Xiaoyu came back to her senses and sneered mockingly, Heh, you are putting on a good act. Zhong Xiaokong also reacted from his shock and showed a mocking smile. That's it? Just get a woman to make some random call. Who can't do that, right? After he finished, he didn't forget to encourage others to join in. Seeing this situation, the others also gradually changed from a dazed look to one of teasing. They all thought Qin Tianci was putting on an act. He Liang, in particular, pointed at Qin Tianci with disbelief. Qin Tianci, you're really going all out. In order to impress us, you're letting your girlfriend get so angry. TSK, it's really hard on you. Not only did he think so, everyone else did too. Who was Xiao Qinshuo? She was the CEO of the Xiao Group, Jiangling's #1 ice queen. How could she be so flustered by a convict who had just been released from prison, let alone so brazenly asking for money? Even Tang Xinro and Lu Jiasen at the side were dumbfounded by Qin Tianci's actions. Tang Xinro couldn't help but ask, classmate Qin, you have a girlfriend? Yes. When did you get a girlfriend? Lu Jiasen seemed to have completely forgotten what had just happened. Her pretty face was filled with the excitement of watching the gossip unfold. Awesome. Qin Tianci, you just got out of jail, and you're already a kept man? If I had known you had a girlfriend, why didn't you bring her with you, haha? Zhong Xiaokong was convinced that the woman on the phone could not possibly be Xiao Qinshuo. He spoke more unscrupulously. Qin Tianci shook his head. Where would I get a girlfriend? Then what about earlier? Tang Xinro's heart pounded, and she only asked halfway before stopping. Qin Tianci shrugged. You mean Xiao Qinshuo? Oh, she's not my girlfriend. Oh, okay. Tang Shinro breathed a sigh of relief. She's my fiancée. As soon as he said those words, the scene fell silent again. Everyone stared at Qin Tianci with wide eyes. Fiancée? Tang Shinro and Lu Jusin exclaimed in shock simultaneously, their eyes filled with horror as they looked at Qin Tianci. You said that Xiao Qinxue is your fiancé? Qin Tianci admitted it openly. Yeah. Is there a problem? Haha, what problem? Chun Xiaoyu laughed hysterically at this moment. He actually said that CEO Xiao of the Xiao Group was his fiancé? I can't take it anymore. I need to laugh for a while. Liang was also amused by Qin Tianci's words and started to chuckle. Dude, have you lost it from your 3 years in jail? Are you not being given blankets now? How did you start daydreaming? Haha. Seeing him laugh, the others also joined in the uproar, seeming to completely disbelieve Qin Tianci's words. Seeing this, Qin Tianci didn't explain anything. Instead, he turned to Tang Shinro and Lu Jusin and said, "Give me a bank account number." Huh. The two women were still a bit dazed and didn't react, but they still gave him their bank account numbers as if they were possessed. Tang Shinro said, I only have Alipay. That's fine. Qin Tianci didn't pay much attention to it. After verifying the information, he sent it to Xiao Qinxue. Still pretending? Chen Xiaoyu mocked at this time. I'm too embarrassed to expose you. What brand of trash bag are you? You're so good at pretending. Liang also couldn't help but pretend to be angry while trying not to laugh. Don't talk. He's going to get CEO Xiao to send him money. You don't understand the mood. At this time, Tang Shinro couldn't help but whisper, It's okay, classmate Qin, I'm fine. You don't have to pretend. Alipay transfer received, 50 million yuan. However, before she could finish speaking, the voice prompt on Tang Shinro's phone suddenly rang out. The pleasant notification echoed in the private room. Chapter 43. He spilled a drink on me. He's buying the whole tab fare. Silence. Dead silence. After the notification sounded, the laughter in the entire private room came to an abrupt halt. The smiles on everyone's faces froze. They were staring blankly at Tang Shinro. Tang Shinro herself was also dumbfounded. She quickly took out her phone and opened Alipay. Seeing the string of numbers, her pupils contracted sharply, her voice trembling as she counted. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 50 million? After counting the zeros, Tang Shinro screamed in horror. Ding ding. At this moment, Lu Jusin's phone also received a text message. In the shocked gazes of everyone, she opened it. Her face instantly turned pale. I think I also received 50 million. Clang. Everyone stood up and surrounded Tang Shinro and Lu Jusin, staring at their phone screens like they were out of their minds. 1, 2, 3, 8 digits? It really is 50 million? Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath, their expressions turning to extreme horror. Bullshit. At this time, Chun Xiaoyu cursed and came back to her senses from the shock. She pushed into the crowd. One phone call, and he makes someone send 100 million? Does he really think? Before she finished speaking, she saw the long string of numbers on the two women's phones and instantly froze. This. No, these are definitely just pictures they prepared in advance. It's all fake. Chun Xiaoyu was unwilling to give up. She snatched the phone, trying to minimize the image, but found that it was completely operable. If it wasn't for the fact that she needed a password, she could even transfer the money. At this point, Chun Xiaoyu was completely dumbfounded. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could a rapist who went to jail have someone send over 100 million with just a few words? It must be fake. Liang also rushed over, reacting at this time. Seeing Chen Xiaoyu blankly operating the 50 million yuan in her phone, his mind exploded. How is this possible? Liang's pupils dilated as he muttered in disbelief. He had no idea where Qin Tianci had gotten that 100 million. In Jiangling right now, besides the Jiang family and the Xiao family, who could mobilize such a large amount of cash so quickly? Could it be that? Boom. Liang's mind went blank. He stared at Qin Tianci, who was leisurely lighting a cigarette at the side. A chill suddenly ran down his spine. And just as this chill had risen, his phone rang. Everyone turned their heads, focusing their gazes on him. Liang picked up the phone and saw that it was his dad calling. Instantly, Liang had a bad feeling. He answered the phone, his voice trembling. Dad, what's wrong? Liang, what the hell did you do outside? A man's furious roar came from the other end of the line. His voice was even louder than Xiao Qianqiu's. Everyone could hear it clearly. I didn't do anything, Dad. What happened? Listening to the man's roar, He Liang's legs went weak. You didn't do anything? You say that to me again? Just now, Assistant Imo from the Xiao Group called me, saying that our He Corporation's trade-export qualification has been cancelled. What? He Liang was shocked. How could this happen? The roar on the other end of the phone came again. I asked her why, and she told me that someone from our He Corporation had annoyed CEO Zhao's fiancée. That's why we got our qualification cancelled, and also had to pay a sky-high penalty for breach of contract. Who the hell did you offend outside? Boom. At these words, the entire room exploded. Everyone looked at Qin Tianci as if they were seeing a ghost. Even Tang Xinro and Lu Jiasun covered their mouths. Their beautiful eyes focused on Qin Tianci, and their breaths came and went quickly, causing their chests to rise and fall sharply. You unfilial son, I don't care what trouble you've gotten into outside now. Go apologize to him immediately. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death when I get back. Click. Beep beep. The phone hung up. He Liang's phone fell to the ground. His whole body was shaky, as if he had been struck by lightning. He was muttering nonstop. How is this possible? How is this possible? As he said that, he seemed to go crazy. Pointing at Qin Tianci, he roared ferociously. It must be you. You're behind this. How could a rapist be Xiao Qianqiu's fiancée? Even if Xiao Qianqiu is blind, she would never fall for a piece of scum like you. No, something is wrong. Yes. He Liang was extremely agitated at the moment. His words were somewhat disordered. He looked up at the large private room with a nervous tone. This private room was especially booked for me by CEO Xiao. This is still her hotel. She even said she would give our He family permanent VIP rights. I heard it with my own ears. How could she go back on her words so quickly? Just as he finished speaking, a waiter came in from outside, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Did I tell you to come in? Get out. He Liang was full of anger and confusion. Seeing the waiter, he vented his anger directly on her. However, the waiter just rolled her eyes at him and walked to Qin Tianci with some trepidation, bowing respectfully. Boss, Miss Xiao just called and asked if you were here. Do you think? Should I tell her? Everyone? Boss? Everyone's jaws almost dropped to the ground in shock. Today's series of shocks had completely numbed them. Everything had completely overturned their understanding of the world. At this class reunion, the most insignificant person, the one they ignored, the one they thought was a nuisance, was actually the owner of this hotel? Qin Tianci ignored everyone's shocked looks. Hearing the waiter's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. What does she want? It seems she's coming to find you. The waiter looked helpless. She also felt like she was part of their little marital game. That won't do. I have to leave. He had had his fun, but that did not mean that he was happy to court death. If he really did get cornered by her here, he would probably have a hard time explaining it. Especially since Lu Jiasun and Tang Xinro were still here. Who knew what kind of crazy things Xiao Qianqiu would do if she saw them? Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he stood up and smiled at everyone in the room. Eat well, drink well. I have some business to take care of and have to leave. As he walked towards the door, he turned back again. He pointed at He Liang and said to the waiter, Today, he opened more than 50 bottles of fine liquor. Keep an eye on him. His family is going bankrupt soon. Don't let him skip out on the bill. Huh. The waiter was a bit dumbfounded. She had seen everything that had just happened. Logically speaking, in this situation, after pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, they should have canceled the bill and then walked away gracefully, leaving the story with a proper ending. But now, Qin Tianci was actually going to make He Liang pay. Wasn't this too ruthless? What do you mean, huh? How could Qin Tianci not understand her? He glared at her. He spilled a drink on me. He's buying the whole tab. This deal, it's pretty good and fair. After saying that, he left the private room, leaving behind everyone who had not yet recovered from their shock. It was like he was running away. Chapter 44. Not exactly familiar. Classmate Qin, wait up. Qin Tianci had just stepped out of the hotel when he saw Tang Xinro and Lu Jiasun chasing after him. He wasn't sure when they had caught up. What's wrong? Qin Tianci asked in confusion. Is there a problem with the payment I sent? And no. Tang Xinro shook her head softly, her pretty face full of awkwardness. I just feel, the money is too much. I can't keep it. Can you help me contact CEO Xiao? I want to return the money to her. Lu Jiasin also wanted to nod, but for some reason, she stood aside, unable to say anything. Unlike Tang Shinro, she had started from scratch, with no support. She really needed this money to save her company from its desperate situation. Otherwise, she would have to face sky-high penalties for breach of contract, which would be the end of her. However, Qin Tianci saw her plight and waved his hand with a smile. No need, it's not her money either. It's the Tsar's money. That guy has gone back to jail, so he doesn't need that much money anyway. You guys can keep it and run your business as well. This? Tang Shinro looked troubled. At this moment, Lu Jiasin changed the topic and asked, "Classmate Qin, are you really CEO Zhao's fiancé?" Qin Tianci nodded matter-of-factly. "Yeah, didn't I tell you just now? Were you the one who caused the big scene at the Cloud Top Hotel that day?" Qin Tianci smiled freely. "It wasn't really causing trouble. I just reasoned with those self-righteous people." Hearing him acknowledge it, Lu Jiasin felt her head buzz. She never imagined that Qin Tianci would be at that high-end banquet where she could not even get through the door, and that he had sent the Tsar back to prison again. Most importantly, Qin Tianci had just been released from prison. How did he do it? Was this still the Qin Tianci she knew? Then, she couldn't help but joke, "Tell us honestly, what other abilities are you hiding from us? It's too much. We've been classmates for so many years, you're so unethical." Qin Tianci jokingly said, "I also have an incredible identity. You know the Underworld King, right? That's me." As soon as he said that, both women froze. As people of Dragon Country, who didn't know the Underworld King, the name was a household name. Even children on the streets could sing folk songs about him. How could they not know? You're given an inch, and you take a mile. You're such a jerk. Lu Jiasin laughed and cursed, punching Qin Tianci on the arm. She forcefully brought back the awkward atmosphere. Qin Tianci was speechless. Lu Jiasin was still the same Lu Jiasin. No matter how outrageous things were, they could not make her lose her nature. However, he didn't expect these two women to believe him. He had only revealed that he was Xiao Qinshua's fiancée, and that had already shocked them to the point of doubting their lives. Who would believe that their college classmate of 4 years, whom they saw every day, was the Underworld King, who was famous in border regions? After such a joke, the awkwardness that had just surfaced seemed to have disappeared again. The distance between their identities seemed less important. And at this moment, the other classmates also came out, and when they saw Qin Tianci still at the door, Zhong Xiaokong was the first to rush up, grabbing Qin Tianci's hand excitedly. "Old Qin, I didn't expect you to have become so successful these past few years. I'm really blind. I didn't recognize your worth." "Yes, classmate Qin, you were the best student in our class back then. We all looked up to you as a role model." "That's right, classmate Qin and our beauty Tang. We're a legendary couple in our faculty back then. Everyone knows that. We were all so envious." "Don't talk nonsense. Classmate Qin and our class monitor Lu are the perfect match. Such a bad pairing, haha. No matter what, classmate Qin is the pride of our class 11. Seeing the speed at which the faces of the crowd were changing, Qin Tianci remained calm. He looked down at Zhong Xiaokong's hand and suddenly laughed. "There's nothing to be envious about. You can go to prison for 3 years like I did, and you can do as well as me." As soon as he said that, the whole place fell silent. The smile on Zhong Xiaokong's face instantly froze, and his face slowly flushed red. No matter how slick he was, he had no idea what to say at this moment. Qin Tianci ignored him completely. After pulling his hand away, he pointed at these so-called classmates and asked Lu Jiasin and Tang Shinro in confusion, "Are you two very familiar with them?" Lu Jiasin immediately understood. She puffed out her chest and said with a sneer, "Familiar? Shinro, are you familiar with them?" "I." Tang Shinro was originally docile, but this time she was disgusted by the so-called class reunion. She joked unusually, "I don't know them. How can you not know us?" Zhong Xiaokong panicked a bit, squeezing out an ugly smile and pointing at himself. "Old Qin, it's me, Zhong Xiaokong. I've lived under the same roof as you for 4 years. When you didn't have living expenses, I even treated you to meals." Qin Tianci shrugged. Not exactly familiar. I'm going." With that, Qin Tianci stretched out his arms. In front of everyone, he put one arm around Lu Jiasin's shoulder and the other around Tang Shinro's waist, and swaggered out of the hotel. He left the embarrassed crowd behind, not knowing what to do. It wasn't until Qin Tianci disappeared from their sight that Zhong Xiaokong came back to his senses and started slapping his face wildly. "I deserve to die." Zhong Xiaokong was filled with extreme regret. When they were in school, although their relationship wasn't as good as he made it out to be, They were at least roommates who saw each other every day. Although he had always looked down on Qin Tianci, he wasn't particularly disgusted by him either. After 4 years of living together, there was some affection there. But now, just to show off to He Liang and try to get a career, he had offended him to the point of no return. This made Zhong Xiaokong regret it to the core. He stomped his feet madly on the spot. Seeing this scene, the others were also embarrassed. However, many people might have lost face, and they started to snort coldly after they had left. TCH, isn't he just a kept man with good luck? What is he acting all high and mighty about? He really thinks he's something. Exactly, a rapist who went to jail. If he clings on to a wealthy family like the Xiao family, how good could his future be? Maybe, he's just a live-in son-in-law, a fiancé of CEO Xiao in name only, and a puppet. It must be like that. Otherwise, why would he be CEO Zhao's fiancé? Just because he went to jail? Some people were like that. They would defame what they couldn't have to prove that their own opinions were superior. They would never think about self-reflection. And at this moment, He Liang walked out, looking lost and dejected. In just a short while, all his savings cards had been frozen. This meal had maxed out all his credit cards. Seeing He Liang in this state, everyone made an excuse and dispersed. Those classmates who had been flattering him just now were also avoiding him, afraid that he would take his anger out on them. Only Zhong Xiaokong, like he had grabbed onto the last straw, believed that a skinny camel was bigger than a horse. He thought that if he followed He Liang, there would be some scraps for him. Brother Liang, are you okay? Okay. He Liang was pulled back to reality by him. His face was extremely angry. He slammed the clothes in his hand to the ground. You're the one who's okay. I'm done for. My family's business, it's over. It's okay, Brother Liang. Don't be angry. There will be a way to solve this. Zhong Xiaokong was startled, but he still mustered the courage to try and comfort him. That's right, you're right. There must be a way to solve this. Hearing this, He Liang widened his eyes and nodded, somewhat nervously. Then, he turned around a few times, his gaze growing fiercer. Qin Tianci. That dog, he's just climbing up to Xiao Qianxue. That kept man. I'll make you pay the price. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this Master C? This is He Liang from He Corporation, the vice president. Do you remember me? Yes, I want to ask you a favor. Can you bring a few brothers along? There's someone I want to teach a lesson. Chapter 45. What are you strong at? After leaving the hotel, Qin Tianci got into Lu Jiasen's car. They randomly found a quiet restaurant and had a bite to eat. It's so ironic. Lu Jiasen said in between bites, her mouth still full of food. Usually, I can't get full during social gatherings. Now, I can't even get full at a class reunion. What a waste. Looking at her unladylike behavior, Qin Tianci couldn't help but laugh. Eat slower. No one is going to snatch it from you. If you eat so much and have such a bad image, who is going to want to marry you in the future? This lady is naturally beautiful. People who are chasing me are lined up from here to France. Except for you who doesn't care, everyone else loves me. Lu Jiasen snorted proudly, full of the intent to quarrel. Tang Xinro, on the other hand, chewed slowly, her gestures elegant and graceful. She was very much the goddess, forming a clear contrast with Lu Jiasen. She watched the two of them bickering quietly with a smile in her eyes. It felt like she had returned to her campus life. But, behind her smile, there always seemed to be a few hints of melancholy. The food she put in her mouth was like wax, tasteless. From time to time, her gaze would unconsciously glance at Qin Tianci, who was having a lively quarrel with Lu Jiasen, and she felt very uncomfortable. After a while, Lu Jiasen seemed to be tired of quarreling. She left a bounce back and pretended not to hear anything Qin Tianci said. Qin Tianci was too lazy to argue with her. He asked the boss for a pack of cigarettes, calmly lighting one, and started smoking. Smoking in a public place. So uncivilized. Lu Jiasen rolled her eyes at him, but she couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. People are all biased, especially women. Seeing a man they dislike smoking in public, they would want to drown him in a water tank and suffocate him. But when they saw a man they liked smoking in public, they felt that he was very masculine. When other people said he was uncivilized, they would even defend him, saying he didn't care about the opinions of the world. I didn't say that I'm civilized. Qin Tianci shrugged his shoulders and smiled. What? Do you want to control me? Then you need to find a woman who can keep me in check. Upon hearing that, a glint of cunning flashed in Lu Jiasen's eyes. She deliberately looked at Tang Xinro at the side and said to Qin Tianci, You better be careful. I have a hold on you. Be careful, I'll tell CEO Xiao. What hold do you have on classmate Qin? Tang Shinro asked curiously. What do you think? Lu Jiasun looked her up and down with a mischievous look. Class reunion, rekindling romance with your white moonlight. This is a big hold, right? As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Shinro's pretty white face turned a bright red. She pushed her angrily and said with a stutter, Jiasun, what are you talking about? Classmate Qin, he has a fiancée, don't make a fuss. Am I making a fuss? Lu Jiasun wasn't afraid of trouble. She stared at Tang Shinro and asked directly, dare you say that when you found out that old Qin had a fiancée, you weren't disappointed at all? As far as I know, you haven't even had one boyfriend since you graduated, ooh. Before she finished, Tang Shinro couldn't wait to cover her mouth. Her face was as red as a cherry, and she stuttered in anger. Nonsense, I didn't. The two women's fight attracted the attention of the surrounding customers, especially when they saw two top-quality women like Lu Jiasun and Tang Shinro. They all sighed in their hearts that Qin Tianci had a good life. Qin Tianci calmly smoked on the side, but he also had some inner turmoil. With his personality, how could he not see what Tang Shinro thought about him? After Lu Jiasun was unable to stand Tang Shinro's torture, she repeatedly begged for mercy. But when Tang Shinro let go, she started to cause trouble again. Hey, seriously now, old Qin, I didn't think that you were so capable. You actually managed to get together with the #1 beauty of Jiangling. Not bad. Tell me, how did you do it? Did you use sleeping pills? Or did you give up your dignity and become a live-in son-in-law? Or are you just a shield? Qin Tianci, in your eyes, am I so useless? Or else? Lu Jiasun said matter-of-factly, she is Xiao Qinxue, the woman I admire the most. Why did she choose you as her future husband? What is she hoping to get? She's hoping I'm strong. Is that okay? Qin Tianci retorted. Strong? What are you strong at? Lu Jiasun's words were shocking. Qin Tianci smiled. Everything you can imagine me being strong at, I am. Lu Jiasun, are you ever going to stop? Hearing their conversation, Tang Shinro's face had turned completely red and the blush was spreading to her neck. The usually delicate and gentle her was angry in public. Look, she's getting anxious. Lu Jiasun wasn't afraid at all. She even pointed at Tang Shinro provocatively. Tang Shinro was out of options. She could only bury her head in her food, deciding to not continue with the conversation topic. Seeing that she had gone too far, Lu Jiasun immediately apologized with a smile and asked seriously, but seriously, have you really thought it through? You have a criminal record. If you marry into the Xiao family, will they really not care? Qin Tianci puffed out smoke and smiled. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter? Those kinds of wealthy families care most about their image. How could it not matter? Lu Jiasun was a bit surprised. I'm saying that I don't care. Qin Tianci shrugged, his face full of indifference. Whether they care or not has nothing to do with me. Even if they do care. So what? Anyway, she's not my only fiancée. Ah. As soon as he said that, both women exclaimed at the same time. Even Tang Shinro stopped eating and looked at Qin Tianci in shock. The exclamation attracted the attention of the surrounding customers. Lu Jiasun lowered her voice immediately and asked in shock, Damn, old Qin, are you not serious? You're two-timing? More than that. Qin Tianci smiled. I have a total of 7 fiancés. This completely stunned Lu Jiasun. Say, 7? Qin Tianci nodded. In prison, I met a benefactor. When I got out, he arranged 7 marriage contracts for me. Xiao Qinxue was the first one I met after I got out. He was not lying, and he was also very sincere. Lu Jiasun was dumbfounded. No way? That's a plot from a novel. You really experienced it? What about the other 6? The first one was already such a bombshell. The other 6 must be just as good, right? Who are they? However, Qin Tianci shook his head and said, I don't know. I haven't met them yet. Tisi. Lu Jiasun's face froze. You're really good at bragging now. I almost believed you. Seeing him speak like that, Lu Jiasun subconsciously thought that he was teasing her. She waved her hand in disgust. Seeing that she didn't believe him, Qin Tianci didn't explain anything. He simply changed the subject and stopped talking about it. Tang Shinro, on the other hand, was staring blankly at Qin Tianci. For some reason, when she heard that Qin Tianci had other fiancés, her heart inexplicably rejoiced. This was not the kind of emotion that she should have received from her upbringing, but she just couldn't control it. The small thoughts in her heart made it harder and harder to suppress this feeling. She did not realize that after this point, her gaze never left Qin Tianci. The three of them had dinner from noon to evening. Soon, it was time to say goodbye. Qin Tianci sat in Lu Jiasen's car and was driving back. The three of them chatted a lot along the way. They talked about everything from college to society. Especially with Lu Jiasen, who was a chatterbox, there was never a dull moment. The relationship between the three of them also seemed to have undergone a very subtle change. Just as Lu Jiasen was about to drive to where Qin Tianci was currently living, suddenly, a dark shadow darted in front of the car. Lu Jiasen screamed and immediately slammed on the brakes, but it was obviously too late. Just when she thought she was going to hit someone, the dark shadow stretched out a hand and slapped the hood of her car. With a loud boom, the back wheels of the car were lifted off the ground due to inertia. With a single slap, a car was brought to a halt. Sitting in the car, Qin Tianci slightly narrowed his eyes. It seemed like trouble had come. Chapter 46. The CC turns into a convertible. The sudden situation had already scared Lu Jiasen and Tang Xinro out of their wits. Lu Jiasen brushed back her messy hair, staring at the dented hood with a stunned expression. Did she just hit a tank? But there were no tanks in front of her. There was a living person. And he was a thin man. Just now, she had been driving at 60 miles an hour. Yet she was forced to stop by a slap from this man? If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't dark yet, she would have thought she had seen a ghost. What happened? What's going on? Tang Xinro asked timidly, her face full of panic. However, Qin Tianci was unusually calm. Through the shattered windshield, he stared at the stranger in front of the car. The stranger's expression didn't change after he saw Qin Tianci. He was as cold as ice, as if looking at a dead person. Qin Tianci smiled and said, "They came for me." As soon as he said that, the two women were startled. "Came for you?" Lu Jiasen's heart thumped. She wasn't an idiot. Were they looking for someone? Clearly, they were here to kill them. She immediately reacted. They were after Qin Tianci. Then, she ignited the car, put it in reverse, and slammed on the gas. It was done in one go. "Hold on tight. I'll get you out of here." A harsh sound of tires rubbing on the ground rang out. The car shot backwards like a bullet. Qin Tianci didn't move, but Tang Xinro suffered. Her head smashed against the back of her seat, and she immediately felt dizzy. Qin Tianci couldn't help but glance at Lu Jiasen again. This woman was more perceptive than he thought. Unfortunately, he knew they were not going to escape so easily today. Sure enough, this thought had just surfaced in his mind when he suddenly heard a loud crash coming from the roof of the car. All four tires exploded at the same time. Their car was embedded into the concrete. No matter how hard Lu Jiasen pressed on the accelerator, it wouldn't move. Then, the two women were shocked to find that the metal roof of the car had been opened up by a big man using his bare hands. Lu Jiasen's 5-year-old Volkswagen CC had now turned into a fashionable convertible. The two women were instantly terrified, their faces turning pale. Such a scene could only be seen in American superhero movies. They never expected to experience it themselves today. "Haha, got you. I got you." When the big man saw Lu Jiasen and Tang Xinro, his eyes lit up with excited lust. He even licked the drool that was about to run down the side of his mouth. The disgusting expression made the two women feel disgusted. "Ah!" Lu Jiasen couldn't help but curl up and scream. "There are two more women, beautiful women? Ha ha ha." The big man became even more excited when he heard the screams. His rough laughter made him even more manic. However, halfway through his laughter, a hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere and slapped him across the face, sending him flying off the car and rolling a dozen times on the ground before stopping. At first glance, several teeth had been broken. His mouth was full of blood, and he was frantically spitting blood on the ground. "Damn it, you're so ugly. Stay at home and stop scaring people." The one who had slapped him was Qin Tianci. He stood on the back seat, his head poking out from the roof, his eyes full of lazy contempt. "Oh, you're a martial artist." The man who had slapped the hood of the car raised his eyebrows slightly after seeing Qin Tianci's slap. Qin Tianci looked at him indifferently and started shouting, "Hey, it's almost nighttime. You came here to do car repairs. Doesn't your mom tell you to go home for dinner?" The man remained expressionless as he listened to the mockery. Just then, Qin Tianci suddenly looked up. In the next moment, a blade flashed in front of him. The next second, Qin Tianci was carrying the two women. He was on the ground next to the car. When they looked back, they saw that the car had been sliced in half with one cut. Boom. This scene terrified the two women. Such a horrifying sight made them feel desperate. They couldn't even think about how Qin Tianci had saved them. Qin Tianci placed the two women behind him and patted each of them on their cheeks. "Hey, you okay?" The two women were pulled from their shock. Their faces were pale, and they were clearly still in shock. "Classmate Qin, who are they? Why did they come to kill us?" "Qin Tianci, what are you still doing here? Run." However, Qin Tianci simply smiled faintly, patted them on their shoulders and said, "Don't worry, it's okay." His voice was not loud, but it filled the two women with a sense of security, which instantly made their bodies stop trembling. But Tang Shinro was still worried. "Really okay? They look like bad people." "It's okay." Qin Tianci patted her head. "Just think of it as watching a movie." As he spoke, he turned around and found that the three people who had attacked him were now standing in a line. One was a short man whose fists were cracking, the other was the big man who had been slapped away by Qin Tianci, and the one who had cut their car was a young man with white hair who was playing with a dagger in his hand. No matter how you looked at them, none of them seemed like good people. If Su Qing were here, she would recognize that the three of them were the three young men she had seen at the Jiang family villa. However, Qin Tianci was not afraid at all. He walked forward a few steps, took out a cigarette, calmly lit it, and asked, "Which gang are you guys from?" Hearing that, the three men looked at each other, sneering mockingly. The white-haired man twirled the dagger in his hand, walked forward, and said to Qin Tianci arrogantly, "You're Qin Tianci? You've come to look for me with such fanfare. Are you here to recognize me as your father?" "Sorry, I don't need any adopted sons." Qin Tianci's face was full of smiles. He took a puff of his cigarette and blew smoke, not showing any fear. The white-haired man's face stiffened slightly, and his eyes flashed with a hint of malice. TSK, you're about to die, and you're still trying to be quick-witted. I don't know if your strength is as tough as your tongue." The short man sneered coldly. "Even if you're a martial artist, there are three of us here. Plus, you're carrying 2 oil bottles that are about to be ripped apart. You still dare to be arrogant?" "Who said that?" Qin Tianci denied seriously. "In my eyes, the three of you are just dogs, not humans." The three of them stiffened at the same time. The big man in the middle suddenly roared ferociously. "I'm not human? Am I not human? When I cripple you, see how I play with the two beauties around you. Ha ha ha." Boom. The moment he said that, Qin Tianci suddenly disappeared from the spot. With one kick, he sent the big man in the middle flying dozens of meters away. The big man smashed into the wall, his flesh bursting, his bones shattering. His eyes were bulging out, and he was completely dead. For a moment, the whole place was shocked. Chapter 47. He's not human at all. The scene was dead silent. The white-haired man and the short man stared at the calm man, who was casually holding a cigarette in his hand, as if they had turned to stone. With just one meeting, they had already lost one member? After witnessing this scene, Tang Shinro and Lu Jiaxin's mouths were already agape, their eyes filled with disbelief. They hadn't even noticed how Qin Tianci had made his move. It was only a blink of an eye, and the other person had already disappeared. Was this the kind of speed that a human could possess? Unconsciously, a deep stirring flashed in Tang Shinro's beautiful eyes. Her incredible gaze was fixed on Qin Tianci. This man was the man she had known for nearly 7 years. But for some reason, he felt both familiar and strange at the same time. What exactly had he gone through during the 3 years they were apart? Second brother. After reacting, the short man let out a sorrowful and angry roar. He channeled all his strength into a punch aimed at Qin Tianci's head. This punch was extremely powerful, and it was mixed with some sonic booms, making it extremely piercing. If he was hit, his brain would probably burst on the spot. However, Qin Tianci didn't even glance at it. He just flicked a bit of cigarette ash at the fist that was coming towards him. The short man's fist instantly felt like it had been hit by a truck and exploded on the spot. Ah! A painful roar resounded throughout the scene. The short man's hand bones had completely shattered. The white-haired man's pupils dilated sharply. It was at this moment that he realized that their target was not as easy to deal with as they had imagined. He didn't dare to be careless any longer. Waving his dagger, he stabbed fiercely at Qin Tianci. Qin Tianci tilted his head to dodge. His expression remained unchanged throughout. The white-haired man was very agile. He pressed his attack. Every time he made a cut, another mark would appear on the surrounding buildings. Clearly, this was not just a simple sword swing. However, Qin Tianci was handling it with ease, dodging as if he were playing around. The dagger in the white-haired man's hand couldn't touch a single hair on him. On the other side, a few minutes ago, Long Si, leaning on his crutch, limped around the street corner with a group of people. He was followed by He Liang, who had called him earlier. Master Si, is this many people enough? He Liang couldn't help but ask, looking at the 7 or 8 men behind him. Didn't you say that you just need to deal with a former classmate? Do you think I need to bring a lot of people to deal with that trash? That's what he said, but after Long Si was single-handedly defeated by Qin Tianci with a few hundred of his men, he didn't have that many men left under his command. And that incident had left an indelible shadow on him. Especially every time he leaned on his crutch, he couldn't help but shudder, his heart filled with hatred. If it weren't for Xiao Qinxue, he would have definitely shot Qin Tianci in the head back then. Now that Xiao Qinxue was protecting the man, he didn't dare to act. But he wouldn't let go of that grudge, no matter what. These past few days, the unwillingness in his heart had nearly suffocated him. If it weren't for He Liang's call, he would still be throwing a fit in his club. Since he couldn't get over it, finding a soft persimmon to squeeze to vent his recent frustrations wasn't a bad idea. So when he heard that He Liang wanted him to teach a classmate a lesson, he immediately came over with his men. He Liang quickly flattered him with a smile. I'm not saying I don't believe in you, Master Si, but that kid's identity is a bit special. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Special? In front of me, no one is allowed to be special. Master Si pointed at himself arrogantly, not taking his opponent seriously at all. Master Si is mighty. He Liang immediately started to flatter him. At this moment, they turned a street corner and discovered the ambush that was happening not far ahead. It was the scene of Qin Tianci confronting 3 assassins with 2 women. That's him. Master Si, that's the kid between those 2 women. He Liang excitedly pointed in the distance when he saw Qin Tianci. It's him? After seeing that it was Qin Tianci, Master Si's face was full of shock. He had just been thinking of taking revenge. It was as if they had walked right into his trap. And the luckiest part was that he happened to have brought his gun today. Master Si, do you know him? Hearing Long Si's exclamation, He Liang couldn't help but be stunned. It couldn't be that much of a coincidence, right? Was he heading straight into a lion's den? At this moment, a sinister smile appeared on Long Si's face. I know him too well. I was just about to get revenge on him. Damn, I finally caught him. Hearing that he had a grudge against Qin Tianci, He Liang was overjoyed. That's too coincidental, Master Si. I'll be with you to teach that dog a lesson. We can each have one of those 2 women. Deal. Master Si laughed loudly, looking very happy. But at this moment, a lackey next to him suddenly said, Master Si, that kid seems to be fighting with other people. Isn't it just a fight? What's so strange about that? Have you never fought before? Long Si replied impatiently. No, Master Si, look. The lackey exclaimed in surprise, his face pale, as if he had seen something terrible. What are you yelling about here? Long Si frowned as he scolded, and he turned his head to look. But he just happened to see the scene where Qin Tianci kicked the big man to death. He stopped speaking, and he stood rooted in place like a wooden chicken. Then, he watched the other 2 assassins start fighting with Qin Tianci. The white-haired man swung his knife countless times, but was unable to hurt Qin Tianci. He roared in frustration. You bastard, die. With a buzz, the dagger made a whizzing sound as it was thrust toward Qin Tianci. The 2 women subconsciously covered their mouths, their faces full of horror. However, just as the dagger was less than 2 centimeters from Qin Tianci's face, it was held between his 2 fingers. Then, they heard Qin Tianci's mocking voice. Is this the standard of today's assassins? Boring. With a snap, the dagger was crushed by Qin Tianci with 2 fingers. The white-haired man's pupils shrank sharply. He instantly felt a deathly aura spreading through his entire body. The next moment, Qin Tianci grabbed his hand, made a 360-degree death roll, and the white-haired man's shrill scream resounded throughout the surrounding area. Let go of my boss. The short man roared angrily. Then, he took out a gun from his waist and pulled the trigger at Qin Tianci. However, what happened next shocked everyone, including Long Si and He Liang, who were watching the show at the street corner. At the moment when the gun fired, Qin Tianci raised his other hand and grabbed the air next to his head. Then, a wisp of smoke rose from within his fist. Then, Qin Tianci slowly opened his hand. The bullet that was fired from the short man's hand had been crushed into powder, which slowly sprinkled onto the ground. I hate it the most when people point guns at me. An icy cold voice rang in the short man and the white-haired man's ears. Crack. Qin Tianci twisted the white-haired man's neck without any mercy. In just an instant, he was already in front of the short man. With one punch, he shattered the gun in his hand into pieces. The short man was frightened. He was also a martial artist, but he had never heard of any martial artist being able to catch a bullet with his bare hands. This had to be a ghost story. You stay away. The short man collapsed to the ground. He had just thought that he was taking a job to earn a commission. He never thought that it would develop to this point. He was scared. He was utterly terrified. This man in front of him was not someone that their three brothers could deal with. In other words, he was not human at all. I'm Chan Yi, a disciple of Master Chun. He's a grandmaster. If you dare to kill me, he will not let you go. At this moment, the short man only had this one card to protect his life. He believed that Qin Tianci, as a martial artist, would know what kind of existence a grandmaster was. But he was showing his card to the wrong person. Chun Yi, the governor of Three Rivers Province? So you guys are his disciples? Qin Tianci smiled, his smile growing colder. It seems that the Three Rivers Province needs a good cleanup. After speaking, Qin Tianci stood on high and raised a foot, stepping heavily on the short man's chest. The short man's eyes bulged out. Until his last breath, he couldn't understand why Qin Tianci wasn't afraid of the name of a grandmaster. Then, he breathed his last breath. Everything that had happened here was clearly seen by Long Si and He Liang at the street corner. The two men swallowed their saliva simultaneously. The fear in their eyes was already hard to conceal. Unconsciously, Long Si's hand reached for the gun on his waist. He paused. Then, like he had seen a ghost, he took it out and threw it into the sewer. His whole body was trembling with fear, and he was gasping for air. He could not believe what would happen to him if he had pointed a gun at Qin Tianci and pulled the trigger last time. At this moment, he had a clear sense of self-awareness that he had never had before. Qin Tianci was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Not only was he someone he couldn't afford to offend, he was not even human. Thinking of this, he became furious because of fear and pointed at He Liang and roared out of control. You dog, do you want to kill me? Someone, drag him to the club, I'm going to kill him. Chapter 48. The Natural Hostility of Women. Watching Qin Tianci kill three thugs on the spot, and in such a thunderous and ruthless manner, Lu Jiasun and Tang Xinro were terrified. They were ordinary people from normal families. When would they have seen such a scene? But Qin Tianci's face didn't show any signs of fear. His expression was as calm as if he had just stepped on 3 ants. Looking at the short man, whose whole body had turned limp, he raised his foot without any mercy and kicked his corpse dozens of meters away. Then, he clapped his hands and turned to look at Lu Jiasun and Tang Xinro. He found that their eyes were filled with fear. Their fair faces had long since lost all color. Qin Tianci walked up to the two women and smiled. It's over, let's go. His words pulled the two women back to reality. Tang Xinro excitedly grabbed his hand and asked anxiously, Why you? You killed someone? Qin Tianci was stunned. He pointed at the 3 corpses in the distance and asked in confusion, Isn't that obvious? At this moment, Lu Jiasun also reacted, but she raised her fist and started punching Qin Tianci wildly, her expression even more emotional. What are you doing? Qin Tianci was somewhat at a loss by her sudden actions. He dodged while frowning in confusion. You're asking me what I'm doing. Lu Jiasun was so angry that she started to cry. She punched and cursed him. You just managed to survive 3 years of jail time. You were just released, but now you've killed someone again. How could you be so muddle-headed? Qin Tianci was speechless. He didn't expect that this was what she was thinking about. And looking at her expression, she was really worried about him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so angry that she cried. You're still laughing. Lu Jiasun glared at him emotionally. You were framed for rape, and you were in prison for 3 years. Shinra waited 3 years for you. Now you've killed someone, and you have to go back to prison. How many more years do you want to make her wait? Looking at her serious look, as if she was disappointed in him, Qin Tianci was a bit confused. What was going on? Was it just because he killed 3 people? Why did it feel like he was about to go on a long journey? Qin Tianci turned his head and found Tang Xinro standing silently in place. Large tears were rolling in her beautiful eyes. She was staring at him with a complex look. Xinro, you? Qin Tianci's lips parted slightly. Even a man like him, who was bold in his actions and unrestrained, didn't know what to say at this moment. At this moment, Tang Xinro's gaze suddenly became exceptionally firm. She no longer had the bashful and shy demeanor from before. She forcefully grabbed Qin Tianci's hand and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to see CEO Xiao. If she can't save you, I'll leave the country with you. We'll go and live abroad together." Seeing her sudden actions, Qin Tianci was stunned. Was this still the docile, obedient, and quiet Tang Shinro he knew? She was actually making such a rebellious move. Don't waste time. If the police come, you won't be able to escape. Seeing that he didn't show any intention of leaving, Tang Shinro became anxious. Qin Tianci came back to his senses. The gaze he directed toward Tang Shinro softened. He smiled and pulled her back, patting her head like he used to do when they were in college. "Don't worry. It's just killing 3 people. Nothing will happen." "What do you mean killing 3 people? It's nothing." Lu Jiasun was shocked. She emphasized the last 2 words. "This is murder. It's a crime that can get you a life sentence, or even the death penalty. Do you know that?" "I know." Qin Tianci nodded matter-of-factly and said with a smile, "If I had killed some innocent people, I should be sentenced to death. But these 3, they deserve to die." "How could that be?" Lu Jiasun said excitedly. "These 3 people were martial artists. The consequences will be even more serious. And I heard just now that he was their master is Chen Yi, the governor of 3 Rivers Province. Do you know what a governor is? That's the biggest official in the entire 3 Rivers Province." "I know," Qin Tianci said faintly. "A governor is just that. He's not worth mentioning. If he dares to come to me because of this, then that'll be the end for him." When he finished speaking, the 2 women were completely dumbfounded. At this moment, they suddenly realized that the man in front of them was so familiar, yet so strange. 3 Rivers Province was a name for the combined region of Jiangling, Jiangbei, and Jiangnan. And the governor who had jurisdiction over the 3 Rivers Province had enormous power and was a suffocating force. Qin Tianci was actually saying such shocking words. He didn't even put the governor of 3 Rivers Province in his eyes. How arrogant was he? Who exactly are you?" Tang Shinro was staring intently at Qin Tianci, muttering involuntarily. Looking at the confused look on her face, Qin Tianci suddenly smiled. "I'm your classmate of 4 years." He then soothed the 2 women in a soft voice. "It's getting late. Let's go back, get a good night's sleep." Then, he looked at Lu Jiasun, who was still dumbfounded. "Your car was destroyed by those 3 idiots. I'll have the person behind me get you a new car in a few days." "Ah?" Lu Jiasun shivered and immediately waved her hand. I don't want it." "Don't want it?" Qin Tianci was stunned. "Are you stupid? Your car was destroyed. How can you say that you don't want a replacement?" Lu Jiasun shook her head more violently. I really don't want it. Please don't go and provoke them again. There are definitely worse people behind them." "Oh, you're quite smart. You know that there are people pulling the strings behind them?" Qin Tianci joked with a smile. Lu Jiasun rolled her eyes. "Only an idiot wouldn't know. This must have been sent by your enemies to deal with you. Otherwise, how could Shinro and I, 2 women, come in contact with martial artists, let alone offend them?" "It's fine." Qin Tianci waved his hand. Then, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Since they want to play, I'll play with them." The 2 women exchanged a look. They wanted to say something more, but they suddenly heard the roar of an engine behind them. The 3 of them turned around and saw a G-Wagon driving over at an extremely fast speed and coming to a steady stop in front of them. Then, a woman of extreme beauty got out of the car. It was like she had a spotlight on her, causing others to feel inferior. Xiao Qianxue? Lu Jiasun covered her mouth and recognized her immediately. Tang Shinro's heart also trembled violently. Her gaze was drawn towards Xiao Qianxue, and when she saw Xiao Qianxue for the first time, she admitted she had maintained her beauty queen status for 4 years at Jiangling University. She was envious. She was ashamed. Xiao Qianxue, this woman she had only heard about in the news, was so perfect. Her temperament and her appearance were both impeccable, absolutely perfect. Xiao Qianxue was walking over in high heels. She also noticed Lu Jiasun and Tang Shinro. And when she saw Tang Shinro, the natural hostility of a woman immediately surfaced in her heart. As the saying goes, nothing is more beautiful than the white moonlight. Tang Shinro was the typical white moonlight type that men could admire but not attain. Especially, this woman had been Qin Tianci's classmate for 4 years. For a moment, the 2 women's eyes met through the dim lighting. They both felt a hint of jealousy. Chapter 49. You were really enjoying your little show, weren't you? However, Xiao Qinxue, being a strong woman who had been through many years in the business world, quickly regained her composure. She retracted her gaze and walked up to Qin Tianci under the watchful eyes of the two women. She held his face with a worried look and asked, "Are you okay? I just got a message that the Jiang family sent 3 highly skilled martial artists to intercept you. I tried calling you, but you wouldn't pick up. A waiter at the hotel told me the direction you went. That's how I managed to find you." Her voice wasn't as cold as usual. It was full of gentleness. Her beautiful eyes were filled with unconcealed concern. Although this action had the meaning of showing off in front of Lu Jiasin and Tang Xinro, the concern was genuine. After Qin Tianci had called her at the hotel during the day, she had received a message that the Jiang family had sent out 3 personal martial artists to look for Qin Tianci's whereabouts. And the 3 martial artists were all inner force experts. Xiao Qinxue panicked as soon as she heard the news. She threw all of her unpleasant feelings to the back of her mind and immediately called Qin Tianci. However, Qin Tianci did not pick up the phone. When she rushed to the hotel, she was told by the waiter that he had left. She searched in the direction he went and only found Qin Tianci now. At this moment, she had no time to care about jealousy. Qin Tianci touched her delicate hand on his face and smiled. "Did you say those 3 were sent by the Jiang family?" After saying that, he pointed not too far away. "Look, aren't they over there?" Xiao Qinxue was slightly stunned. She looked in the direction he was pointing and saw 3 horribly mangled corpses. Her pupils instantly widened, and her breathing became rapid. She staggered and almost fell. Fortunately, Lu Jiasin was quick-witted and supported her. You did this?" Xiao Qinxue's lips parted slightly, her voice full of disbelief. Qin Tianci shrugged, not denying it. "They wanted to kill me, so there was no reason for them to live." Upon hearing that, Xiao Qinxue immediately turned her head and looked around. Fortunately, this street was very remote. Plus, it was nighttime, and there weren't many people around. She breathed a sigh of relief. Then she pulled Qin Tianci's hand and said, "Let's leave here first. I'll contact someone to come and handle the scene." "Are you sure you can?" Qin Tianci raised his eyebrows and asked, expressing doubt about Xiao Qinxue's abilities. These were martial artists. When martial artists died, it would alarm the Martial Arts Association. And the Xiao family clearly didn't have the ability to deal with this matter. "Just leave first, don't worry about it." As she said that, she ignored Qin Tianci's objections. She pulled him, Lu Jiasin, and Tang Xinro, stepped on the accelerator and left. After they left, the street became quiet again, leaving only the 3 corpses lying silently on the ground. After some time, a dark shadow walked out of a dark corner, its eyes filled with a coldness that seemed completely unaffected by the gruesome deaths. Then, the dark shadow pulled out a phone and dialed a number. "Warden, my king just killed 3 martial artists. Should we report it to the Martial Arts Association?" "Killed 3 martial artists?" An astonished voice came from the other end of the phone. "Who were the dead?" 2 inner force intermediate experts, 1 inner force peak expert. They were all disciples of Chan Yi, the governor of 3 Rivers Province. The Dark Shadow's voice was solemn, but it did not express any emotions. "Disciples of the governor of 3 Rivers Province? Heh, when did this kind of trash get to be worthy of my king making a move? What have you been doing?" "I admit my guilt. My king was with 2 women just now, and I was afraid that if I made a move, my king's identity would be exposed. Besides, I think my king was really enjoying his little show." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Then, it was followed by an impatient voice. Forget it. If you didn't make a move, you didn't make a move. If you disrupt my master's mood for wooing women, the consequences would be severe. So how should we handle it now? Call Lu Daofeng from the 3 Rivers Province Martial Arts Association and curse him out for 18 generations. Warn him that if this matter causes any trouble to my master, he can expect to lose his head. Yes. At the same time, in the Jiang family villa, Jiang Dihai was taking advantage of the night to water the flowers in the yard. At this time, Jiang Haobo came out of the house and asked, "Dad, why haven't I seen your 3 bodyguards today?" Jiang Dihai didn't turn his head. "While watering the flowers," he said faintly. "I sent them out to take care of something. Why aren't you asleep yet?" "I can't sleep," Jiang Haobo said resentfully. "That dog, Qin Tianci, stole my woman and hit me. Now, every time I close my eyes, I want to chop him up and feed him to the dogs to vent my anger." Jiang Dihai stopped his actions. He turned his head and glared at him coldly. "Such a small matter, and it keeps you from sleeping?" Can't you have some ambition? Learn from your elder brother. His composure in the face of things is much better than yours. Zhang Haobo was scolded and said with a somewhat ugly expression, "My elder brother is the vice president of the Martial Arts Association at such a young age. And he's also a proper innate martial artist. How can I compare to him?" As he said that, he suddenly realized something and asked in surprise, "Dad, did you send those three out to find that dog?" Zhang Dihai didn't directly answer his question. Instead, he said coldly, "No one can steal anything from our Zhang family." When Zhang Haobo saw that he had admitted it, he immediately became excited. "Haha, I knew Dad wouldn't let it go so easily. That's great. What's the situation now? Please don't kill that trash. I want to torture that slut," Xiao Qinxue, in front of his eyes. Zhang Dihai looked at his useless son and sighed helplessly. Then, he put down the watering can and sat on a chair in the yard. "It should be soon. It's really a waste to use the three of them to deal with a low-level martial artist." After that, he looked at Zhang Haobo and instructed, "Once that kid named Qin has been dealt with, I don't care what methods you use. Use drugs, force her, whatever. But you have to marry Xiao Qinxue back obediently. Understand?" Understood. Zhang Haobo was overjoyed, unable to stop smiling. "As long as we deal with that kid, taking down the Xiao family will be as easy as turning our hands over. The Xiao family thought that they could compete with us after finding a low-level martial artist. How naive. After I take down Xiao Qinxue, I'll call you along, Dad. We'll go into battle as father and son." Zhang Dihai didn't feel uncomfortable after hearing his morbid words. Instead, he even smiled for a bit, which was rare for him. "You're a joker. You always manage to make me happy. It's rare to see you have such filial piety. You're the person that your son admires the most. We have to enjoy the good stuff together." Zhang Haobo grinned, his eyes filled with lewdness. "Oh, right, keep a close eye on the Su family. That Su Liana is getting more and more disobedient. He needs a beating. It's best that they understand their position." Understood. Ding-a-ling-ling. At that moment, Zhang Dihai's phone rang. Zhang Haobo said excitedly, "It must be that those three succeeded. Pick up." Zhang Dihai picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. "Hello? How did things go?" Zhang Haobo excitedly leaned his ear over, wanting to hear Qin Tianci's screams. But suddenly, Zhang Dihai stood up from his seat with a thud. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed in shock, "What did you say? All three of them are dead?" Chapter 50. No action until action, then death? What did you say? All three of the highly skilled martial artists that the Zhang family sent out are dead. Su Lian jumped up from his seat in shock, staring wide-eyed at the butler who was reporting the information. "Yes, sir. I was at the window listening to the Zhang family father and son's conversation." Zhang Dihai said exactly that over the phone. The butler nodded respectfully, his tone firm. "And I also heard something about inner force. I don't really understand it, so I came to report to you immediately." Su Lian's pupils contracted sharply. He sat back on the sofa in disbelief. Inner force? Inner force martial artists? The three of them are actually all inner force martial artists, and they died so inexplicably? Over the years, Su Lian had led the Su family to be under the Zhang family, so he had naturally met the people who were close to Zhang Dihai. These three were Zhang Dihai's bodyguards for many years. Although he had never seen them take action before, Su Lian knew that their strength was definitely not something that ordinary people could compare to. And this time, Qin Tianci's appearance had annoyed Zhang Dihai. It was originally thought that they could easily deal with that kid by sending these three, but they had received such news. No action until action, then instant death? Was this not messing with their mindset? What exactly happened? Who killed the three of them? Sweat was unknowingly pouring from Su Lian's forehead. He asked the butler again. "I don't know. I just heard that. The three of them were sent to deal with that kid named Qin. They were sent out in the afternoon and died in the evening." Deal with the kid named Qin. Su Lian was even more shocked. If that was the case, then this matter was basically concluded. Those three were killed by Qin Tianci. But how could a rapist who had spent 3 years in jail deal with those three? Even if he had become a martial artist by chance in prison, how could he take on three by himself? And these were inner force martial artists. Although Su Lian was just an ordinary person, he had followed the Zhang family for many years, so he knew that martial artists had several different levels of power. They were external force, inner force, innate, transforming force, and finally the Grandmaster. Any martial artist who was able to step into inner force was a gifted individual, let alone a Grandmaster. There were only a handful of martial artists who could achieve Grandmaster status in the entire Dragon Country. Thinking of this, Su Lian couldn't calm down. At this time, Su Qing, who had been silent all along, said, "Dad, could this kid have had a gun? Otherwise, how could a piece of trash have done this?" Hearing this, Su Lian was suddenly enlightened. That's right, if he had a gun, then this wouldn't be so strange. It should be known that although martial artists were tens or even hundreds of times stronger than ordinary people, they were still just mortal bodies, except for grandmasters, who had methods to not fear bullets, but they could not withstand high-powered weapons. If Qin Tianci had a gun, plus he had the physique of a martial artist, then it wouldn't be so strange if he killed those three. Were the bodies brought back? What's the situation? Su Lian turned his head and asked. However, the butler shook his head. There were no bodies. The Jiang family sent many people out to search, but they couldn't find their corpses. And there isn't any news from any media, as if no one had discovered this. What did you say? Su Lian was stunned. 3 martial artists had died. How could there not be any news? This was a major event that was enough to shock the Martial Arts Association. At this time, Su Qing also had a shocked expression. How could this be? Could that trash have some ability to cover up the truth? The butler shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. After a moment of silence, Su Lian waved his hand at the butler. You can go back now. Don't let the Jiang family know that you came out. Understood. The butler nodded respectfully, then left the room. Seeing this, Su Qing immediately stepped forward and asked, Dad, this matter is very strange. I don't believe that piece of trash has such ability. Someone must be helping him behind the scenes. Su Lian remained silent. Dad, say something. Su Qing urged impatiently. What should I say? What do you want me to say? Su Lian roared, if we rashly make a move now, it will cause our entire plan to fail. When will you stop making me worry? Su Qing refused to give in and shouted, I'm not doing this for the good of our Su family. Why are you yelling at me? If we keep going like this, when will our Su family be able to take down the Xiao family and take the place of the Jiang family and get ahead? Slap. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Lian slapped her across the face. Shut your mouth. How many times have I told you that no matter where you are, you have to keep this secret to yourself? Aren't you afraid of being overheard? Su Qing was extremely aggrieved after being slapped, but she didn't dare to speak up. She could only cover her face with a spiteful look. Su Lian took a deep breath. The current situation is getting more complicated. Let's remain silent for now. Let the Xiao family and the Jiang family fight it out. If there isn't a good opportunity, we must not act rashly. Do you understand? I understand. Su Qing was very unwilling. Then she said viciously, Where did Qin Tianci get so lucky that he managed to climb up to the Xiao family? What good is it complaining? Su Lian scolded. What we can do now is wait for Jiang Tianyu to come back. Brother Tianyu is coming back? Su Qing's eyes lit up and her face showed a hint of anticipation. I heard that his training in the capital has ended. He should be back in Jiangling in less than 3 days. As the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, he will definitely not ignore this matter if he hears about it. That's great. Su Qing looked especially excited. She seemed to be very fond of the Jiang Tianyu she was talking about. When Brother Tianyu comes back, no matter what the Xiao family is, no matter what kind of martial artist Qin Tianci is, they all have to grovel before me. Su Lian looked at her helplessly. Then, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, I remember. Qin Tianci, that kid, has an elderly mother and a younger sister who is in college at home, right? Yes, Dad. You want to? Su Qing paused. Then, she suddenly understood his meaning, and she seemed even more excited. Find some people to bring his younger sister here. Do it cleanly. No matter how their minds become like a dog's brain, we have to have a backup plan. On the other side, Lu Jiesin and Tang Xinro were brought back to the Xiao family villa by Xiao Qinxue. They spent the entire night in the living room with anxious emotions, unable to fall asleep, afraid that they would hear police sirens from outside. Xiao Qinxue sat beside them the entire night, busy checking the news from the outside. As for Qin Tianci, he had long since gone to his room to sleep soundly. The next morning, Qin Tianci opened the door and stretched lazily. Instantly, the 3 women who were dozing off in the living room were startled awake, and they all turned their heads to look at him. Qin Tianci noticed the fatigue on their faces, yawned, and asked in confusion, Did you guys get up so early? Quickly go and make breakfast for me. I'm hungry. Chapter 51. Utter silence. You have the nerve to eat breakfast? Seeing Qin Tianci act as if nothing had happened, Xiao Qinxue exploded with anger, grabbing a Hello Kitty cushion from the sofa and throwing it at his face. Qin Tianci easily dodged, glaring at Xiao Qinxue. Are you crazy? What's with the tantrum so early in the morning? Lu Jiasun quickly interjected, explaining, President Xiao didn't sleep a wink last night because of your matter, so please don't be like this. Tang Xinro nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at Qin Tianci. My matter? Qin Tianci was puzzled. What could I have done to keep you up all night? The three women were stunned. Dude, you killed people yesterday. How can you act like nothing happened? Tang Xinro explained softly, yesterday. You beat those 3 people to death. President Xiao is trying to figure out how to handle the situation and is still negotiating with the media to minimize the impact. Hearing this, Qin Tianci looked genuinely surprised. Just because of that? Just because of that? Xiao Qinxue was furious. Do you even know that the people you killed yesterday were martial artists? If not handled properly, this could alert the Martial Arts Association. Qin Tianci waved dismissively, plopped onto the sofa, and picked up a disposable cup, not caring who had used it before, and took a gulp. Hey, that's Shinro's. Lu Jiasun tried to stop him, but it was too late. She could only watch as Qin Tianci's lips touched the lipstick stain on the cup. Instantly, Tang Xinro's cheeks flushed crimson. She glanced at Xiao Qinxue, then immediately lowered her head, feeling flustered on the sofa. Qin Tianci wiped his mouth after drinking, feeling refreshed. Looking up, he noticed Xiao Qinxue's face had darkened considerably. You don't look so good. Should I give you a needle? It'll definitely perk you right up. Completely ignoring her expression, Qin Tianci placed his hand on Xiao Qinxue's forehead and smiled. Xiao Qinxue was speechless at the man's shamelessness. His fiancée was sitting right there, and he drank from a cup another woman had used. Wasn't that the same as kissing in front of her? Lu Jiasun and Tang Xinro, hearing this, were petrified. What were these crazy words? Should they even be hearing this? Xiao Qinxue was about to explode, but seeing Qin Tianci's slightly mischievous and handsome smile, her anger seemed to dissipate. Sigh, what can she do? She fell for this jerk. She sighed, took his hand off her forehead, and scolded him. Stop messing around. The situation is serious. I'm waiting for news from Xiaoli. If anything happens, I'll arrange for you to leave the country immediately. Seeing Xiao Qinxue's worry, Qin Tianci couldn't bring himself to tease her anymore. He picked up an apple from the table, took a bite, and said, Relax, everything will be fine. Nothing's going to happen. How can you be so confident? You're a martial artist yourself. You know what the Martial Arts Association means. If things go wrong, you? Xiao Qinxue frowned. Qin Tianci shrugged and interrupted. Because I'm your man, you should have faith in me. Xiao Qinxue was stunned. Looking at the confident gleam in Qin Tianci's eyes, her heart started to beat faster, and her cheeks flushed a bit. This seemed to be the first time Qin Tianci had said something so romantic to her, and without any hesitation in front of Tang Xinro and Lu Jiasun, she felt a little flustered. Meanwhile, seeing the couple flirting, the blush on Tang Xinro's face gradually faded, and a hint of gloom crept into her eyes. Compared to Xiao Qinxue, she, the so-called campus belle, paled in comparison. Just then, a rapid knocking on the door echoed. Xiao Qinxue opened the door and saw Emoli rushing in, looking flustered. What's the situation? Should I change the ticket or arrange to leave by water? Xiao Qinxue grabbed Emoli, anxiously asking. Emoli was out of breath, sweating profusely, and couldn't seem to speak. Spotting a cup on the table, she grabbed it and gulped down the water. Hey, that's Tianci and Miss Tang's. Xiao Qinxue tried to stop her, but it was too late. Emoli wiped her mouth and sighed contentedly. President Xiao, it's fine. Fine? What do you mean? Xiao Qinxue asked, confused. Emoli continued to explain. I spent the whole night gathering information from the police station and the major media outlets. It turns out nobody knows anything about this. Huh. Hearing this, Xiao Qinxue, Lu Jiasun, and Tang Xinro exclaimed in surprise. And nobody knows anything about it? Lu Jiasun asked, astonished. How is that possible? That street isn't exactly remote. Hasn't anyone found the bodies yet? What bodies? Emoli was just as puzzled. Then, she said irritably, I thought they were intentionally hiding the news to release it later. I even called the police, and they went to patrol the area but found no suspicious signs. They even scolded me for wasting police resources. President Xiao, did you have a nightmare last night where this guy killed people and then called me just to mess with me? The three women were speechless. If they hadn't witnessed the three mangled corpses the night before, Imo Lee's words would have fried their brains. A car explosion, people killed, and even a police report, yet there's still complete silence. The three women were completely bewildered. Xiao Qianxue was the first to react, turning to Qin Tianci, who was rummaging through the fridge. Her eyes filled with disbelief. How did this man do it? Imo Lee, seeing their silence, became even more annoyed and glanced at Qin Tianci with disdain. Seriously, President Xiao, can you open your eyes? Look at his pathetic state. Kill people? Martial artists, no less? Saying that would make anyone die of laughter. Do you even believe that yourself? Did you read too many novels? Don't go around imagining that you found some hidden dragon in the city. Okay? There are a lot of things to do at the company. I don't have time to play with your fantasies. Gotta go. Imo Lee left with a disdainful remark, turning to leave. The villa was now left with three stunned women and a man who was leisurely killing time. Chapter 52. Unless I'm willing to walk with her. This. Xiao Qianxue, Lu Jiasen, and Tang Xinro exchanged glances, their faces full of shock. Qin Tianci urged from the side, "Hey, is it done? If it's done, hurry up and buy me breakfast. I'm not full yet." Xiao Qianxue was snapped back to reality by his words. Seeing Qin Tianci lying on the sofa as if nothing had happened, her anger flared up again. Eat, eat. Why don't you eat yourself to death? Xiao Qianxue scolded him irritably. Then, turning to Lu Jiasen and Tang Xinro, she said, "Let's go to the company for breakfast, sisters. Don't bother with this jerk. Let him stay here alone." They had spent the whole night busy with his affairs, and yet he was acting like a big shot, worrying them all this time. How infuriating. Lu Jiasen and Tang Xinro were stunned by Xiao Qianxue's address. "President Xiao, what did you just call us?" "Sisters." Xiao Qianxue boldly put her arms around their shoulders. "Although we just met, as long as we stick together and don't give this dog man the time of day, we're all sisters of Xiao Qianxue. Let's go. I'll treat you to something good." Xiao Qianxue acted like a big sister, pulling the two dumbfounded women away. Hey, remember to bring back 2 packs of cigarettes. Go to hell." Xiao Qianxue's angry voice came from outside the door. Qin Tianci chuckled, not at all offended, and shook his head to himself. Women? They are just too unstable. Looking at Xiao Qianxue's actions, a thought popped into his head. Could it be that she is starting to accept other women? A good sign. After all, there were 6 more fiancés. If he had to choose, it would be very difficult. Why not all of them? That's what a mature man should have. And with all of them, adding 1 or 2 more wouldn't be too bad. After all, there were already 7. Who cared about a few more? Was that reasonable? It's very reasonable. He wondered what the other fiancés were like. While Qin Tianci was pondering whether he should meet the next one, he suddenly heard a cough from behind him. He turned around and saw Xiao Liang staring at him with a grim expression. "Old man, Uncle Xiao, you're here?" Qin Tianci greeted him with a smile. Xiao Liang's face darkened even further. With his hands behind his back, he walked forward with a serious expression and asked in a deep voice, "Who were those 2 girls?" "Which 2? Qin Tianci feigned ignorance. "You tell me?" Xiao Liang's beard bristled with anger. "Those 2 who stayed at Schwer's last night." "Oh, they are my university classmates. We just had a reunion yesterday," Qin Tianci explained calmly. University classmates?" Xiao Liang snorted, his tone even more displeased. "I don't think they are just classmates, are they? Perhaps your first love?" Qin Tianci shrugged, not hiding anything. "Kind of." Strictly speaking, Tang Xinro was indeed his first love, although they hadn't confirmed their relationship during their college days. But given how they acted, there wasn't any need to make their relationship official. However, seeing that he wasn't avoiding the issue, Xiao Liang's anger surged. He pointed a finger at Qin Tianci and yelled, "Are you trying to rebel? You already have Schwer, and you want to reignite your old flame with your first love? Do you believe I'll break your legs?" Qin Tianci chuckled at his outburst. "You've got it all wrong. We just met and had a meal." "Just? What else do you want to do? Should I give you the space to go sleep with her?" Xiao Liang was shaking with rage, looking around as if he was searching for a weapon. Qin Tianci wasn't afraid, but instead teased, "If you're so generous, I can try to accept it." "You?" Xiao Liang's face turned green with anger. In all his years, he had never seen someone so shameless. And the man who said those words was his future son-in-law. Don't be so agitated. Seeing that Xiao Liang was so angry, Qin Tianci stopped teasing him and smiled. I believe you already know what happened yesterday. Why bother testing me? We're all old foxes. Stop playing games. Upon hearing this, Xiao Liang's anger instantly faded, and he stared at Qin Tianci with shock. Was his own agenda so obvious? Or was this kid naturally a calculating person? Now that his intentions were revealed, Xiao Liang stopped being confrontational. He sat down on the sofa and snorted coldly. If Schwer didn't like you, I would really kick you out of the Xiao family. You actually dared to kill martial artists. You've got some guts. Qin Tianci took out a cigarette from the pack and tossed it to Xiao Liang, saying, they're dead. Relax, this won't affect the future development of the Xiao family. Do you think that's how I am? Xiao Liang's tone rose a few notches. Do you even know who those 3 people were? They were disciples of the governor of Sanjiang province, Qian Yi. The Jiang family has deep ties with them. You offended 3 major powers when you killed them. Which 3? Qin Tianci asked with interest. The Jiang family, the governor's office, and the Martial Arts Association. Xiao Liang continued. And that's not even the most crucial part. The most critical thing is that Qian Yi is a grandmaster. How do you think we should handle the fact that you killed his disciples? Qin Tianci flicked off some ash, looking fearless. So? Xiao Liang took a deep breath. Although I don't know how you managed to dispose of the bodies, the Jiang family will know about this sooner or later. Do you know Jiang Tianyu, the young master of the Jiang family? He's the vice president of the Jiangling Martial Arts Association. With him, you won't be able to cover this up perfectly. Jiang Tianyu? The vice president of the Martial Arts Association? Qin Tianci was stunned. He didn't recognize the name. Are you scared now? Xiao Liang's tone became even more serious. Given the relationship between the Jiang family and the Martial Arts Association, they'll find you sooner or later. This will become a ticking time bomb hanging over your head. Qin Tianci smiled faintly. Don't think so negatively. It's not that serious. You're the one making this situation sound too simple. Xiao Liang said with exasperation. If you just followed the path that Schwer arranged for you, even if you don't become incredibly successful, it would guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and peace. Why do you have to be so restless? Hearing this, Qin Tianci looked at Xiao Liang and suddenly chuckled. You're mistaken. I don't need anyone to arrange my life for me. You. Xiao Liang was full of helplessness and disbelief. Also, Qin Tianci interrupted again, his expression suddenly filled with disdain. His eyes flashed with an unyielding arrogance. My path is one no one can walk, no one dares to walk, and even more so, no one is worthy of walking on it, unless I'm willing to walk with her. Chapter 53. Yeya's Classmate Reunion 2. Listening to Qin Tianci's sharp words, Xiao Liang felt a strange chill run down his spine. As the head of the Xiao family, he had seen countless young men over the years. Some, like Qin Tianci, had arrogant claims, but none had spoken with such an apathetic tone while making such outrageous statements. It was as if everything he said was a matter of course. He snapped back to reality, his face darkening. What else can you do besides talking big? I don't see any ability in you. Even if you have the strength of a martial artist, you're just so short-sighted, basking in your own glory, without knowing the immensity of the sky. Qin Tianci shrugged and smiled when he noticed Xiao Liang's serious tone, no longer speaking. Some things simply don't need to be explained. Especially between 2 men, there was even less need to explain. And he did not need to prove anything to the world. At that moment, Qin Tianci's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw that it was Zhou Guolan calling. He stood up, ready to leave. Xiao Liang suddenly spoke. While I am grateful that you helped Schwer get the support of the Tsar, the matter of you killing martial artists is too significant. The Xiao family cannot handle it. If it comes to light, I won't use the entire Xiao family to fill the void for you. So, take care of yourself. Qin Tianci stopped. He knew why the old man had come looking for him today. His meaning was that if the Jiang family, the Martial Arts Association, or even the governor's office investigated, the Xiao family would choose to abandon him to protect its own interests. Qin Tianci had anticipated this. He wasn't surprised, nor did he blame him. After all, Xiao Liang was shouldering the burden of the entire Xiao family, the lives of hundreds of people. It wasn't possible to risk everything for one person. That was the mindset of a normal person, even more so for a family head like Xiao Liang. He waved his hand casually. Don't worry about me. Schwer's company has a lot of business lately, so if you're free, send more people to help her. With that, he left the villa. Xiao Liang watched Qin Tianci leave, sitting on the sofa alone and silent, with a complex look in his aged eyes. After some time, he snorted irritably. Such a rude and ungrateful kid. He's also my son-in-law, so why didn't he just ask for help? Why does he have to be so stubborn? No manners at all. After speaking, he lit the cigarette Qin Tianci gave him and took a drag, his face filled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, after leaving the Xiao family villa, Qin Tianci answered Zhou Guilan's call. Mom, Tianci, why didn't you come home last night? Zhou Guilan's voice was filled with worry. It's nothing. I had a reunion with my classmates yesterday, and I drank too much, so I stayed at a classmate's place. It was too late, so I didn't tell you. Qin Tianci's voice turned gentle. He didn't want his mother to worry about him. Oh, that's good. Wait, a classmate reunion? Do your classmates know about your time in prison? Qin Tianci was stunned for a moment, then he chuckled and reassured her. Yes, but it's okay, they don't mind. That's good. Zhou Guilan sighed in relief, seemingly afraid that Qin Tianci would face discrimination because of his prison time, and she started to comfort him again. Hearing his mother's nagging, Qin Tianci didn't interrupt, enjoying it with a smile. During his 3 years in prison, what he missed most was his mother's nagging, even though he used to find it annoying. After Zhou Guilan was done nagging, she suddenly changed the topic and asked, by the way, did you stay at a male classmate's house or a female classmate's? Qin Tianci was caught off guard, unsure how to answer. He awkwardly mumbled, Mom, why do you ask? Did you really stay at a girl's house? On the phone, Zhou Guilan's voice rose several decibels. Tianci, don't do anything foolish. Xiaoxue is such a good girl. You absolutely can't let her down. Qin Tianci awkwardly scratched his head. Mom, I know, so don't worry about these things. How can I not worry? Zhou Guilan grew more excited. You meeting Xiaoxue is your destiny to turn the tide of your life. If you dare do anything to betray her, your mother will die. Okay, it's really not what you think. Qin Tianci was embarrassed. He wondered if his mother would pass out if she knew that he had 6 more fiancées he hadn't met yet, besides Xiao Qinxue. Thinking about it, Qin Tianci made an excuse to escape. Mom, is that all you called about? If there's nothing else, I'm going to the restroom. Hey, wait. Zhou Guilan immediately stopped him and scolded him with exasperation. You brat, always saying nonsense. Now you made me forget what I was going to say. Qin Tianci. Seriously, she could blame him for that? Well, whatever. She's his own mother, so he had to tolerate it. Zhou Guilan continued. You and Yeye are just like siblings. Yesterday, you had a classmate reunion. Today she said she's also having a classmate reunion, and it's at night. Your sister just went back to school, and I'm worried. You have to pick her up later, understand? Upon hearing this, Qin Tianci's eyebrows rose slightly. I thought Yeye's first day of school was today, and she's a transfer student. How did she end up having a reunion? You know your sister. If she wants to make friends, how long does she need? Just do it and pick her up later. Zhou Guilan seemed oblivious to anything unusual, and spoke with a smile, praising Qin Yeye's social skills. However, Qin Tianci sensed something strange. Where is she going tonight? He asked. It sounds like Heavenly Cloud KTV. That night, Qin Yeye looked up at the 6 large characters that read Heavenly Cloud Club, and her face turned anxious. She asked the girl next to her, who looked older than her age, Lily, weren't we going to a KTV to sing? Why is this a club? It was Qin Yeye's first day back to school. As a transfer student, although she dressed plainly, her cute and sweet appearance was exceptionally eye-catching, attracting the attention of the male students in her class. That day, a boy had approached her and enthusiastically helped her get to know the other people in the class. Although Qin Yeye felt a bit resistant, she didn't refuse his enthusiasm in order to quickly integrate into her new environment. Soon, under that boy's guidance, she was mingling with the other students. That boy even suggested they go to a KTV at night to celebrate her arrival and strengthen their friendships. She wasn't very keen to go, but she couldn't refuse her classmate, Wu Lily's invitation, so she came along. However, after arriving, she realized that this wasn't a KTV at all, but a club. And seeing the scantily clad women going in and out of the entrance, it didn't seem like a respectable establishment. She immediately started having second thoughts. Seeing that Qin Yeye was about to back out, Wu Lily affectionately grabbed her hand. Oh, it's nothing. How long has it been since you went out to play? Nowadays, KTVs are called clubs, as it sounds more high-end. Besides, tonight's on Wang Xiao, so you don't have to pay. Qin Yeye waved her hand. I didn't mean that. It's not about the money. Come on, Wang Xiao helped you so much today. You should at least have a drink with him, or it would be disrespectful to him. Wu Lily kindly reminded her. At that moment, a boy spoke up. Yeah, you are the new member of our class. I specially booked this place for you. It'd be a shame if you didn't go. The person who spoke was a boy in his early 20s named Wang Tao. Although he was wearing a simple t-shirt and denim shorts, his outfit didn't look cheap. Yeah, we're all students. If anything happens, we can call the police. Right, Brother Tao is our class monitor, and he knows a lot of big shots in Jiangling. With him, nothing will happen. Other classmates started to coax her, trying to alleviate Qin Yeye's concerns. Okay, fine. Seeing the situation, Qin Yeye could only nod reluctantly, but inwardly she started to get nervous. She knew that this wasn't a good place, and she felt that Wu Lily was right. Wang Tao had been busy helping her, and he was spending money to have them all come out. If she didn't go, it would be too insensitive. Seeing her agree, Wang Tao's smile grew wider. That's it. It's just for drinking and singing. Nothing else. Let's go inside. The guys can order some drinks. This Heavenly Cloud Club is a very famous night spot in our city. I haven't been here yet, and I'm taking advantage of your welcome tonight. Wu Lily pulled Qin Yeye inside. Watching the two girls' running figures, the smile on Wang Tao's face gradually became lecherous. His eyes were fixed on Qin Yeye's white legs under her short skirt, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. Hey, Brother Tao, to go to the battlefield, you need to have your weapons prepared. At that moment, a boy came forward, also with a lecherous look in his eyes. He silently slipped Wang Tao a transparent bag, which contained a few unknown pills. Good brother, after I get her, I won't forget you guys. Wang Tao patted the boy's shoulder, laughing with glee. Then, they walked into the club, arm in arm. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was caught by Qin Tianci, who was hiding in the crowd. When he saw Wang Tao's actions with that boy, his gaze gradually turned cold. Chapter 54. Can college students even be considered students? The moment Qin Yeye stepped into the club, she regretted it. The entire place was filled with dim, red and green lights. The colorful atmosphere lights reflected off the scantily clad men and women dancing in the center of the dance floor, their bare skin colliding, making everyone's face flushed with a sense of pleasure. When had Qin Yeye ever seen such an ambiguous setting? Her heart raced, her cheeks flushed crimson. Turning, she wanted to escape the place immediately. I think I should just go back. Hey, why are you leaving? Tao Ji has already put down a deposit. We're already here, so you have to experience it. Wu Lily grabbed her arm, her grip tight, afraid that Qin Yeye would slip away. But we're still students. It's really inappropriate for us to be in this kind of place. Qin Yeye was held back, her expression anxious. Can college students even be considered students? Wu Lily smiled nonchalantly. We are already adults. We can come to this kind of place. Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen. At that moment, Wang Tao came in with the other boys, and when he saw the two girls pulling at each other, he asked with a smile, "What's wrong here?" Wu Lily quickly explained with a smile, "It's nothing. Yeye is just a bit unaccustomed. She will be fine in a bit." She turned to Qin Yeye and whispered, half joking, half serious, "Good sister, don't ruin everyone's mood. I've never been here before. If you annoy Tao Ji, I'll get angry." Seeing her serious expression, Qin Yeye felt a spark of anger, but she could only nod reluctantly because of their friendship. Wang Tao laughed and explained, "This is the dance floor. I've booked a VIP room, so it won't be so noisy." Just then, a waiter came over to lead them. Wang Tao immediately called out to everyone, "Let's go, let's take the drinks inside. We're going to have a great night tonight." The other boys cheered in response. They seemed to be excited by this alluring little world. Qin Yeye thought that after getting to the room, she'd just sing a few songs and then go home. But when she stepped into the room, she heard a seductive voice greeting them in unison. "Welcome, young masters." Only then did Qin Yeye realize that there was a row of dazzling women standing in the room. Moreover, these women's clothes were extremely revealing, with most of their upper and lower bodies almost entirely see-through. Qin Yeye felt like her face was about to explode. However, Wang Tao acted as if he was used to it, waving his hand at the women and yelling, Go and pick some songs, and then keep these brothers company. Forget about the others. As you command, young master. The women all had flirtatious expressions on their faces. They each went forward, took a boy's arm, and led them to a seat. Qin Yeye was pulled to a sofa by Wu Lily, but she felt uneasy, itching to escape this place. Because they were all college students with no experience in the real world, after a few glasses of foreign wine, they were basically out of their minds. Coupled with their youthful vigor, they started to touch the women around them. The women cooperated well, and some even placed their beautiful legs on the boys' legs, their poses extremely ambiguous. These naive students couldn't resist the temptation and their actions became even more audacious. At this moment, Wang Tao thought that the atmosphere was about right, so he wanted Qin Yeye with a glass of wine. Yeye, let's have a toast. To celebrate your return to your studies. When the counselor brought her to the class, she had already introduced her to the rest of the students. And Wang Tao had taken the initiative to help her get familiar with the environment, and he had learned some information about her family from her. Qin Yeye didn't want to drink, but seeing that Wang Tao didn't seem to be giving up, she could only raise the glass, trying to be polite. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? We're classmates, it's only natural. Wang Tao smiled and then downed his drink in one gulp. Qin Yeye endured her discomfort and drank the wine. It felt like her throat was on fire and her stomach was churning. She thought she could just run away after finishing her drink, but she didn't expect Wang Tao to laugh loudly. Refreshing, one more? Qin Yeye instinctively refused, but it was too late. Her glass had already been refilled. The others also started to cheer. Yeye, Taoji hasn't even drunk with us individually, but he is drinking with you. You are so lucky. Yeah, Taoji is being biased, ha ha ha. Wu Lily also started to chime in. Look how good Taoji is to you. The next glass of wine can't be just a regular drink, right? How should I drink it then? Qin Yeye was confused. Of course it's with a linked arm toast. Wu Lily stood up and started clapping her hands. Others also chimed in. Linked arm toast. Linked arm toast. Linked arm toast. Qin Yeye's face became very ugly seeing this scene. She had lost her father at a young age, and she had grown up with her brother Qin Tianci and her mother Zhou Guolan. Her personality was conservative. She couldn't accept drinking with linked arms in this kind of setting. Then she stood up firmly. I'm sorry, class monitor. I won't drink this wine. She grabbed her belongings and intended to leave, but Wang Tao blocked her path, his face showing a bit of awkwardness. Yeye, so many people are watching. You are not giving me any face doing this. Qin Yeye said coldly, I said I'm going home now. Although she didn't have much experience in society, she was not a clueless rabbit. Wang Tao clearly had bad intentions towards her, and she wasn't stupid. Qin Yeye, what are you doing? Wu Lily stepped forward and grabbed her. She said with a reproachful tone, Taoji kindly invited us out to play once. You are being so disrespectful to him. Qin Yeye's face turned cold. If you want to play, then stay here. If you want to respect him, then drink with him until you die. What do you mean by dragging me around since school let out? Are you trying to use me to please him? Her temper had been worn thin from the beginning when she was reluctant to come, to now being forced to drink. She wasn't going to give these people a nice face anymore. How can you talk like that? Wu Lily started to hold her up on moral high ground, seeing that Qin Yeye was angry. It's your first day back at school. Taoji helped you so much. You are so ungrateful. Did I ask him to help me? Qin Yeye's words left Wu Lily speechless. I already thanked him, and I drank the wine. I've given him face. If you still think it's not enough, I can send you a set of 5-year college entrance examination, 3-year simulation, so you can start your education over, but as for this wine, whoever wants to drink it can drink it. Upon hearing these words, the noisy scene quieted down. The song they had been playing was paused by someone, and the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing. Qin Yeye didn't care. She pushed past Wu Lily and Wang Tao, whose face was extremely ugly, and walked toward the door. However, halfway there, she suddenly felt her hair being grabbed. Qin Yeye felt a sharp pain. Wang Tao's gentle facade was gone. He grabbed Qin Yeye's hair with a ferocious expression and dragged her back. Qin Yeye fell to the ground and struggled desperately. Wang Tao sat on top of her, grabbed her neck, and slapped her face. Damn it, I gave you face, didn't I? Wu Lily was terrified and immediately hid in a corner, afraid that Wang Tao would take his anger out on her. You jerk, let go of me. Qin Yeye, after being slapped, kicked her legs, trying to get free. However, Wang Tao was tall and strong. Her body was no match for him. You don't like to drink, do you? Wang Tao pinned her neck down. He reached into the bag, took out the pills that the boy had given him earlier, and put them in the wine in front of everyone. Then, picking up the glass, he forcefully opened Qin Ye's mouth. He said with a sickly smile, "Since you don't like to drink, I'll give you a little something extra. I love taming little wildcats." Haha. Taoji, watch out. Don't kill anyone. I'll stand guard. Taoji, hurry up, haha. Our Taoji is not a quick shooter, so don't fall asleep. The other boys cheered with a mocking tone. They didn't even intend to stop Wang Tao. It was as if they were used to this kind of behavior. Qin Ye, seeing the drug-laced wine, was horrified. She panicked. And no. Wang Tao licked his tongue, grabbed Qin Ye's mouth and forcefully opened it. He smiled lewdly. I'd rather you say no after you drink this glass, and I want to hear you say it in Japanese, ha ha ha. He was about to pour the wine into Qin Ye's mouth. The latter was completely panicked, her eyes filled with despair as she watched the wine glass getting closer and closer. With a loud bang, the door of the room was kicked open. Qin Tianci rushed in, and the moment he saw Qin Ye pinned under Wang Tao, his eyes flashed with fierce light. You motherfucker, you've got a death wish. Chapter 55. In less than 5 minutes, you'll all die. Who the hell are you? Seeing a stranger suddenly burst into the room, Wang Tao stopped his actions, turning to yell at Qin Tianci. However, before he could finish speaking, Qin Tianci grabbed a chair and slammed it down on his head with a loud crack. The chair shattered into pieces. Wang Tao's head was bloodied. His body was sent flying, crashing against the wall of the room. Bro. When Qin Ye saw Qin Tianci, her eyes instantly turned red. All the fear turned into grievance at that moment. She quickly stood up and threw herself into his arms. No matter how much the siblings had been at odds, at this desperate moment, Qin Tianci's appearance gave her an unprecedented sense of security. Looking at his frightened sister, Qin Tianci's expression turned extremely grim, regretting not coming sooner to stop what was happening. Bro? Wu Lily and the other boys in the room were startled after hearing Qin Ye's address to the stranger. But they didn't seem flustered. Instead, they seemed to be fearless. Wang Tao, who had been knocked down by the chair, staggered up, his head covered in blood. He roared at the siblings. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? Qin Tianci's eyes were as cold as an ice cave. He patted Qin Ye, reassuring her. It's okay, I'm here. His eyes locked onto Wang Tao and asked coldly, Who ordered you to hurt my sister? The people on scene were stunned by his question. It seemed strange to them. Did you need anyone to order you to flirt with a girl? However, they didn't expect that after Qin Tianci's question, Wang Tao's face flashed with panic. He started yelling at Qin Tianci. What are you all standing around for? Get him. The other boys put down the women, grabbed the wine bottles on the table, and surrounded Qin Tianci, eager to show off in front of Wang Tao. Qin Tianci ignored the threats in their hands, his eyes still fixed on Wang Tao. Seeing that Qin Tianci didn't move, Wang Tao's face became arrogant. You're Qin Ye's brother who spent 3 years in prison? You? How do you know he was in? Qin Ye was shocked and didn't expect that Wang Tao had investigated her so thoroughly. Qin Tianci was not moved. He turned to Qin Ye and asked calmly, Who brought you to this kind of place? He knew his sister. She would never come to this kind of setting on her own. Someone must have encouraged her. Qin Ye did not want Qin Tianci to cause unnecessary trouble and urged, Let's just go. Go. Wu Lily, seeing that they had the upper hand, stopped being afraid. She stepped forward and yelled, Qin Ye, Tao Ji kindly brought you out to play, but you called your brother to cause trouble. You're not giving Tao Ji face at all. Qin Ye felt both wronged and angry. Wu Lily had been trying to befriend her since she started school. Qin Ye thought they were classmates, so she didn't guard against her. However, she didn't expect that Wu Lily would be this kind of person. At that moment, Qin Tianci pointed at Wu Lily and asked her, Did she pull you into this? Wu Lily was startled by Qin Tianci's cold stare, but after looking around, she felt emboldened again. She bravely shouted, I did pull her here, so what? With Tao Ji protecting me, dare you hit me? As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Tianci raised his hand and slapped her face. The force of the slap sent Wu Lily crashing onto the table, sending wine glasses flying and shattering. You're courting death, all of you. Go, kill him, and you can blame it on me. Wang Tao was enraged and pointed at Qin Tianci, roaring at the other boys. These were all college students in their prime. and they hung around with a rich second generation like Wang Tao every day. They weren't afraid of fighting and didn't hold back their attacks. They picked up the wine bottles and swung them toward Qin Tianci's head. However, Qin Tianci didn't even look. He put Qin Yeye behind him and took them all out with 3 strikes and 5 kicks. Some had bloody noses, others got a black eye. They were all a mess. The girls in the room were terrified by this scene. They screamed and ran out. Wang Tao stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. This was way too powerful. He frantically shouted at Qin Tianci, You have some nerve. Do you know where this is? This is Scarface's territory. If you dare touch me, you and your sister will die. Slap. Qin Tianci, as if he didn't hear, immediately slapped Wang Tao across the face. The force of the slap made Wang Tao dizzy and confused. He still wasn't satisfied. He walked up to Wang Tao and yanked him up by the hair, slapping him again and again. What place? Is it? Is it Scarface's territory, huh? Did you say you'd make my sister and I die together, huh? Wang Tao's head was spinning, and he was suffering terribly. He cried aggrievedly, I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. If you have the guts, kill me, or I'll call people to kill you both. Qin Yeye, you bitch, you won't be able to stay in school. Thud. Qin Tianci kicked him away. He sat down firmly on the sofa, though the sharp pain in Wang Tao's stomach made him curl up. He threw up all the alcohol that he had just drunk. You dare treat Taoji like that. You are finished. Wu Lily, seeing Wang Tao beaten like that, shouted angrily. Taoji is Scarface's minion. The entire Heavenly Cloud Club belongs to Scarface. You won't be able to walk out of here unscathed today. Hearing them talk about Scarface, Qin Tianci didn't plan on leaving with Qin Ye. Instead, he pulled up a chair and sat down. He said coldly, Is that so? Since you all keep saying that the so-called Scarface won't let me off, I'll give him 5 minutes. If I don't see him after 5 minutes, you'll all die. Qin Tianci was angry. Even though he usually seemed calm and collected, if anyone threatened his family, even if they were college students, he would not let them off the hook. Looking at Qin Tianci's sharp aura, everyone's hearts sank. Their faces turned pale. Wang Tao, oblivious to his situation, took out his phone and pointed it at him. You just wait, you motherfucker. Wu Lily, emboldened again, shouted at Qin Tianci, If you have the guts, don't run. You're dead once Scarface comes. Qin Tianci remained silent, took out a cigarette, and lit it. 4 minutes left. Seeing this, Wang Tao immediately unlocked his phone, went to his contacts, and dialed a number. 3 minutes later, the door of the room was kicked open. A man, leading a group of black-clad men, rushed in. His gaze was sharp and his voice was full of authority. Who dares to cause trouble on my, Li'er Scarface's, turf? Do you have a death wish? Chapter 56. What? Still not full from last time? Seeing the man with a scarred face leading the charge, Wang Tao instantly regained his confidence. He jumped up from the sofa and rushed to him. Scarface. Scarface. It's me, Xiao Tao. Li'er Scarface frowned, looking coldly at Wang Tao. Wang Tao, is this your first day here? Do you know the consequences for causing trouble here? Wang Tao was startled by his grim expression, but quickly pleaded, It's not me, Scarface. It's him. That kid brought his sister here to cause trouble. He pointed towards Qin Tianci, who had his back to them and was smoking, and Qin Yeye, who looked flustered. There were many people in the room, and Qin Tianci had his back to him, so Li'er Scarface didn't recognize him. He just coldly scolded Wang Tao. What kind of person you are? If it wasn't for the fact that your dad has some shares in this place, you'd have a leg broken for today's trouble. Scarface, you can't blame Taoji. Wu Lily, seeing Wang Tao being scolded by Li'er Scarface, immediately stepped forward to plead for him. Taoji was just being kind and took us out to play. That girl was ungrateful. When she was asked to drink, she refused, and then she called her brother to cause trouble. It has nothing to do with Taoji. Slap. As soon as she finished speaking, Li'er Scarface backhanded Wu Lily. Do you have the right to talk here? Wu Lily, seeing his terrifying expression, immediately covered her face, tearfully and silently. The other boys couldn't stand it anymore, and they stepped forward to defend Wang Tao. Scarface, what she said is true. Look at us. We were all beaten by that kid. Taoji had his head bashed in. He also smashed this place. He's smacking you in the face. Hearing them point the finger at Qin Tianci, Qin Yeye said with a pale face, That's not true. They wanted to force me to drink. When I refused, they forced me. They even drugged me. My brother? Shut up. Lier Scarface interrupted her angrily. Then, he pushed through the crowd and walked to Qin Tianci with a menacing air. At that moment, Qin Tianci remained expressionless. After taking a drag of his cigarette, he slowly looked up at Lier Scarface. That one look made Lier Scarface's breath hitch. His whole body froze. The next moment, slap. Lier Scarface backhanded Wang Tao, who was getting ready to watch a good show from the sidelines. I told you to shut up. Didn't you hear me? Wang Tao. But Scarface, I didn't say anything. Lier Scarface was furious. He kicked Wang Tao in the stomach, his anger overflowing. The curses that you were shouting in your heart were too loud and disturbed Miss Qin. Don't think I didn't hear them. Everyone? The room instantly became silent. Everyone's expression turned strange. Even Qin Yeye was stunned. What was going on? Wasn't Lier Scarface coming for her and her brother? Wu Lily and the other boys watched Lier Scarface start beating up Wang Tao for no reason, and they were all in a daze, staring blankly at what was unfolding in front of them. But the person who wanted to die the most at that moment was Lier Scarface. He had never imagined that the person sitting here was this great deity. He still remembered the time he had to eat shit like it was yesterday. Afterwards, when he managed to contact the Mad Butcher, he was only told one thing. If you don't want to be obliterated, if you see Mr. Qin, you'd better avoid him. If you can't avoid him, you'd better walk on your knees. Otherwise, even the King of Hell won't dare to take you. The fact that a fearless man like the Mad Butcher would say something like that made Lier Scarface, even if he was stupid, realize that Qin Tianci's identity was not something he could provoke. Lier Scarface, so this is your place, said Qin Tianci as he flicked away some ash. What? Still not full from last time? Boom. Lier Scarface's mind exploded. Thud. Without saying another word, he knelt down in front of Qin Tianci while everyone looked like they'd seen a ghost. Mr. Qin, I was wrong. Mr. Qin? Hearing this, everyone gasped, especially Wang Tao, who, covering his face, looked at Qin Tianci in shock. His whole body turned to stone. The others also looked shocked, unable to believe it. Even Qin Yeye was stunned. Lier Scarface looked like a bad person, and he seemed to have a very high social status. Otherwise, Wang Tao and those guys wouldn't have bowed to him. But such a bully was kneeling in front of her brother without saying another word? She was confused, and she suddenly realized that her brother seemed to be completely different from before since he was released from prison. The previous Qin Tianci, although he was a good student in everyone's eyes, she knew that Qin Tianci's personality was weak, insecure, and didn't dare to fight with anyone. He was a typical boy who grew up without a father figure. But the current Qin Tianci, he was domineering, confident, and calm. He exuded an imposing aura that could remain unfazed even when Mount Tai collapsed before him. What exactly did he go through in those 3 years? Not only did his personality change, but his identity seemed to have changed too. A person could not change completely in a day. During that time, he must have suffered a lot that she didn't know about. Thinking this, Qin Yeye stared in shock at the nonchalant Qin Tianci. Her eyes were filled with confusion, curiosity, and also a hint of heartbreak and regret. She felt sorry for the changes that Qin Tianci had gone through. She regretted her cold attitude when he was released from prison. She even used words to hurt him. Scarface, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling down to that kid? He's the one causing trouble here. How can you? Wang Tao was completely baffled and cried out. Slap him in the face. Lier Scarface roared, interrupting him. His underlings immediately rushed forward and started slapping Wang Tao like crazy. The surrounding boys and Wu Lily were terrified. And them. Damn it. They dare to offend Mr. Qin. Don't let anyone go. Beat them to death. Their shock didn't save them from being slapped. The other underlings took the order and rushed to grab the boys, furiously slapping their faces. The sound of slaps echoed throughout the room. Lier Scarface turned back to Qin Tianci and begged in a low voice, Mr. Qin, how is this apology? Is this your apology? Qin Tianci looked at him with interest, his gaze stern. Someone wanted to hurt my sister, and it happened on your turf. How will you answer for this? Lier Scarface felt a chill down his spine. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. I really don't know anything about this, but I will definitely find out who ordered this dog Wang Tao to do this. Mr. Qin, give me a little time. Okay, I'll give you time. Qin Tianci smiled faintly. But before that, I have something I need to do. With that, he stood up slowly. Li'er Scarface immediately gestured for his underlings to stop. Then, as Wang Tao's expression turned terrified, Qin Tianci took out the remaining pills from his bag. He poured a glass of wine and put all of the pills in it. He grabbed Wang Tao's mouth and forcefully opened it. You like to drug people, do you? Then enjoy this. Wang Tao's pupils shrunk. He completely panicked. However, Qin Tianci did not soften at all. He forcefully poured the drugged wine into his mouth. Everyone watching paled and turned as white as a ghost. After he finished, Qin Tianci grabbed Wang Tao's hair and threw him in front of Li'er Scarface. Find a pigsty, throw him in there. Once he finishes his fun, question him. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Tao put on a mask of pain, and he started to cry hysterically. No, don't do this. Mr. Qin, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have bothered with your sister. Give me one chance. I don't want to go to the pigsty. Qin Tianci smiled coldly. Don't want to? I'd rather hear you say that in Japanese in the pigsty. Hearing his emotionless, icy words, everyone in the room couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 57. A Thawing Sibling Relationship. 2 hours later, Qin Tianci sat in a quiet and luxurious private room at the Heavenly Cloud Club, with only Qin Yeye beside him. Just then, a maid walked in and knelt on the floor, pouring him a cup of tea. During the process, she kept throwing him flirty glances, as if she was captivated by Qin Tianci's charisma. Thank you. Just put it down, Qin Tianci said calmly as he took the tea. However, when he glanced at the maid, he noticed that her eyes were almost drawing silk as she stared at him, as if she wanted to devour him whole. Unable to help himself, he put down the teacup and asked with a smile, Is there anything else? Qin Yeye was still reeling from the shock of Li'er Scarface bowing to her brother. When she saw the maid flirting with her brother, she immediately stepped in front of Qin Tianci, her small face full of hostility. Thank you. If we need service, we will ring the bell ourselves. Seeing this, the maid didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled even more alluringly. Okay, enjoy your tea. She took out a business card from her chest and slipped it into Qin Tianci's hand, unbothered by Qin Yeye's murderous gaze. She said softly, Sir, this is my card. If you need anything, feel free to call me. I can provide any kind of service. With that, she gave Qin Tianci a wink and left the room with her tray. Vixen. Qin Yeye couldn't help but make a face as she watched the maid swaying her hips. Qin Tianci chuckled at her adorable antics. Don't be like that. They are just a group of girls trying their best to make a living. Qin Yeye scoffed, glaring at Qin Tianci. I don't know if she's a good girl, but a good girl wouldn't come to this kind of place. Then you're here too. Are you a good girl or a bad girl? Qin Tianci took a sip of his tea. Not bad. It smells good. But perhaps it was his imagination, the edge of the cup. Why does it look like there's a lipstick stain? I didn't come here on purpose. Qin Yeye was at a loss for words and stuttered to explain. If I had known that this place was this kind of place, I wouldn't have set foot in here. She looked at Qin Tianci like he was a thief, her face scrunched up unhappily. How long are you going to stay here? If your sister-in-law knows you're at a place like this, she will break your legs. Qin Tianci smiled. I'm waiting for a result. What result? Qin Yeye asked, confused. That's none of your business. Qin Tianci waved his hand, not wanting her to get involved in this matter. However, Qin Yeye was not going to give up. She leaned closer, staring intently at Qin Tianci with her bright eyes. Qin Tianci, who exactly are you? Qin Tianci's heart skipped a beat. He raised his hand and gave Qin Yeye a flick on the forehead. Call me bro. Is Qin Tianci a name you can use? I don't want to. Qin Yeye looked at him disdainfully, huffing. You won't tell me why that boss here is so afraid of you, so I will never change my address. Qin Tianci looked at her helplessly. You've been asking me for over 2 hours. Why are you still asking? Qin Yeye shook his arm anxiously. But you still haven't told me. Qin Tianci pursed his lips. He was getting annoyed with the girl's persistence. He simply explained how he got to know Li'er Scarface. However, he hid the real reason why Li'er Scarface was so afraid of him. This time, Qin Yeye had almost been harmed by Wang Tao, and it was obvious that someone had ordered him to do it. He didn't want his family to get dragged into this. So, Li'er Scarface was taught a lesson at the Xiao group by sister-in-law, and you were there. So that's why he's afraid of you? Yep. Qin Tianci nodded. Qin Yeye furrowed her eyebrows and stared at him for a while. I don't believe it. Believe it or not. Qin Tianci was annoyed by her persistence. He threatened her immediately. Adults have to do things, so kids should keep their mouth shut. If you don't behave when we get home, I will tell Mom where you went today. Seeing that he had brought up their mom, Qin Ye's face changed. She jumped up excitedly. Qin Tianci, don't involve your family. Don't tell on your family to your parents. How can you act like a brother? You know that I'm your brother? Now, immediately, shut up. Qin Tianci said fiercely. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. If you dare to bully me again, I'll give you a shoulder massage. Qin Ye had originally wanted to say something mean, but seeing that Qin Tianci took out his phone without saying another word and opened a contact called Mom, she immediately changed her tone. Qin Tianci, don't be too proud of yourself. Qin Ye massaged his shoulders begrudgingly. Call me bro. Qin Tianci took out his phone again and showed her the phone as if he was about to dial. Qin Ye could only squeeze out a smile. Okay, bro. Qin Tianci couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Before he went to prison, he and Qin Ye often argued like this. The siblings would often fight over the smallest things, neither willing to give in. But even though they fought, the siblings had a very good relationship. Since he went to prison, there had always been a gap between him and Qin Ye. No matter what he did, he couldn't bridge the gap. But after this incident, it seemed like their sibling relationship had gone back to the way it used to be. It made him feel very gratified. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Lier Scarface walked in. He bowed respectfully to Qin Tianci. Mr. Qin, he confessed. Qin Tianci smiled faintly as he drank his tea. How did he confess? Lier Scarface looked embarrassed. He glanced at Qin Ye behind him and chuckled dryly. A few pigs died. Oh, really? He's quite the fighter then, Qin Tianci laughed. What do you mean a few pigs died? Qin Ye asked curiously. Kids shouldn't ask what they shouldn't ask. Oh. Then, Qin Tianci patted Qin Ye's hand. Ye, go play in the room next door for a while. I'll take care of this matter. Okay. Qin Ye was very aware of what was going on. She didn't ask too much and went to the room next door. Only then did Lier Scarface relax and explain. Mr. Qin, Wang Tao said that yesterday, he met a mysterious woman. She gave him some money and told him to bring Miss Qin to the Heavenly Cloud Club today and let him do whatever he wanted. After it was over, he would just need to hand over a living person to her. A mysterious woman? Qin Tianci raised his eyebrows. Do you know what she looks like? According to Wang Tao's description, she seemed to have a scar on her face, and it seemed like her nose had just had a rhinoplasty. It seemed like she was pretty, but since she was wearing sunglasses, he couldn't describe her fully. Rhinoplasty? Qin Tianci narrowed his eyes slightly. A woman's face popped into his mind. His tone turned cold. Su Qing. Chapter 58. Severing an Arm. Based on Wang Tao's description, Qin Tianci immediately identified the culprit. The woman who told Wang Tao to attack Qin Ye was Su Qing. Among the people he knew, only Su Qing was capable of doing such a thing. Su Qing? Lier Scarface had never heard of this strange name. He asked with confusion, who is she? Qin Tianci smiled faintly. Do you know what Zhuge Liang borrowed in his straw boats? Arrows. That's right. All of those arrows were borrowed from Su Qing. Qin Tianci nodded. Lier Scarface? Before he could gather his thoughts, Qin Tianci asked again, what about the others in the room? Lier Scarface quickly came back to his senses and answered, they are all still inside. I haven't let anyone leave. Bring that Wu Lily here. Qin Tianci waved his hand. Yes. Soon, Wu Lily was pushed into the room by Lier Scarface. Wu Lily was trembling, her face still red from the slaps she had received. When she saw Qin Tianci sitting in the room drinking tea, her face turned as white as a sheet. Kneel down. Lier Scarface shouted angrily, scaring Wu Lily so much that her legs gave out, and she knelt in front of Qin Tianci. Bro, no, Mr. Qin, I don't know anything. Please let me go. I really don't know anything. Shut up. Lier Scarface grabbed her hair and threw her in front of Qin Tianci, looking fierce. Mr. Qin, ask her anything you want. She will answer honestly. If she lies, humph, the brothers outside are very hungry. Hearing this, Wu Lily was so terrified that she was about to lose her soul. Tears almost spilled out. She never imagined that she would offend such an important figure just by saying a few words for Wang Tao. She felt utterly hopeless. Qin Tianci looked at her terrified face. He lit a cigarette and said calmly, don't be so nervous. He's just trying to scare you. I'll just ask you a few questions. After that, you can leave. Mr. Qin, please ask. If I know anything, I will tell you everything. Wu Lily was like a frightened bird. She nodded frantically as she cried. My sister's first day of school was today. Why did you target her? Wu Lily quickly replied, I just saw that Taoji. Wang Tao was very interested in her. I wanted to help Wang Tao get close to her. I had no other intentions. What's your relationship with Wang Tao? Why would you go out of your way to help him flirt with girls? Qin Tianci asked. He is our class monitor, and he also knows people in society. He's like a school bully, and no one dares to disobey him. When we first entered the school, there were rumors that as long as he took a liking to a girl, he would definitely be with her at a hotel within 3 days. I have no money, but he is very generous. I worked as his wingman and helped him sleep with several girls. They gave me good rewards. So this time, when he wanted to attack my sister, you secretly cooperated with him? The smile on Qin Tianci's face slowly faded. His gaze turned cold. Why, yes. Wu Lily was overwhelmed by the pressure of Qin Tianci's presence. She was trembling uncontrollably. Sweat soaked her back. Qin Tianci took a drag of his cigarette and asked again, what happened to those girls who were taken to hotels? However, at this question, Wu Lily's pupils shrank. The tremendous fear made her lose her composure. She started banging her head on the ground. I really don't know, Mr. Qin. I just wanted to make a little money. I really didn't hurt them. Seeing her panic, Qin Tianci's tone turned cold. You just made some money, but did you ever consider the kinds of things those girls would have to suffer? How would Wang Tao, that beast, treat them? Judging by how skilled Wang Tao was at drugging Qin Yeye, it was obvious that this wasn't the first time he had done this kind of thing. Qin Tianci could hardly imagine how many of Wang Tao's underlings were lining up after he was done playing with a girl. Wu Lily was speechless, her face full of fear. Qin Tianci turned to Li Er Scarface, his gaze like a sharp blade. You knew what Wang Tao was doing at your club, right? Li Er Scarface didn't expect Qin Tianci to turn the finger on him. His face immediately turned pale. He lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. I did know, but since I have a business to run, and his dad has shares here, I just turned a blind eye? Qin Tianci cut him off with an undeniable tone. Sever an arm. Boom. Hearing this, both Li Er Scarface's and Wu Lily's minds exploded. Li Er Scarface stared blankly at Qin Tianci. Seeing that he wasn't leaving any room for negotiation, Li Er Scarface revealed a cruel look. He took out a machete and, under Wu Lily's terrified gaze, he directly chopped off his own arm. During the entire process, Li Er Scarface didn't even utter a sound. His face had turned pale, and he was in incredible pain. However, Qin Tianci didn't even frown. He didn't even look at him. Li Er Scarface was indeed a man. He picked up the severed arm, knelt down in front of Qin Tianci, and said, Mr. Qin, please forgive me. Back in the past, there was a story of a man carrying a thorn to ask for forgiveness. But today, Li Er Scarface had set a new precedent, offering his severed arm to beg for forgiveness. If I ever find out that you from the Sanha gang are doing such things again, you can just cease to exist. Qin Tianci took a drag from his cigarette, speaking indifferently. However, these words were like music to Li Er Scarface's ears. He thanked him profusely. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Wu Lily was dumbfounded. This was Li Er Scarface. He was the biggest figure in Sanha in Jiangling. Now, just because of one word from Qin Tianci, he chopped off his own arm. And getting his forgiveness was as if he had won the lottery. Instantly, Wu Lily felt an unprecedented sense of fear spreading through her heart. What exactly was the identity of her new classmate's brother? How could he make the leader of the Sanha gang so terrified? Then, Qin Tianci looked at Wu Lily again. What happened to those girls who were tortured by Wang Tao? Wu Lily was startled. What kind of situation? Didn't they try to cause a ruckus? Qin Tianci raised his eyebrows slightly. They did. But Wang Tao's family has power. It didn't amount to anything. Later, most of them went out and became prostitutes. Some who didn't. At this point, she didn't dare to continue. What happened? Qin Tianci pressed her. Either they jumped or slit their wrists and died, or they were sold to Myanmar. Wu Lily said, completely drained, when she finally said those last few words. When her words landed, Qin Tianci's expression became exceptionally cold. A murderous intent filled the entire room. Wu Lily was so scared by his sudden murderous intent that her whole body trembled. She shouted hysterically. These things are none of my business, Mr. Qin. It was all Wang Tao and the others. And also, I heard something. Wang Tao has someone backing him. Those who were forced to become prostitutes, Wang Tao was following a woman's orders. She sent them to the Somali Club. The Somali Club? Qin Tianci's pupils shrunk. He had heard of the Somali Club. It was owned by the Su family. It seemed that the Su family, who had developed so quickly within 3 years, had already developed a complete black industrial chain. Instantly, Qin Tianci understood. It seemed like he had discovered something unusual. Chapter 59. The Jiang family's young master, Jiang Tianyu. A good one, the Su family. Qin Tianci's gaze grew colder and colder. He looked at Wu Lily, who had already lost her soul. The atmosphere in the room dropped to a freezing point, making everyone feel terrified. At that moment, Lier Scarface, seeing that the situation was more or less resolved, bandaged his severed arm. Then, despite his pain, he stepped forward and asked, Mr. Qin, what do you want to do with her? Qin Tianci was silent for a moment, and then he lit a cigarette. Send her to the police station. Okay. Without saying another word, Lier Scarface grabbed Wu Lily's hair and dragged her out of the room like a dead dog. No, Mr. Qin, I still have to go to school. Don't make me go to jail. My family is scraping together all their money to send me to college. You can't do this to me. Wu Lily wailed at Qin Tianci as if she had gone mad. However, he acted like he hadn't heard a thing and sat still in place. After Wu Lily was dragged away, Qin Yaya poked her head out from the back. Bro, did they all leave? Qin Tianci smiled and waved her over. Qin Yaya immediately walked in from the door, but her expression was complicated. Bro, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? Hearing this, Qin Tianci forced a smile. He reached out and patted her head affectionately. Suddenly, he grabbed Qin Yaya's ear, his smile instantly disappearing. If I ever find out that you're in this kind of place again, I'll break your legs. Do you understand? Seeing her brother's face change faster than flipping a book, Qin Yaya immediately winced in pain. Bro, I was wrong. Don't pull it. It's going to fall off. Qin Tianci snorted and released her. Qin Yaya looked at Qin Tianci, her ears hurt, with a wronged expression. Seeing that his expression was still very ugly, and that his attitude was different than when he was released from prison, she lowered her head pitifully. Let's go home. Oh, okay. At the same time, Jiangling City Airport. The entire flight route was blocked off. Then, a private jet descended from the sky, landing safely on the tarmac. After the cabin door opened, a tall, handsome man stepped out. A group of butlers and servants were standing under the cabin door. When they saw the man, they all bowed respectfully and said in unison, Welcome home, young master. The man was expressionless, his aura powerful, making everyone afraid to look directly at him. At that moment, Zhang Haobo and Zhang Dihai walked over from not far away. They opened their arms and greeted him with a smile. Son, you're finally back. The man took off his sunglasses, smiled faintly, and embraced Zhang Dihai. Then, his face turned cold as he looked at Zhang Haobo. Bro. Slap. Before he could finish, the man slapped Zhang Haobo across the face, his tone full of anger. Waste. Even Zhang Haobo, who was a famous playboy, didn't dare to say a word in front of this man after being slapped in the face. You can't even deal with a czar. What are you good for? The man scolded coldly. Zhang Haobo's face was very ugly, but he still explained. It's not my fault, bro. It was all that bitch, Xiao Qianxue. She found a fiancé from who knows where, and he ruined everything. This man was Zhang Dihai's eldest son, Jiang Tianyu. He was the vice president of the Jiangling Martial Arts Association. The powerful aura that faintly radiated from him was even stronger than the 3 thugs they had sent. Zhang Dihai tried to smooth things over. Tianyu, don't blame this good-for-nothing brat. It's also my fault for not keeping an eye on things, which allowed the Xiao family to pick up a bargain. Zhang Tianyu put away his anger. He looked at Zhang Dihai and said in a deep voice, I've already heard about everything. I've also had someone investigate that Qin Tianci. How is it? What's the kid's background? Zhang Dihai asked. Zhang Tianyu sneered. Qin Tianci, 25 years old. 3 years ago, he got engaged to Su Qing from the Su family. That night, that woman reported him for rape, and he was jailed for 3 years. Zhang Haobo was taken aback. We know all of that, big brother. Did you find out anything that we didn't know? Why is that kid a martial artist? And how did he beat the Bai Mei brothers? Zhang Tianyu glanced at him. Not long after he went to prison, he was transferred to Lingdu prison for some reason. Lingdu prison? Hearing this, the father and son were both shocked. He was just a convicted rapist. How could he be transferred to Lingdu prison? No wonder they were so shocked. Everyone who was locked up in Lingdu prison was a notorious international criminal who was capable of causing chaos. To put it bluntly, what qualifications did Qin Tianci have to enter that prison? However, Jiang Tianyu shook his head. I don't know the specific reasons. With my authority, I can't investigate that deep. But what is certain is that if he was able to enter Lingdu prison and survive there, it is not so strange that he has become a martial artist. The Tsar changing his mind last minute must also be because Qin Tianci has some kind of hold on him. Since they were cellmates for 2 years, there are definitely some things that we don't know. Hearing this, Zhang Haobo suddenly realized and yelled, "Damn it! No wonder the Tsar acted like he saw a ghost when he saw him. So that kid had interacted with him in prison." With Jiang Tianyu's information, they subconsciously determined that Qin Tianci was just the Tsar's cellmate, and that the kid had probably climbed up to some kind of big shot in Lingdu prison, who taught him a move or two. That's why the Tsar was so afraid of him. Suddenly, Zhang Haobo and Jiang Dihai felt that everything made sense. Jiang Tianyu continued, "I also had someone investigate. The Sanhe gang wanted to attack the Shao family previously, but Qin Tianci made a video call at that time. The person who answered the phone was a guy nicknamed Butcher who was locked up on the 3rd floor. After the call, the Sanhe gang immediately gave up on attacking the Shao family. Qin Tianci's connection must be this Butcher." Hearing this, Jiang Dihai looked as if he understood everything. The 3rd floor, the Tsar was just locked up on the 1st floor. No wonder. The Tsar was afraid of him. Zhang Haobo exclaimed excitedly, "Isn't he just some convict with a bit of strength? I thought the dog was some kind of god from the sky. Shit, he had me scared shitless." Unseen enemies always made people feel afraid and helpless. But now that everything had been investigated, why would the Jiang family have to be afraid? "Tianyu, since you've come back from the capital, what are your plans now?" Jiang Dihai asked at that moment. Hearing this, a trace of arrogant disdain appeared on Jiang Tianyu's face. What plan? Of course it's to take back what the Jiang family has lost. This Shao family, it can cease to exist. Chapter 60. The Jiang family is here. Stinky Qin Tianci. Bad Qin Tianci. Bastard Qin Tianci. Xiao Qinxue woke up early in the morning, and she was seething as she stared at the empty room. She was technically half-married, yet she still had to guard her empty room. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She was so angry that she woke up at 4 a.m. and sat on the bed, tossing and turning. Finally, she opened her eyes and watched the sun rise. She couldn't take it anymore. She hugged her pillow and started thrashing it violently. Yesterday, after she left with Lu Jiasin and Tang Xinro, they went shopping together and ate together. She also arranged for Tang Xinro to join the Shao group and had formulated a clear development plan for Lu Jiasin. All of this was something that other people would be envious of, but Xiao Qinxue gave it to them unconditionally. It wasn't for anything else, but to let Qin Tianci gain enough face in front of his 2 old classmates and old flames. On the surface, she looked very magnanimous, but in reality, Xiao Qinxue was already a raging dragon. But then again, what could she do? Even if Qin Tianci really had some kind of relationship with these 2 old classmates, what could she do? Cry, make a fuss, or even threaten to kill herself? She, Xiao Qinxue, wasn't that shallow. And also, besides those 2, he had 6 other fiancés who were all on the same level as her. If she cried this time, made a fuss, or threatened to kill herself, what about next time? After much deliberation, Xiao Qinxue could only sigh helplessly. What could she do? She had fallen for this man, and the most crucial part was that she was deeply in love and couldn't get out of it. In the end, she was just a glutton for punishment. But the more she thought about it, I'm so wronged. Xiao Qinxue hugged her pillow and started acting spoiled on the bed, her messy hair falling on her cheeks, looking very charming and beautiful. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Xiao Qinxue immediately looked happy, her lips curving up in a cute arc. "So, you do have a conscience." She put on her slippers and went downstairs, and when she opened the door, she was surprised to see that it was her father, Xiao Yang. "Ah, Dad, why are you here?" Xiao Yang was stunned, and his beard bristled. "What do you mean, why am I here? Are you disappointed to see me?" AI. Xiao Qinshue's mood immediately deflated. She turned around and walked back to the living room without looking back. Xiaoliang was speechless at his daughter's behavior. He walked in with his hands behind his back, only to find that Xiao Qinxue was still listless. He couldn't help but nag her. Yesterday, after you came back, you didn't look good. What's wrong? Is work not going well?
No.
Xiao Qinxue tossed her head, not wanting to talk. Xiao Liang sighed deeply. As a father, how could he not understand his own daughter? He walked over and sat down on the sofa silently, sighing. When he sighed for the 13th time, Xiao Qinxue couldn't take it anymore, and she said with annoyance, "Dad, you came to my place so early in the morning. What are you trying to say? Why do you keep sighing?" Xiao Liang was speechless, then sighed for the 14th time. "Swear, why don't I talk to your grandfather about breaking off this engagement? Don't you dare break it off." Hearing that, Xiao Qinxue jumped up like she had stepped on her tail. "If you dare mention breaking off the engagement to Grandpa, I'll never forgive you." Xiao Liang frowned. "You silly girl, I'm just trying to help you. Look at that kid named Qin. What about him makes him a good match for you? Status, position, money?" The more Xiao Liang said, the angrier he got. "If he was better to you, I'd turn a blind eye. But you've only been together for how long? Yet he already dares to bring other girls to your house." Xiao Qinxue wanted to explain, but after thinking about it, she just waved her hand. "This matter has a reason. Dad, just drop it. I'm already annoyed enough." "I will say it." Xiao Liang's stubbornness was triggered. "That kid, he's arrogant, and I don't know where he gets his confidence from. He's even been to jail. If it wasn't for your grandfather threatening to die if I tried to stop you, I would have thrown a few $1,000,000 in his face and told him to get lost." Xiao Qinxue suddenly turned her head, staring at him seriously. "Dad, if you dare to do that, I'll elope with him tomorrow." Hearing that, Xiao Yang immediately lost all his anger. "Oh no, I was just joking. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Hee hee." Xiao Qinxue's face finally softened. Then she said firmly, "Whether he's a star in the sky or a toad on the ground, I'll only marry him in this life." "You." Xiao Liang's face flushed with anger because of her words. He could not do anything with her. Finally, he just stomped his feet. "Do what you want. But I'm telling you, that kid is restless. No matter which angle you look at it, he isn't right for you or for the Xiao family." He hesitated for a moment and continued. "Don't think that your father doesn't know what happened yesterday. The deaths of those 3 martial artists are no small matter. If the Martial Arts Association investigates, the Xiao family will not be able to protect you, and I will not let the entire Xiao family be buried with him." Hearing that, Xiao Qinshue's face turned pale. "Dad, how did you know?" What in the Xiao family can be hidden from me?" Xiao Yang said angrily. "That kid has already poked a hole in the sky. You'd better take care of yourself." Just as he finished speaking, a butler rushed in with a flustered expression. "Master, something bad happened. Something big? What is it? Why are you so flustered?" Xiao Liang had a bad feeling and asked with a frown. The butler wiped his sweat. "The Jiang family. The Jiang family is here with their people at the Xiao family. They're in the main hall now." "The Jiang family is here with their people?" Xiao Yang's heart sank. He immediately understood what the Jiang family was planning. They're here to demand an explanation? Who from the Jiang family is here? All of them," the butler said shakily. "All of them? What do you mean?" Xiao Yang was puzzled. The Jiang family head, Jiang Dihai, and the second young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Haobua, and the butler's face turned even paler. "And the eldest young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Tianyu, is also here." Boom. Xiao Yang's mind exploded. "What did you say? Jiang Tianyu is here?" Xiao Qinxue also couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up and asked, "Jiang Tianyu? The vice president of the Jiangling Martial Arts Association? He's also here?" The butler nodded. "Let's go, let's take a look." Xiao Yang felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. He was about to leave, but he stopped and turned to tell Xiao Qinxue, who was following him. "The Jiang family is here to demand an explanation for those 3 dead martial artists. If you go, it'll make the matter even more difficult." "Dad, Xiao Qinxue wanted to say something, but she was interrupted again. "You leave this place immediately through the back door. Go find that bastard Qin Tianci and wait for my news. If you don't hear from me, take him and run. Run as far away as possible. Do you understand?" He said coldly to the butler. "Keep an eye on Miss. Do not let her go to the main hall." "Yes, Dad." Xiao Qinxue was anxious, but was held back by the butler. She could only watch with red eyes as Xiao Liang left. Chapter 61. You need your mom to cooperate. Meanwhile, inside the grand hall of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhinshan, with his cane, stood expressionless in the center, his aged eyes deep and calm as he surveyed the group of hostile figures who had just barged in. Zhang Dihai, it's barely even rush hour yet, and you're bringing so many people to my home. What is it? Are you here for some morning tea at the Xiao family's expense? Heh, old Master Xiao, you jest, Zhang Dihai said with a fake smile, shrugging his shoulders. I heard that you'd made a recovery, so I brought my eldest son, Zhang Tianyu, who just got off the plane last night, to pay his respects. Spare me the theatrics, Xiao Zhinshan scoffed, his whiskers bristling as he glared. Who in Jiangling doesn't know that the Xiao family and the Zhang family are at odds? You're here to pay your respects? Huh. You're more likely here to see if I finally kicked the bucket, wouldn't you say? Zhang Dihai chuckled dryly, a look of nonchalance spreading across his face. Old Master Xiao, I, Zhang Dihai, am still your nephew. Do you really need to be this hostile? Besides, Haobua and Qinshui have a marriage agreement. We'll be family one day. Bah! Xiao Zhinshan spat, his face contorted in disgust. Your good-for-nothing son? Worthy of my granddaughter? Take a good look at his sorry state. And that marriage agreement? What kind of garbage agreement? I haven't ever heard of it. Seeing that he was being directly cursed, the smile on Zhang Dihai's face froze. Zhang Haobua, emboldened by his numbers and with his older brother backing him up, immediately pointed at Xiao Zhinshan and yelled, Xiao Zhinshan, don't push your luck. Marrying your granddaughter is a privilege for the Xiao family. Do you think getting some random guy named Qin to be a shield will just let you cancel the agreement? I'm telling you, you're dreaming. Xiao Qinshui will only be my Zhang Haobua's woman. Xiao Zhinshan, leaning on his cane, watched the junior barking at him with an air of haughty arrogance. Sorry, we don't keep dogs in our Xiao family. You son of a... Zhang Haobua almost cursed, but was interrupted by a hand gesture from Zhang Tianyu, who had remained silent until now. Everyone fell silent, their gazes converging on Zhang Tianyu. He stepped forward from the crowd, his gaze like a wolf king, his eyes fixed on Xiao Zhinshan with calm confidence. Grandpa Xiao, we're not here today to pick a fight with you, nor to talk about marriage. Please don't misunderstand. Xiao Zhinshan snorted. Then you can leave. This old man gets a headache, and his eyes hurt when I see filth. Get out of here while I still have the patience. However, Zhang Tianyu ignored the insult, offering a faint smile instead. While we're not here to arrange a marriage for my brother, we do need your cooperation with an investigation. What gives you the right to demand our cooperation? Xiao Zhinshan didn't yield an inch. Does the name of the deputy chairman of the Martial Arts Association carry enough weight? Zhang Tianyu said, his voice calm. Despite the title, Xiao Zhinshan remained stubborn. So what if you're the Martial Arts Association? It doesn't impress me. You trespass on private property. Even if Chairman Liu himself came, I wouldn't give him the time of day. Now get out of here. Xiao Zhinshan. Zhang Dihai barked. Don't be so unreasonable. Tianyu is here on official business to investigate and apprehend. You have no right to stop him. Official business? Under whose orders? Xiao Zhinshan sneered. I, Xiao Zhinshan, have been in Jiangling for years. I take orders from no one, and no one in my family has broken the martial law. Will you leave, or will I call the cops? Zhang Tianyu remained unperturbed, gazing down on them all with haughty arrogance. I'm being polite by calling you Grandpa Xiao, so don't push your luck. He then began pacing the hall, hands clasped behind his back. A few days ago, 3 martial arts guests of the Jiang family vanished inexplicably. We haven't found them yet, and the Xiao family needs to provide an explanation. There's nothing to explain. Before Xiao Zhinshan could speak, Xiao Liang strode into the hall, his face grim as he faced off against the Jiang family. You Jiangs are quite interesting. Your own martial arts guests. You come to our Xiao family to ask about them? Does that mean if anyone goes missing in Jiangling, we'll all have to come to your place for an interrogation? Seeing Xiao Liang appear, Zhang Tianyu's gaze turned to him. Uncle Xiao, you're just in time. Since the old man won't speak, you explain. What happened to those 3? How should I know? Xiao Liang shrugged, his hands outspread. If someone goes missing in your house, you should call the police. Why ask me? Zhang Haobua was furious. How dare you say it has nothing to do with the Xiao family? Those 3 masters disappeared after going to see that guy named Qin. That's odd, countered Xiao Liang. I want to ask the Jiang family about this. Why did your family's masters, those martial arts guests, go see my son-in-law for no reason. Zhang Haobo was left speechless. He couldn't say that these three were sent to assassinate Qin Tianci, could he? Zhang Dihai glared at him, a good-for-nothing who always messes things up. At that moment, Zhang Tianyu seized upon Xiao Liang's words, asking calmly, "So, Uncle Xiao admits, Qin Tianci is the Xiao family's son-in-law?" Xiao Liang's eyes narrowed slightly. Since becoming the deputy chairman of the Martial Arts Association, Zhang Tianyu had grown so much in cunning. After a moment, he scoffed. "So what? My daughter's grown up, she wants a man. Is there a law saying the Xiao family can't find her a husband?" Hearing this, Zhang Tianyu nodded. "Since Uncle Xiao admits it, that makes things easy. Hand him over. I'm taking him back for questioning. Who do you think you are?" Xiao Yang exploded in anger. "My Xiao family's son-in-law, what right do you have to take him for questioning? What are you going to question? Do you actually think he's connected to the disappearance of your three guests? You must think he is far more important than he is. Whether he is or not, it's not up to you to decide. We need to investigate it." Zhang Tianyu's tone left no room for doubt. "Ha, how arrogant." Xiao Yang scoffed. "Don't think you can just demand people, Zhang Tianyu. I, Xiao Yang, am standing right here, and without my permission, no one's taking my son-in-law away. So, you're not cooperating?" Zhang Tianyu raised an eyebrow, his tone gradually turning sharp. "Cooperate? You need your mom to cooperate." Xiao Liang yelled, pointing at his chest with a boisterous voice. "No matter what that guy named. Qin is like, since he's in my Xiao family, he's part of the Xiao family. You want to lay a hand on him, you'll have to lay a hand on us first." With those words, the whole hall fell silent. Everyone watched as Zhang Tianyu's face turned darker and darker. Finally, he took a deep breath. "I understand. In that case, the Xiao family will pay with your lives for shielding him." The moment the words left his lips, Zhang Tianyu suddenly moved. Before anyone could react, he struck Xiao Liang in the chest with a punch. Xiao Liang was instantly sent flying backwards, crashing through a table behind him, spitting out blood. At the same time, Xiao Qinxue, watching the scene unfold on the surveillance cameras, had her eyes instantly welling with tears. "Dad!" Her hands trembling, she frantically grabbed her phone and dialed Qin Tianci's number. Qin Tianci was asleep when Xiao Qinxue's call woke him up, making him frown. Why was this woman calling so early? Could it be? He had a bad feeling about this. When he answered, he heard her sobs. "Tianci, where are you?" My dad is being beaten to death." Chapter 62. All the dogs of the Jiang family will die. When Qin Tianci heard Xiao Qinxue's cries on the phone, he immediately jumped out of bed. "What did you say? What happened to Uncle Xiao?" he asked, his voice low. "The Jiang family came with a large group to cause trouble," she sobbed. "Dad and Grandpa confronted them, and then Zhang Tianyu attacked my dad directly. He's a martial artist." As he quickly dressed, Qin Tianci asked, "Zhang Tianyu? Who is that?" Zhang Dihai's eldest son, and the current deputy chairman of the Martial Arts Association in Jiangling. They say he's incredibly strong, something like a Xiantian martial artist. Hearing Qin Tianci's voice, Xiao Qinxue's emotions gradually calmed down. "Can you handle them? They're coming for you because of the disappearance of those three martial artists." "Wait for me," Qin Tianci said simply, and Xiao Qinxue immediately felt a sense of security. Then Qin Tianci hung up. He was about to head to the garage to get his car, but remembering that he could move faster on foot, he simply opened the window and jumped out. He hadn't been gone long when Qin Ye knocked on his door. "Brother, are you there? I've made breakfast, and it's almost time for school." When there was no answer after several knocks, she tentatively opened the door. Where did he go? Meanwhile, Qin Tianci ran at full speed. The distance of a few kilometers was covered in less than 5 minutes, and soon he arrived at the Xiao family residence. At the same time, the sound of screams echoed from the main hall once more. Then, a group of bodyguards scattered and fell to the ground, while Zhang Tianyu stood in the center, his hands still in his pockets, looking proud, cold, and dismissive. "Uncle Xiao, you call this trash?" Xiao Yang was shocked. He hadn't imagined that Zhang Tianyu would return so powerful after spending some time cultivating. No wonder he was made deputy chairman of the Martial Arts Association at such a young age. Xiao Zhinshan, seeing Zhang Tianyu attack and injure his son, was furious. "Zhang Tianyu, don't go too far. This is a society of laws. What do you think you're doing?" Zhang Tianyu completely ignored his angry outburst. He arrogantly stated, The law means nothing to the Jiang family. What the Jiang family does is the law. He slowly moved forward, his tone domineering. Hand over the person, or the Xiao family will be wiped out. Xiao Liang, coughing up blood, roared with fury, "You wouldn't dare." Jiang Tianyu sneered and suddenly kicked a martial artist he'd already crippled, making the man gasp in pain before taking his last breath. "Uncle Xiao, I have limited patience. Qin Tianci has violated the martial law and needs to return to the Martial Arts Association to face the consequences. The Xiao family cannot protect him." Jiang Tianyu's chilling words made many in the hall shiver. This Jiang Tianyu was truly willing to kill in broad daylight. And as he said, martial artists who kill don't violate criminal law. Martial artists are only governed by martial law. And martial law is drafted by the Martial Arts Association. In other words, as the deputy chairman of the Martial Arts Association, Jiang Tianyu could do whatever he wanted now, and no one could stop him. Both Xiao Liang and Xiao Jinshan's faces became quite ugly. However, after just a few seconds of thought, Xiao Liang said again, "I've said it. If you want me to hand over my son-in-law, you'll have to walk over us. I don't believe the Jiang family can just do whatever it wants." "You're so stubborn." Jiang Tianyu frowned slightly, a hint of impatience flashing across his face. He moved forward and grabbed Xiao Liang's hand, twisting it harshly. The sound of bones cracking echoed through the hall. "I was only giving you a warning because you're my elder. Since you refuse to listen, don't blame me for what's coming next." "Dad!" Xiao Qinshue's cry came from the door, and she burst into the hall, shoving Jiang Tianyu away and helping the badly injured Xiao Liang up. "Dad, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Xiao Liang was covered in sweat from the pain, but he still gritted his teeth and roared at Xiao Qinshu. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to leave? What about the Xiao family if I leave?" Xiao Qinshu said through her tears, looking at her father's battered state. "You fool." Xiao Liang pushed her away. "This is not something you can be a part of. Since you're here, then don't leave," Jiang Tianyu said, his words cold. "You're Qin Tianci's fiancée. Interrogating you is no different than interrogating him." "Jiang Tianyu, you beast." Xiao Qinshu roared. "My dad carried you as a child and let you ride his bike. He's your elder. How can you do this to him?" Jiang Tianyu was unmoved. "Martial law has no compassion. The lives of my family's 3 martial artists are connected to you. If you have anyone to blame, it's your useless fiancé." He dared to offend people he shouldn't have. With that, he stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Qinshue's hand. She slapped him across the face. The sharp crack echoed and stunned everyone. Even Jiang Dihai and Jiang Haobo didn't expect Xiao Qinshu to be so brave as to slap Jiang Tianyu. "He's my man, and as long as I live, you will not touch him." Xiao Qinshu stopped crying, her pretty face now full of rage. Jiang Tianyu touched his cheek, his expression calm and cold. Jiang Haobo, seeing that his older brother's face was turning dark, quickly reminded him, "Brother, don't hurt this woman. I still want to play with her." Jiang Tianyu sneered. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Xiao Qinshue's hair. She cried out in pain. "Don't worry, I'll take her away and let you play with her." "Let me go." Xiao Qinshu punched and kicked Jiang Tianyu, but she was no match for him. Jiang Tianyu dragged her towards the door. Xiao Jinshan was so anxious, he almost jumped. "You beast, let her go." Xiao Liang grabbed Jiang Tianyu's ankle with his free hand, but couldn't stop his movements at all. He was being dragged on the ground. "Dad, let go, let go." Xiao Qinshu was reaching her breaking point at the sight of her father's miserable state. Just at that moment, Jiang Tianyu stopped, looking down at Xiao Liang who was holding on to him. His eyes showed a dangerous killing intent. "Since you're choosing death, then die." He raised his other leg and was about to stomp down on Xiao Liang's head. His strike was not holding back. If Xiao Liang were hit, he'd be lucky to escape with his life. Just when the situation was most critical, a cold voice echoed from the door once more. "If you dare to stomp that foot down, all the dogs of the Jiang family will die." Chapter 63. It's embedded so deeply it can't be pulled out. These words caused the temperature in the entire hall to instantly drop to freezing point. Even Jiang Tianyu stopped his foot in midair. He could feel an unprecedented killing intent engulfing him. His pupils shrank, and he turned to look at the doorway. There, he saw a man leaning against the door, with a calm expression on his face, smoking a cigarette, and radiating an ice-cold aura. Seeing Qin Tianci, Xiao Liang was momentarily stunned, then broke out into a hysterical rage. "You brat, what are you doing here? Get out of here now." Hearing that, Qin Tianci smiled jokingly. Uncle Xiao, didn't you say that you wouldn't let the Xiao family help me dig myself out of this hole? That doesn't sound like you. Seeing that he was still in the mood to joke around, Xiao Liang was so angry that it made his wounds hurt even more. You get out. Get out. Tianci. Seeing Qin Tianci, Xiao Qinxue, who had been in despair, was suddenly filled with hope again. She was so excited that she wanted to break free from Jiang Tianyu's grasp. However, he didn't let go. In fact, he tightened his grip. Xiao Qinxue felt a sharp pain, but the next moment, she realized that the force in Jiang Tianyu's hand had suddenly disappeared. She opened her eyes to see that Qin Tianci had somehow appeared between the three of them. At that moment, he was holding Jiang Tianyu's arm, his smile still present, but with an added touch of coldness. Jiang Tianyu's pupils shrank and his heart pounded in shock. From the door to here was at least 30 meters, and this kid had caught his hand in the blink of an eye. It had even caught him off guard. Just from that single encounter, Jiang Tianyu realized that the man before him was no simple opponent. Let go. Qin Tianci's voice, like falling into an ice cave, resounded in Jiang Tianyu's ears. In an instant, Jiang Tianyu felt as if his whole body had been swallowed by an overwhelming killing intent. The pressure was so intense that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. As the only member of the Jiang family to have entered the martial arts world, he had risen through the ranks quickly with his great talent. Even when facing grandmasters, he had never felt like this. It was as if the moment he refused to comply, he would die a gruesome death. However, due to his status, he suppressed his terror and stared coldly at Qin Tianci. You're Qin Tianci? The Jiang family. Ah. Before he could finish, Qin Tianci suddenly exerted force. Jiang Tianyu's arm twisted as if it were a towel being wrung dry, the bones inside reduced to shards. This scene shocked everyone present, especially Xiao Jinshan, Xiao Liang, and Xiao Qinxue. Seeing how the arrogant Jiang Tianyu had just had his arm crushed with a single hand by Qin Tianci left them completely in disbelief. At that moment, when Jiang Tianyu's arm was crushed, Xiao Qinxue took the chance to break free, retreating behind Qin Tianci and helped her father. Xiao Liang's gaze was full of terror. He stared blankly at what was unfolding before him. In particular, when he saw the killing intent in Qin Tianci's eyes, he couldn't help but shudder. Qin Tianci's aura was far stronger than Jiang Tianyu's. Could it be that this kid really possessed some hidden strength? Which hand was it that hit Uncle Xiao? Qin Tianci ignored Jiang Tianyu's screams and continued to ask, Qin Tianci, how dare you? Jiang Tianyu had never been humiliated like this. The haughty air he had a moment ago was replaced with a face of twisted rage. A terrifying aura burst from his body, pressing down on Qin Tianci. However, the latter simply took another drag from his cigarette. I'm asking you, which hand did you use to hit Uncle Xiao? Qin Tianci, you killed my Jiang family's martial arts guests, and you also dared to injure me, Jiang Tianyu. By martial law, you should be executed. Jiang Tianyu completely ignored what Qin Tianci was saying and continued to roar. Slap. As soon as he finished, Qin Tianci backhanded him across the face. Why are you barking? I'm asking you a question. Which hand did you use to hit Uncle Xiao just now? Jiang Tianyu. Everyone? Jiang Dihai was dumbfounded. Jiang Haobo was dumbfounded. Xiao Qinxue, Xiao Liang, and Xiao Jinshan were all dumbfounded. No, what were these two even doing? Were they just replying to themselves? Jiang Tianyu was left gaping, his head turned to the side. The powerful aura he had just summoned had completely dissipated from this slap. He had never imagined that as the deputy chairman of the Martial Arts Association of Jiangling, he would be repeatedly humiliated by this man. Absolutely. 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 He couldn't take it anymore. You have a death wish. Jiang Tianyu roared in fury. He swung his leg in a powerful sweep towards Qin Tianci's head. Qin Tianci dodged it. The force of Jiang Tianyu's kick shattered a marble table nearby. Xiao Qinshue's heart sank at the sight of this. Jiang Tianyu's strength had far exceeded her understanding. Based on what ordinary people knew about martial artists, she thought they were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. But now she realized she was wrong, and completely off the mark. A Xiantian martial artist's kick or punch was comparable to a hand grenade. It was terrifying. Instantly, Xiao Qinxue began to worry about Qin Tianci. Xiao Liang also snapped out of his shock. He muttered to himself, This is too strong. The martial artists we hired before were all show-offs, weren't they? Seeing that Qin Tianci had dodged his attack, Jiang Tianyu didn't stop. He delivered a devastating downward kick from above. Qin Tianci continued to evade. Crash. The floor was shattered by his kick. The entire hall was filled with dust. Jiang Tianyu, deputy chairman of the Martial Arts Association of Jiangling. What kind of mangy dog are you to dare challenge me in martial arts? Today, using martial law as my guide, I will execute you right here. Jiang Tianyu yelled angrily, clenching his other hand into a fist, and with lightning speed, suddenly appeared before Qin Tianci, smashing his fist towards the latter's head. The power behind this fist had been refined over 20 years. He believed that even a god couldn't withstand it. Zhang Haobo and Jiang Dihai sneered. Of all people to offend, he had to offend their Jiang family's most prideful young master. Wasn't this just asking for death? Xiao Qianxue immediately felt a dangerous premonition. She instinctively cried out, "Tianci, be careful." In a flash, Jiang Tianyu's fist was less than 5 centimeters from Qin Tianci's face, and he was about to die on the spot. Boom. A loud crash. Then everyone saw Jiang Tianyu's body shoot backward like a bullet, smashing into a wall and causing a massive dent. He was embedded so deeply, he couldn't be pulled out. Chapter 64. If there's no way to end it, then don't. Silence. Silence. And still, silence. At this moment, everyone in the hall stood frozen in place, as if petrified, completely silent. No one knew what had just happened. No one knew how Jiang Tianyu had flown out and embedded himself into the wall. Everyone had thought that Qin Tianci's face was about to be smashed to bits by Jiang Tianyu's punch, when, inexplicably, the latter was suddenly sent flying, as if he'd been hit by a truck moving at 180 kilometers per hour. What happened? Did you see what just happened? Jiang Dihai asked Zhang Haobo, his eyes wide, stammering. I didn't see it either. Big brother. Big brother. Zhang Haobo stopped mid-sentence, suddenly remembering something, and screamed as he ran to Jiang Tianyu. Tianyu! Jiang Dihai yelled, regaining his senses and turning pale. The two men rushed forward, one pulling his hand, the other his leg, and dragged Jiang Tianyu out of the wall. Jiang Tianyu was now covered in bruises, spitting out blood, and no longer had the arrogant, high and mighty aura he once had. His expensive suit was torn in many places. Xiao Qianxue, seeing this, covered her mouth, her face filled with terror. How could this happen? Xiao Liang, looking at Jiang Tianyu then back at the unmoved Qin Tianci, was completely dumbfounded. He had clearly seen that the kid hadn't moved. So why had Jiang Tianyu flown out? What went wrong? Qin Tianci, you bastard. What have you done to my son? Seeing his eldest son in such a state, Jiang Dihai pointed at Qin Tianci, his voice filled with rage. Qin Tianci, listening to his yelling, calmly took a drag from his cigarette. I asked him twice, but he didn't answer. I could only assume that he hit Uncle Xiao with both hands. Who knew he'd be so fragile? Fragile? He actually called Jiang Tianyu, a Xintian martial artist, fragile? In all of Jiangling, besides Governor Chun Yi and the chairman of the Martial Arts Association, Lu Daofeng, who would dare to say such a disdainful thing about Jiang Tianyu? You dare to hurt my big brother? You're dead. Zhang Haobo, hearing these humiliating words, was enraged. He pointed at Qin Tianci and started cursing. Not just you, but the entire Xiao family will have to be buried with my big brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tianci flicked the cigarette butt, which flew into Jiang Haobo's mouth. The latter's face immediately turned purple as he collapsed to the ground, coughing uncontrollably. How noisy! Qin Tianci frowned and suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jiang Haobo and kicked him a dozen meters away. Then, with a backhanded slap, crack, he struck Jiang Dihai across the face. The whole series of moves was smooth and flowing. You dog! I'm going to kill you! Jiang Tianyu, who was badly injured, saw his father and younger brother being abused by Qin Tianci. He could no longer bear the pain. He roared and threw another punch towards Qin Tianci. Qin Tianci didn't even look at him. He casually flicked away his punch, then reached out and grabbed his head with a snap. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, he lifted him up. Hiss. Xiao Liang and the others simultaneously gasped. A powerful figure like Jiang Tianyu was like a toy in Qin Tianci's hands, with no ability to retaliate. This moment, Xiao Liang suddenly remembered the words that Qin Tianci had once told him. My path, no one can walk, no one dares to walk, and no one is worthy to walk. At the time, he didn't understand why Qin Tianci could say such arrogant things. But now, Seeing how even a powerful martial artist like Jiang Tianyu couldn't even touch him, were his words really just grandiose, arrogant ramblings? For a moment, Xiaoliang felt that he knew nothing about this kid who had spent 3 years in prison. Xiao Qianxue was also completely shocked. She knew that Qin Tianci was a martial artist, but she had never expected her fiancé to be so powerful. A feeling she had never felt before, of admiration, washed over Xiao Qianxue. At the same time, she was glad that she hadn't looked down on him because of his background. On the other hand, Xiao Zhanshan, after seeing Qin Tianci's actions, had a look of shrewdness in his old eyes and a deep smile on his face. "You dog. Let me go." Jiang Tianyu was now unable to put on a strong front. He felt like his head was being grabbed by a crane, and his bones were about to break. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. A mere Jiang family dares to call themselves the law? It seems that Jiangling has become used to your one-sided control, so you can no longer see what you really are. Qin Tianci's cold words made Jiang Tianyu shudder. Jiang Dihai, covering his face, saw his son being abused again, lost his mind and shouted at the men from the Martial Arts Association. "The deputy chairman is about to be killed. Are you all just watching?" The martial artists snapped out of their shock, their faces turning even more ugly, but they still gritted their teeth and yelled at Qin Tianci, Quickly let go of Chairman Jiang. How dare you? You attack a high-ranking member of the Martial Arts Association. You must be tired of living. It's best if you stop right now. If Chairman Jiang suffers any harm, you're all finished." Hearing this, Qin Tianci turned his head to look at them, a cold sneer on his face. "When he was trying to kill my family, why didn't you say anything?" As soon as he said that, those who had been denouncing Qin Tianci fell silent, looking at each other. "Are you saying that he can hurt us, but we can't retaliate?" Qin Tianci asked again. Their faces flushed red, not knowing how to answer. "Stop with the crap." Jiang Dihai didn't care about any of this anymore. "You and the Xiao family committed a capital crime when you attacked the deputy chairman of the Martial Arts Association. You're guilty beyond redemption. You can wait for all the martial artists in the country to come after you." Hearing this, Qin Tianci let out a cold laugh. "Is that so? Then let's see if anyone dares to hunt me down." Crack. Qin Tianci's hand applied more force, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from Jiang Tianyu's head. Ah! Jiang Tianyu screamed, thrashing with his legs and fists, but it was all useless. "Tianyu!" Jiang Dihai was completely shocked. He had never thought that Qin Tianci would dare to kill his son in front of so many people from the Martial Arts Association. Even Xiaoliang couldn't help but shout, "Kid, that's enough. Don't go too far. There's no way to end this if you do." "If there's no way to end it, then don't," Qin Tianci said coldly. His hand suddenly exerted more force. Stop. Just then, a middle-aged man's dignified, forceful shout came from outside the door, making everyone present shiver. However, it had no effect on the killing intent that Qin Tianci had decided on. Crack. With the last sound of bones breaking, Jiang Tianyu's eyes popped. His face turned from red to white. He stopped screaming, and the hands that were gripping Qin Tianci's arm gradually loosened. He was dead. Chapter 65. The Governor of the Three Rivers Province. Chunyi. As Jiang Tianyu's screams abruptly stopped, the hearts of everyone in the hall paused for a moment. Each face was pale, eyes fixed on the body in Qin Tianci's hands. He's dead? Xiaoliang mumbled in disbelief. Xiao Qianxue, recovering, also turned pale. Her mouth was covered with her hand, her eyes wide with shock. No one had imagined that Qin Tianci would dare to kill Jiang Tianyu in such a brutal way, right in front of everyone. The Jiang family had spent so much money over the years to nurture this only martial artist. But in the end, he was killed by Qin Tianci? Jiang Dihai, seeing this, completely lost it, crying out in pain. "You bastard! How dare you!" The man who had shouted earlier was now furious, and charged towards Qin Tianci, swinging his fist at him. This punch was much stronger than Jiang Tianyu's. Even the Xiao family members behind him felt a powerful wind sweeping through. However, Qin Tianci calmly stretched out his other hand, and with a loud thud, stopped his fist in midair. In an instant, the floor shattered. A shockwave spread from the two of them, forcing everyone to take several steps back. The middle-aged man was stunned. He hadn't imagined that his punch, which he had thrown with almost all his strength, would be so easily blocked by this kid. He threw another punch at his head. "Don't stop, die." Qin Tianci's cold voice made the middle-aged man actually stop, a look of terror on his face. At that moment, everyone recognized the middle-aged man's face. Zhang Dihai, as if seeing his savior, excitedly yelled, "Governor Chun, you're here just in time. This dog, killed my son in public." Governor Chun? Hearing this, Xiao Qinxue and the others were shocked. Was this the governor of the Three Rivers province, Chen Yi? Governor Chen? The legendary grandmaster? Although Chen Yi was middle-aged, his strong physique displayed a sense of power. He had a square, upright face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, giving him a heroic and energetic appearance. His gaze was locked on Qin Tianci. From that one punch, he could tell that the young man in front of him was not as simple as he appeared. When he heard the word die, he felt an involuntary chill run down his spine. He then loosened his fist, his eyes like sharp blades as they stared at Qin Tianci. Just then, a wave of footsteps suddenly came from outside the Xiao family compound. Then, a large group of fully armed martial artists stormed in and surrounded everyone. No one moved. Xiao Yang, seeing this, exclaimed, "The martial law police. Even the martial law police are here." As the name suggested, the martial law police were police officers who controlled martial artists. Most of them were top martial artists trained by the Martial Arts Association. They were there to monitor the actions of martial artists throughout the country. In terms of both strength and equipment, they were far superior to ordinary police. The Xiao family had never imagined that Chen Yi would be alerted, or that he would bring the martial law police. At this moment, a handsome young man rushed to Chen Yi and bowed respectfully to him. "Governor Chun, everyone is under control. What are your orders?" Chen Yi nodded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Qin Tianci. Seeing this, the young man looked around, noticed that Zhang Tianyu had stopped breathing, and immediately raised his gun, pointing it at him. He yelled, "Kid, drop the body immediately." Qin Tianci didn't move, his expression was still calm as water. "I'm telling you to drop the body. Did you hear me? Or I'll shoot." Seeing that he was ignoring his warning, the young man was furious. "Yifeng, step back," Chun Yi ordered. The young man named Yifeng was confused. "Governor Chun, he killed someone." "I said, step back," Chun Yi said sternly. Yifeng looked puzzled, but eventually lowered his gun, his eyes full of warning as he retreated. Chun Yi looked at Qin Tianci and asked, "You're Qin Tianci?" Qin Tianci smiled faintly, casually throwing the body aside and clapping his hands. He asked in return, "You're Chen Yi, the governor of the Three Rivers province?" "Impudent." Yifeng took a step forward, pointing at Qin Tianci and shouting angrily, "How dare you call Governor Chun by his name?" Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tianci backhanded him across the face. "When adults are talking, kids stay out of it. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am?" Yifeng was stunned by the slap. Since becoming the captain of the martial law police, he had never seen a martial artist dare to slap him across the face. This instantly made him explode with rage. "Hit you?" Qin Tianci said with a mocking smile. "If it weren't for Chun Yi saving you, you would be a dead man now." Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. Killing a martial law police officer? No one in the entire Dragon Kingdom had ever had such courage. Even the most heinous criminals in the Lingdu prison had to think twice when faced with the martial law police. "You motherfucker! You're asking for death." Yifeng, unable to endure such humiliation, tried to pull out his gun again but was stopped by Chan Yi's shout. "Yifeng, are you disobeying my orders now?" Yifeng froze, reluctantly suppressing his anger, and went back, but glared at Qin Tianci, seemingly determined to make him pay. Zhang Dihai charged forward, pointing at Qin Tianci and complaining to Chen Yi, "Governor Chun, this kid killed my eldest son, and beat my youngest son like that. How could you allow such a violent brute to appear in Jiangling? You must help my Jiang family." "That's not how it was," Xiao Qianxue said, stepping in front of Qin Tianci. She said to Chen Yi, "Governor Chun, it was Zhang Tianyu who brought people to our Xiao family and started attacking. He even hurt my father. Tianci was just acting in self-defense. If he hadn't, we would all have died at the hands of Zhang Tianyu. Please, see the truth." "Bullshit," Zhang Dihai yelled at Xiao Qianxue. "Tianyu is the deputy chairman of the Martial Arts Association. He always acts in accordance with the law. He was met with stiff resistance when he came to your Xiao family, and he only took action then. The Xiao family is full of evil, so don't try to wrong good people here." "You," Xiao Qianxue, seeing that he was distorting the truth, was furious. But before she could defend herself, Jiang Dihai interrupted her. Governor Chen, it was this kid who killed your 3 disciples. Tianyu was trying to avenge them, and he even died at his hands. Pity my son, who was honorable and righteous, sacrificing his life for his country. He then began to cry. No one could tell if his tears were genuine. Chanyi, seeing this, grew even more angry. He turned to Qin Tianci. Do you admit to what he is saying? Qin Tianci scoffed, his expression cold. Whether I admit it or not doesn't matter. Your 3 disciples deserve to die, and so did Jiang Tianyu. That's all that matters. So you admit your guilt? Chun Yi's gaze was cold, and he was ready to strike. Qin Tianci glanced at him. I advise you not to attack me here. You will not be able to bear the consequences. Ha ha ha. Chun Yi, hearing this, was stunned and then burst out laughing. Since I became a grandmaster, no one has dared to speak to me like that. You're quite arrogant, Qin Tianci. Qin Tianci shrugged and shook his head with a wry smile. Grandmaster? Heh. He didn't finish his sentence, but anyone could hear the disdain and contempt in his tone. Everyone present was dumbfounded. This was a grandmaster, the peak combat power in all of the Dragon Kingdom. Was he not afraid of being killed for that kind of attitude? Sure enough, Chun Yi's face had turned ugly, and he forced himself to smile. What a formidable youngster. He turned to Yifeng. Since you don't want to involve other people, we'll talk elsewhere. Men, take him away. Yes. Yifeng, unable to bear Qin Tianci's arrogance any longer, eagerly responded and stepped forward to detain Qin Tianci. Xiao Qianxue wanted to stop him, but Qin Tianci stopped her. Don't worry, I'll be right back. It just so happens that I have some questions for this Governor Chun. The last 3 words were spoken with a heavy emphasis, full of provocation. Chun-Yi simply glanced at him, then turned and walked towards the door. The Xiao family could only watch helplessly as Qin Tianci left with them, unable to do anything. Chapter 66. You're the one who should kneel. What did you say? Qin Tianci was taken away by Chun-Yi? Inside the Su family home, Su Qing was lying on the couch with a face mask when she suddenly heard the news. She jumped up, her face filled with joy. Su Lian was also extremely excited. That's right. I just got the news that Jiang Tianyu returned to Jiangling last night. This morning, he went to the Xiao family with people to cause trouble and even brought out Governor Chun-Yi. The Xiao family is finished now, haha. Hearing this, Su Qing took off her mask, unable to hide the joy on her face. Ha ha ha, the Xiao family is finally getting their comeuppance. That dog, Qin Tianci, is also finished. He didn't know his place. He thought he could become arrogant just because he had the Xiao family's support. Serves him right. However, Su Lian quickly composed himself, looking at the excited Su Qing, and said seriously, But I also heard some bad news. Su Qing paused, with a bad feeling. What news? Jiang Tianyu is dead. Su Lian hesitated for a moment. What? Su Qing was shocked, her face frozen. Big brother Tianyu is dead? How did he die? Didn't he go to the Xiao family this morning? Su Lian sighed and shook his head. The butler I placed in the Jiang family told me. Jiang Tianyu's head was crushed by Qin Tianci, and he died instantly. Hiss. Su Qing gasped, her pupils dilated with terror. Crushed his head? How could he die like that? Jiang Tianyu was a Xintian martial artist. A strong person of that level could only be killed by gunfire. Crushed his head. How could that be possible? I don't know the details, that's how he described it. Su Lian shook his head. Then, a hint of fear flickered in his eyes. This guy, Qin, after being in prison for 3 years, he seems completely different from the person we used to know. Even Jiang Tianyu wasn't his match. Su Qing's face turned deathly pale. How could this be possible? Was he really in prison for those 3 years? How could Big Brother Tianyu be? How could he? Su Qing's tone grew increasingly hysterical, her face gradually becoming contorted, and her voice becoming more shrill. Seeing this, Su Lian tried to calm her down. Forget it. You can't bring the dead back. As long as we can destroy the Xiao family this time, our Su family can take their place. And with the support of the Jiang family, you'll be able to find any man you want. You don't need Jiang Tianyu. Hearing that, Su Qing's face relaxed a little. She sat on the couch in silence for a long time before finally regaining her composure. Dad, you're right. I'm the princess of the Su family in Jiangling now. How can I pine over one Jiang Tianyu? Su Qing's face grew increasingly warped as she muttered to herself, her eyes wide. The Xiao family is doomed. Jiangling will be our Su family's territory soon. Let them fight. They'll all die in the end. Haha. Qin Tianci, that piece of trash, and Xiao Qinxue, that bitch, go to hell. Su Lian patted her shoulder. That's right. Everything is ready. We just need a final push. Qin Tianci, you fool, dared to kill someone in front of the governor of the Three Rivers province, and even killed the deputy chairman of the Martial Arts Association in Jiangling, within the territory of the Xiao family. Haha. The Xiao family will be implicated because of him. They're doomed. Dad, let's go. I can't wait to take over everything from the Xiao family. Su Qing stood up with a warped face, pulling Su Lian to go and take advantage of their misfortune. Seeing that his daughter was so excited, Su Lian could no longer restrain the ambition in his heart and nodded. Okay, let's go. Meanwhile, Chunyi ordered Yifeng to detain Qin Tianci, but they didn't take him to the police station or the governor's office. Instead, they went directly to the Jiang family home. It wasn't because Chunyi had ulterior motives, but because Qin Tianci had requested it. Chunyi didn't know what this dangerous young man wanted, but to investigate the matter thoroughly, he agreed. What confused him was that Qin Tianci showed absolutely no fear. He even fell asleep in the detention vehicle. This made Chan Yi subconsciously think that he was an extremely dangerous, world-class criminal. He immediately mobilized the governor's office's intelligence agencies to investigate his identity. When he found out that he had served time in Lingdu prison, he was immediately put on high alert. He stared at him the whole time, afraid that he might suddenly become violent and throw Jiangling into chaos. However, his worries were completely unnecessary. Aside from sleeping and smoking, Qin Tianci showed no intention of wanting to take revenge on society. But Zhang Dihai and Zhang Haobo did not have such pure thoughts. At that moment, Zhang Tianyu's body was brought back, and the two men were already distraught and heartbroken. This morning they were heading to the Xiao family together, but now they were separated by life and death. Zhang Dihai couldn't accept this reality. Qin Tianci, I'll make you pay the most painful price. I'll make your whole family die with my son. Zhang Dihai screamed in despair in front of Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu was his most talented son, and he'd cared for him since he was a child. But now, he had died at Qin Tianci's hands. This filled Zhang Dihai with hatred for Qin Tianci and the Xiao family. Even if he had to destroy his entire family, he would make Qin Tianci and his family disappear from this world. Dad, don't worry. Governor Chun will avenge our family. Qin Tianci and the Xiao family won't be able to escape, Zhang Haobo said to comfort him. But he didn't feel any sadness in his heart. Instead, he was secretly delighted. With his big brother dead, who would inherit the Jiang family? Wouldn't that be him? Just then, Chun Yi arrived at the Jiang family home with Qin Tianci in custody. My son, you died so tragically. Zhang Dihai immediately burst into tears, hoping to win Chun Yi's sympathy. Chen Yi frowned, then stepped forward and helped Zhang Dihai and Zhang Haobo up. He then waved his hand. Bring the prisoner forward. Yifeng, upon hearing this, pushed Qin Tianci forward into the Jiang family's main hall. Seeing Qin Tianci, Zhang Dihai rushed at him, his face distorted with anger. You animal! You took my son's life. Qin Tianci remained calm and looked around, then scoffed. This house is big enough. It's a bit of a waste to use it for your son's ashes. Everyone was stunned by these words. Zhang Dihai screamed, Governor Chun, did you see? This animal is still unrepentant, extremely arrogant, absolutely heinous. Chun Yi's eyebrows furrowed, and he said sternly, Prisoner Qin Tianci, kneel down and speak. However, Qin Tianci ignored him, instead changing his demeanor. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, his eyes flashing with endless pressure as he slowly approached Chan Yi. You're the one who should kneel. Chapter 67. Reversing the Heavens. Boom. A deafening roar echoed throughout the entire Jiang family compound. Even Zhang Dihai's wails were abruptly cut off. Everyone was shocked by the earth-shattering sound, faces paling, trembling uncontrollably. Even a grandmaster like Chen Yi had his eyes wide, his heart trembling with a hidden fear. It was a feeling of unease that he had never experienced before, ever since he had become a grandmaster. However, to maintain his dignity as the governor and a grandmaster, he forcefully suppressed this pressure. He stared at Qin Tianci and said, each word deliberate, you are incredibly bold. You've committed such heinous crimes, yet you dare to act so arrogantly? Do you think I won't bring you to justice right now? Justice? Qin Tianci sneered coldly. You, a mere grandmaster, dare to utter the word justice before me? A mere grandmaster? These words caused everyone present to gasp in shock once again. This was a grandmaster, and yet he was using such language to humiliate him. He was simply courting death. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Yifeng, who was young and headstrong, couldn't stand to see Qin Tianci humiliate the grandmaster that he respected so much. He charged forward, attempting to force Qin Tianci to kneel. Governor Chun ordered you to kneel, so you will kneel. And stop calling yourself a king. What are you? Before he finished speaking, Qin Tianci merely glanced at him. The next moment, Yifeng felt like he had been hit by a massive force. He was sent flying backward, smashing through a vase in the distance. Yifeng, as the captain of the martial law police, was strong. But just from a glance by Qin Tianci, he was sent flying and severely injured. What kind of monster was this man? Seeing this, Chun-Yi was shocked. He was about to attack, but Qin Tianci stopped him. Chun-Yi, I advise you to stay where you are. Instantly, Chun-Yi stopped. When he looked at Qin Tianci's eyes, he noticed that the lazy attitude he had before was gone, replaced with an inviolable regal authority. This kind of aura was something he had never seen before. Chun-Yi finally realized something was wrong. When had a figure like this ever appeared in the Dragon Kingdom? However, Qin Tianci did not answer. He stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sharp as knives as he stared at Chan-Yi. I ask you, do you have 3 disciples who have been guests in the Jiang family? Hearing this, Chun-Yi's heart skipped a beat. He did indeed have 3 disciples who had been working as guests in the Jiang family these years. After all, martial artists also had to survive. And the rewards offered by these large families to martial artists were never low. Therefore, as a grandmaster, he never stopped his disciples from becoming guests in such families. Yesterday, Jiang Dihai contacted him, informing him that his disciples had been killed. He was immediately filled with rage and decided to personally bring people to investigate. However, before he had a chance to question the person who had done the deed, the other side had already started questioning him. What was going on? Heavens were being reversed, weren't they? So what if I do? Facing Qin Tianci's pressure, Chun-Yi didn't dare to move recklessly. I ask you again, did you know that the Jiang family and your 3 disciples were involved in murder and robbery all these years? Qin Tianci's tone grew colder, and the temperature in the room dropped several degrees. That's a lie. Chun-Yi could no longer sit still. He stood up and shouted, My disciples have always been of impeccable character. You will not slander me here. Hearing this, Qin Tianci sneered. Is that so? Don't twist things here. Jiang Dihai, hearing Qin Tianci's words, immediately interrupted him, his heart in his throat. Governor Qin's 3 disciples have always been law-abiding in my Jiang family. Don't act like a villain and make false accusations. Did I ask you? Qin Tianci glanced at him. Jiang Dihai instantly felt a chill run through him. Even breathing felt difficult. Only when Qin Tianci looked away did he feel he could breathe again. Then, Qin Tianci spoke again. I ask you again, if I hadn't acted in time at the Shao family, the entire Shao family would have suffered at the hands of Jiang Tianyu. He pointed at Jiang Tianyu's corpse on the floor. Was he deserving to be killed? When those words fell, the terrifying aura spread once again, and Chen Yi's forehead started to sweat. Zhang Haobua, who had long been terrified by Qin Tianci's aura, tried to bolster his courage and cried out, That's not true. My brother never thought of doing that. The Shao family were resisting the law. My brother had no other choice but to strike. Governor Chun, don't be fooled by him. He's a murderer. A ruthless criminal. That's right. Jiang Dihai also forced back his fear to counter him. My son always upheld the law. He would never kill innocent people. He's lying just because he thinks there are no witnesses. Hearing this, Chun-Yi came back to his senses, glaring at Qin Tianci. But you killed someone in public. That's a fact that cannot be denied. Do you admit to this crime? Qin Tianci scoffed. Under everyone's gaze, he lit a cigarette, his eyes smiling mockingly. I admit it. What can you do about it? Not to mention just Jiang Tianyu. Even if I wipe out the entire Jiang family, what can you possibly do to me? Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone was shocked by Qin Tianci's arrogant attitude, mouths agape. No one had expected Qin Tianci to dare to speak such arrogant words in this situation. This caused Chan-Yi, who had suppressed his anger, to finally explode. You're truly an arrogant fool. I want to see what you're truly capable of, daring to challenge the laws of the Dragon Kingdom in broad daylight. With that, Chun-Yi leaped into the air. His entire body was bursting with an extremely powerful aura as he threw a palm strike at Qin Tianci. However, Qin Tianci ignored him. After exhaling a puff of smoke, he suddenly spoke. Kneel. Thunk. Chun-Yi, who was soaring in the air, suddenly felt a powerful force engulf his entire body. His body slammed onto the ground, and his knees crashed into the floor. Ah! Chun-Yi screamed, his voice echoing throughout the Jiang family compound. This scene completely shocked everyone. This was a grandmaster, and he just knelt like that? Jiang Dihai and Jiang Haobo stared in disbelief, completely dumbfounded by what they were witnessing. Chun-Yi was also shocked. When he looked up, he realized that Qin Tianci was like a towering mountain, standing before him. Just looking at him sent a chill down his spine. You, who are you? Qin Tianci slowly took a jade pendant from around his neck and tossed it to him. Do you recognize this thing? Chun-Yi was confused. He opened his hand and looked at the ancient jade pendant, shaped like a dragon. The next moment, his pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in shock, "The soaring dragon jade? You're M-. Chapter 68. I came here to eat." Chun-Yi's exclamation stopped abruptly. He couldn't say that last word. His back was already soaked in cold sweat, and his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. It was the first time he had felt the fear of death since becoming a grandmaster. Jiang Haobo, seemingly unaware of Chun-Yi's abnormality, pointed at Qin Tianci and shouted even more aggressively. "What's with that broken jade pendant? Who are you trying to scare?" "Governor Chun, you're a grandmaster. How can you kneel before this trash? Get up." Jiang Dihai also frowned, confused as to why Chun-Yi's face had turned so pale after seeing the jade. He took a closer look, but found nothing special about it. He was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but step forward to try to pull Chun-Yi up. He shouted at Qin Tianci, "You dog! What did you do? How dare you humiliate a grandmaster like this? You're dead." "Shut your mouth!" Chun-Yi suddenly roared. Jiang Dihai trembled and asked, Governor Chun, what do you mean by this?" "Get lost." Chun-Yi slapped away Jiang Dihai's hand. He yelled, his face contorted with rage, "Damn it! Jiang Dihai, what did you make my disciples do? If you want the Jiang family to disappear, don't drag me down with you." Jiang Dihai was dumbfounded. "Governor Chun, what are you saying?" "Yeah, Governor Chun, what are you doing?" Jiang Haobo said, standing up for his father. "My dad is only trying to help you. This kid is disrespecting you. Shouldn't he die? You are the ones who deserve to die." Chun-Yi, who had been shaken by Qin Tianci's identity, had completely lost his composure. He cursed, "What have you done, Jiang family? Tell me the truth, or the entire Dragon Kingdom. No, the entire world will have no place for you." Boom. The father and son's minds went blank. They didn't understand why Chun-Yi would suddenly act so erratically. But Jiang Dihai remained stubborn. "We didn't do anything. Qin Tianci is a dog who killed your disciple and my son. Governor Chun, even if you won't help us, why are you now interrogating us?" "Interrogate?" Chun-Yi stood up suddenly and grabbed Jiang Dihai by the collar. His eyes were red, like a beast, but also filled with fear. "You can thank your lucky stars that I'm interrogating you right now. You should be praying. You still dare to talk back. I really want to slice you up with a knife." Seeing his father being treated like this, Jiang Haobo was furious. "Why? Why is it that he killed my brother, and you're not asking him but you're interrogating my dad instead? Chun-Yi, you're the governor of the Three Rivers province. There are so many eyes watching you. Are you going to side with this rapist?" "Impudent." Chun-Yi backhanded Jiang Haobo across the face, knocking out several of his teeth. "What are you? How dare you speak to Mr. Qin like that?" "Mr. Qin?" Jiang Haobo covered his face in shock. First, it was the Tsar, and now it was Chun-Yi. Both were using the honorific term Mr. when referring to Qin Tianci. Was the Jiang family being haunted? "Chun, Governor Chun, what do you mean by this?" "What do I mean?" Without another word, Chun-Yi grabbed the two men by their collars and threw them at Qin Tianci's feet, forcing them to kneel. Yifeng, who had just recovered from his shock, rushed forward, confused, and tried to stop Chun-Yi. "Governor Chun, the criminal is here. The Jiang family is the victim. What are you doing? Get out of here. This is beyond your level." Chun-Yi roared at Yifeng. Yifeng's face turned pale. His mind was full of questions. He didn't understand why Qin had suddenly changed, as if he had seen something terrifying. And he also heard him say that this was beyond his level. What level was a murderer at? It was at that moment that he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Qin had forced the two men to kneel on the ground. Then, he had knelt himself. If you could explain the earlier incident as him being influenced by a strange force, how could you explain this? He was personally seeing Qin kneel before Qin Tianci of his own accord. A grandmaster, kneeling of his own accord? What was going on? Was the world about to end? However, Qin ignored Yifeng's shock. He lowered his head to Qin Tianci and explained in a trembling voice, "Mr. Qin, I have been the governor of the 3 Rivers province for 5 years, and have always been careful. I have never dared to do anything out of line. There must be some kind of misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Qin Tianci was not moved by his actions. He took a drag from his cigarette and said, "Didn't you say that your disciples were of impeccable character?" Chun Yi's heart skipped a beat. He immediately raised his head to explain. "That's not true, Mr. Qin. I've taught many disciples, but after they finished their training, I let them go to develop on their own. I have no idea what they did outside." Qin Tianci smiled with interest. "So you didn't come here today to help the Jiang family, or to stand up for your disciples?" Chen was sweating profusely. I came here to eat. They invited me to eat. You know, Mr. Qin, I never turned down an invitation for a meal." Jiang Dihai? Jiang Haobua? Eat? Eat your ass. The father and son duo were dumbfounded. They were petrified. They couldn't believe what was happening. "Chun Yi, what do you mean?" Jiang Dihai, having snapped out of his shock, could no longer sit still. He yelled at Chun Yi, "Have you forgotten how many gifts the Jiang family has given you all these years? Now you're trying to curry favor with a murderer and you're cutting ties with the Jiang family. How can you do this? Your disciple died at his hand, and my son died at his hand. You're a grandmaster. Don't you have any dignity?" "Shut up." Chun Yi was furious at his questions. "Dignity? Before Mr. Qin, my dignity is worth nothing. Let me tell you, Jiang Dihai, if you want to live, you need to confess all your crimes. Otherwise, even Jesus can't save you. All the dogs of the Jiang family need to be boiled, and all the earthworms of the Jiang family need to be cut horizontally." I said that. Chapter 69. The Laws of the World, but not him. Hearing Chen Yi's roar, Jiang Dihai's pupils widened. He never thought that Chen Yi would issue such a warning to him. Everyone knew that Qin Tianci was sentenced to prison for 3 years for a rape charge because of Su Qing. The Jiang family had also found out that Qin Tianci had served time in Lingdu prison, but no one had ever asked. Qin Tianci. Who was he? Why was he sent to Lingdu prison? In that instant, Jiang Dihai finally realized something was wrong. At the same time, Qin Yi ignored him. He turned to Qin Tianci and kowtowed deeply. "Mr. Qin, I was blind. Whatever punishment you impose, I will accept. Please have mercy on me, considering that I have contributed to the development of the 3 Rivers province." Seeing even a grandmaster like Chen Yi begging for mercy before Qin Tianci, Jiang Dihai panicked. He completely panicked. He trembled as he looked at Qin Tianci. Mr. Qin. Dad, are you also going to bow down to this animal?" Jiang Haobua yelled as he saw his father also change his way of addressing Qin Tianci. "Shut up." Jiang Dihai slapped Jiang Haobua across the face. "What is wrong with you? Can't you see what's happening? Isn't he just a rapist? Why are you so afraid of him?" Yifeng also did not realize the severity of the situation. He said excitedly, "He killed 3 Jiang family guests and Jiang Tianyu. He killed so many people. Doesn't he need to pay the price?" "Pay the price?" Heh! Chun Yi smiled, his voice mocking. He looked at Yifeng. "Mr. Qin doesn't need to pay the price for killing." Yifeng was confused. Why? Can he ignore the law? Can he treat the martial law as nothing? "You're right." Chun Yi looked at him like he was an idiot and said, "The laws of the world, but not him." Boom. These words were like a hammer, smashing into Yifeng's young mind. In his mind, the only person worthy of that kind of praise in the Dragon Kingdom was... But before he could figure it out, he saw Qin Tianci turn around and sit down on the main seat in the hall, his gaze claiming all before him. Then, he slowly spoke, his voice soft, yet it was as if a thunderclap reverberating and making everyone tremble. "Chen Yi, as a grandmaster and the governor of the 3 Rivers province, you abused your power and were negligent in your duties. Disable both your hands as a warning." When those words fell, everyone present was stunned. To make a grandmaster disable his own hands? That was simply a huge joke. Thump, thump. The next moment, 2 loud thuds could be heard. Chunyi's face turned pale. His arms hung weakly as he disabled them, without any hesitation or resentment. Everything felt so natural. The sinner, Chun-Yi, obeys. Zhang Dihai was dumbfounded. Zhang Haobo was dumbfounded. Even Yifeng was dumbfounded. With just one sentence, a grandmaster disabled both of his hands. How was that any different from taking away his power? This was the governor of the Three Rivers province, a grandmaster of martial arts. Yet Qin Tianci didn't even bat an eyelid. His cold gaze swept over Zhang Dihai and Zhang Haobo. Zhang Ling, the Zhang family. The father and son trembled. They looked at the emotionless youth before them and felt despair. Su Qing, Su Lian, the Su family. You've been supporting them from behind all these years, haven't you? Qin Tianci's tone was calm, but filled with killing intent. Zhang Dihai felt as if he were facing a great enemy. He immediately kowtowed. Mr. Qin, Su Lian and I were just partners. I didn't make her falsely accuse you back then. Qin Tianci's question had made him realize what he was after. He was here to avenge the Su family. He was after the Su family. It doesn't matter. Qin Tianci smiled faintly. Whether your Zhang family was the Su family's shield, I just need to investigate to find out. As for the Su family, I will deal with them myself. Chunyi then asked, Mr. Qin, I will make sure to investigate all of the Zhang family's crimes. Please give me a chance to redeem myself. Chunyi knew that if he didn't say anything, his time as governor of the Three Rivers province would be over. However, Qin Tianci shook his head and refused. There's no need. The Zhang family's crimes all these years are enough for them to die 10 times over. What's there to investigate? Just destroy them. He said it so casually, as if he were simply crushing an anthill. But it chilled everyone to their core. Mr. Qin. Zhang Dihai's eyes widened as he yelled, I was blind. Please have mercy. The Zhang family is innocent. Hearing this, Qin Tianci scoffed. Innocent? 3 years ago, the Su family was just an ordinary family that wasn't even a family. Yet, in just 3 years, it became a second-rate aristocratic family. He stood up and walked towards Zhang Dihai, step by step. Human trafficking. Forcing good people into prostitution. Hiring assassins. Smuggling information. Zhang Dihai, dare you say that you didn't know anything about the Su family's actions? By the end of his sentence, Qin Tianci's voice was as cold as ice, cutting to the bone. Killing intent filled the entire hall. Zhang Dihai was speechless, staring dumbfounded at Qin Tianci. He never thought that Qin Tianci had already investigated the Su family so thoroughly. And behind all of these crimes, the Zhang family was the one pulling the strings, so they had accumulated great wealth over the years. That was why Zhang Tianyu was able to become the deputy chairman of the Martial Arts Association at such a young age. The Zhang family must be destroyed. Chunyi was shocked. He hadn't imagined that the Zhang family, whom he had associated with, had been involved in such dark activities, and had even deceived him. He was immediately filled with shock and anger. Men, tie these 2 animals up. Control the rest of the Zhang family. Don't let a single fly escape. Yifeng was still in shock, but he snapped back into reality. He immediately obeyed. Yes. Zhang Dihai knew that the Zhang family was doomed. His begging expression changed to a twisted one. He pulled out a special gun from his pocket. You want to destroy our Zhang family? You'll die with us. Bang. The gun fired, and the bullet flew towards Qin Tianci's head. Chun-Yi and the others were shocked. But the next moment, they saw that Qin Tianci was standing still, and the bullet was being held between his 2 fingers. His gaze was cold, and he looked down on everything. Unrepentant. Whoosh. Qin Tianci flicked his wrist. The bullet pierced through Zhang Dihai's hand, and the gun fell to the ground. He screamed, and Yifeng stepped forward to restrain him. However, Zhang Dihai was still not giving up. He thrashed and screamed at Qin Tianci, Qin Tianci, just because Chen-Yi is afraid of you doesn't mean everyone else is. If you kill me and destroy the Zhang family, the people behind me won't let you go. Then, your entire family, and the Xiao family, will all be buried with the Zhang family. Chapter 70. I, Xiao Qianxue, will be his partner in death. At the same time, inside the Xiao family residence. Not long after Chunyi had left with Qin Tianci, Su Lian arrived at the Xiao family home with Su Qing and a large number of Su family thugs. Xiao Qinxue, who was already anxious because Qin Tianci had been taken away, saw the Su family trying to take advantage of their situation. She could no longer suppress the anger she was feeling. She grabbed a vase and smashed it in front of Su Qing. It's understandable that the Jiang family is targeting the Xiao family, but you, the Su family, you want to take advantage? Don't look at yourself in the mirror. Get out. However, Su Qing was not intimidated by her rage. She crossed her arms and said arrogantly, Xiao Qinxue, CEO Xiao, your Xiao family is doomed. Why are you still so angry? Su Lian laughed smugly. It's not like we are not giving you a chance. If you sign this contract, I, as the head of the Su family, guarantee that you will get some scraps of the soup left over after we're done with the Xiao Corporation. He gestured for his subordinate to hand Xiao Qinxue a contract. Xiao Qinxue took the contract, her face becoming even more pale. She immediately tore it up. You want to buy the Xiao Corporation for $1? Su Lian, if you think your brain isn't working properly, I don't mind paying for you to see a doctor. Seeing that she had torn the contract, the Su family father and daughter's faces became dark. Xiao Qinxue, don't push your luck. Who doesn't know the current state of your Xiao family? We came here with good intentions. After some time, when the Xiao family completely falls apart, no one will want to take over your mess. Su Qing threatened, her face full of arrogance. Even if I burn the Xiao Corporation to the ground, I will never let you bastards have it. Seeing that she wouldn't give in to either coercion or enticement, Su Lian sneered. Heh, it seems that CEO Xiao is very brave. Perhaps you don't know what your Xiao family is about to face. What are you going to say? Xiao Qinxue stared at him coldly. Say? Heh, Su Qing scoffed. Qin Tianci killed 3 martial artists of the Jiang family, and those 3 martial artists were Governor Chen's disciples. As soon as his crimes are confirmed, you, as his fiancée, will be facing the risk of having your entire family destroyed. In the entire Jiangling, there will be no place for you. Do you really think you're still the privileged young lady of the Xiao family? Su Qing had always been self-absorbed. She had always been pampered since she was a child. But when she saw Xiao Qinxue on TV for the first time, all her pride was shattered. Moreover, 3 years ago, the Su family was just a small family of Jiangling. However, with the support of the Jiang family, the Su family had become increasingly powerful. Finally, they had the chance to take over the Xiao family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have secretly colluded with Xiao Liu. Now, she had finally obtained the chance to take over the Xiao family. Looking at Jiangling's most beautiful woman, who she could never compare to before, being suppressed by her, she felt a twisted sense of satisfaction. Hearing this, Xiao Qinxue's face changed. After Qin Tianci had killed the 3 martial artists, she had been feeling uneasy, but she hadn't imagined that it would be so serious. But, if that's all you have to say, then you're going to be disappointed. Xiao Qinxue had initially been angry, but when she heard Su Qing's words, she calmed down. Su Qing frowned, then said sarcastically, you don't think that Qin Tianci can escape from Governor Qin's judgment today, do you? Xiao Qinxue, you truly love that wild man. TSK. Wild man? Xiao Qinxue sneered with arrogance. If Tianci is a wild man, then you're nothing but a used-up whore that no one wants, not even a wild man. You. Su Qing was furious. She hadn't thought that such vulgar words would come out of Xiao Qinshue's mouth. Xiao Qinshue's expression became cold. She stared at Su Qing, each word deliberate. Whore, don't dream. Today, I, Xiao Qinxue, will say this here. If Tianci can't get through this, then I, Xiao Qinxue, will give up the entire Xiao Corporation to save him. If he lives, I will be with him forever. If he dies, then I will be his partner in death. Hearing this, the Su family and the Xiao family members were stunned. Su Qing in particular couldn't understand why Xiao Qinxue would be willing to pay such a high price for Qin Tianci. Xiao Yang then spoke, Swear, although I don't like that brat, he is still the Xiao family's son-in-law. Go for it. Your father will always support you. Xiao Jinshan also chuckled with his cane. It seems that my Xiao family's education has always been successful. Unlike some, who nurture their daughters into animals just for petty gains. Like they say, the upper beam isn't straight, the lower beam is crooked. Old thing, what are you talking about? Su Lian was furious. He pointed at Xiao Jinshan, his face contorted in anger. You're going to die, but you're still putting on an act here. I'm telling you, the Xiao family will have to sign this contract, whether you want to or not. You have no right to choose. Xiao Qinxue took a deep breath, staring at the father and daughter with determination. I'd rather be broken jade than be intact tile. I am Tianxi's woman. I will carry the blame for his actions. Even if I cannot hold on, it is not up to the likes of you to disrespect me. All right. Su Qing, agitated by Xiao Qinshua's attitude, said, since you are determined to be buried with that trash, I will wait and see how you die. After that, Su Lian's phone rang. He picked it up and, seeing that it was Jiang Dihai calling, he was delighted. He showed it off to Xiao Qianxue. The Jiang family head is calling. Qin Tianci must have been captured by Governor Qin. It's over. Your Xiao family is finished. The Xiao family's faces changed, their hearts filled with dread. Especially Xiao Qianxue, whose face had turned pale, her eyes instantly turning red. Tianci. Ignoring the Xiao family's expressions, Jiang Dihai answered the call, making sure to put it on speaker. Hey, brother Jiang. Has everything been settled? That kid Qin Tianci? Su Lian. I'm going to fuck your mother. Before he could finish, Jiang Dihai's anguished roar came through the phone. His agonizing roar echoed throughout the quiet hall, instantly making Su Lian freeze. Jiang. Brother Jiang, what do you mean by this? What do I mean? Jiang Dihai yelled at him. Su Lian, I, Jiang Dihai, have been intelligent all my life. The only mistake I ever made was knowing a big idiot like you. You don't know who you've offended, and you made the Jiang family die along with you. I'm going to fuck your mother. I'm going to fuck your mother. I'm going to fuck your mother. Even if I become a ghost, I will never let you go. I curse your entire family. May you all suffer in the 18th level of hell for eternity. Chapter 71. From now on, the Jiang family is no more. Bang! Following Jiang Dihai's barrage of expletives, the phone was abruptly hung up. Beep, beep, beep. Su Lian was left stunned, listening to the dial tone for over a minute. As the persistent beeping faded into silence, he blankly raised his head, looking at the equally bewildered Su Qing, then at the similarly dumbfounded Xiao Qianxue and the rest of the Xiao family. Finally, his gaze settled on Su Qing, and his first question was, why did he curse at me? Su Qing was equally bewildered. I don't know. Su Lian looked at his phone again, muttering, is he crazy? He had known Jiang Dihai for over 3 years, and he understood the man's temperament well. Cunning, composed. He was always unflappable, capable of remaining calm even if Mount Tai collapsed before him, unless his son had died. Furthermore, Su Lian considered Jiang Dihai to be exceptionally shrewd. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to. At this moment, Xiao Qianxue also snapped out of her shock, her face a mask of confusion. She had initially thought Jiang Dihai's call was to inform Su Lian that Qin Tianci had been apprehended, and then to continue pressuring the Xiao family. But instead, the call had been nothing but a string of censored expletives, incredibly high in the mother-cussing department. If Qin Tianci had made the call, she wouldn't have been surprised at all. After all, her fiancé had a reputation for such behavior. But it was Jiang Dihai who made the call, leaving them all utterly baffled. Su Lian finally regained his composure, his face turning a shade of liverish red. He coughed awkwardly to cover his embarrassment. Well, haha, everyone don't need to be so tense. It's just that head Jiang probably thinks that Qin Tianci, that bastard, caused him a lot of trouble and he's blaming me. As for the result, I imagine you've all heard it. Qin Tianci has been apprehended. The Xiao family's downfall is imminent. Shouldn't you hurry and sign the contract? Xiao Qianshue's expression was strange. Was there a result in the previous conversation? They hadn't heard anything. But before anyone could react, Su Lian's phone rang again. He paused, then frowned again as he saw the caller ID. This time, he didn't dare put it on speaker. He answered, forcing a professional smile. Hello, Mr. Wang. What a surprise. What? You're canceling your investment in the Su family? Why so suddenly? What's going on? Hello? Hello? Ring ring. The phone had barely been hung up before it rang again. What? Your Han Corporation wants to cancel its collaboration with the Su family? Mr. Li, could you please tell me why? Hello. You son of a bitch. Ring ring. Ring ring. After that, Su Lian's phone wouldn't stop ringing. But without exception, every call was either to cancel a contract or withdraw investment. Just over 10 minutes passed. After finishing the last call, Su Lian's phone slipped from his grasp, hitting the ground with a thud. His face was ashen. Su Qing rushed over, asking anxiously, Dad, what's wrong? Why are so many companies canceling their contracts all of a sudden? Su Lian looked pale, his eyes dull as he looked at Su Qing, mumbling, "It's not just some companies. All the companies that have any dealings with the Su family are canceling their contracts. Daughter, the Su family is bankrupt?" "What?" Su Qing exclaimed, her eyes wide with terror. Those companies were all arranged by the Jiang family. Why would they cancel their contracts? Aren't they afraid of being sued by Uncle Jiang? Hearing their conversation, Xiao Qianqua's brows furrowed slightly, a thoughtful look on her face. While she didn't know exactly what had happened, it was definitely not what Su Lian was trying to suggest, that Qin Tianci had been caught, and that the Xiao family was about to fall. Something she didn't know had definitely occurred. Could it be the Jiang family had fallen? A thought that she didn't believe herself suddenly flashed through her mind. The Xiao family and the Jiang family had been fighting, both openly and secretly, for so many years, and the Xiao family hadn't even managed to wipe out the Jiang family. And now, in a matter of just a few hours, the Jiang family had collapsed? How could that be possible? She turned to look at Xiao Liang. He, too, shook his head in bewilderment. She immediately grabbed her phone and called Qin Tianci. However, his phone was switched off. This made her feel even more uneasy. Meanwhile, Su Lian had no intention of staying any longer at the Xiao family home. He grabbed Su Qing and headed towards the door. Su Qing struggled to get free, questioning him. "Dad, where are you going? We haven't even dealt with the Xiao family yet. What could be more important than this?" Su Lian suppressed his anger. "Our family is about to go bankrupt. Let's go back first." "I'm not going back," Su Qing yelled, stubbornly acting up, her face contorted with a strange look. "I have to deal with the Xiao family today. I want to be the princess of Jiangling. I want to replace Xiao Qianqua. I want to be the queen." Smack! As soon as she finished speaking, Su Lian slapped her across the face. His chest heaved with fury. "Su Qing, have I spoiled you too much all these years? Don't you know what's important? Now, I said, let's go back." Su Qing covered her face, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Dad, you actually hit me? You've never hit me before in my entire life. Let's go." Ignoring her grievance, Su Lian pulled her away, heading straight back to the Su group with their entourage. The Xiao family members looked at each other, unsure of what exactly had happened. Xiao Qianqua spoke up. "Dad, what's going on? Could it be that Su Lian was just acting for our benefit?" Xiao Liang shook his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "He doesn't seem like he's pretending." But at that moment, Xiao Zhenshan tapped his cane, drawing their attention. A subtle smile played on his lips, a wise glint in his old eyes. For the Su family to go bankrupt in such a short time, there is only one explanation. The Jiang family has fallen. "What?" Xiao Qianqua exclaimed in astonishment. "Grandpa, that's the Jiang family. Who is capable of making them fall in such a short period of time?" "Yes, Dad. Jiang Dihai might be unscrupulous, but he's capable. How could he?" Xiao Liang was also incredulous. But Xiao Zhenshan gave a profound smile. Heh, I don't know. But I do know. You found yourself an incredible son-in-law, Shuer. You also found an incredible husband. From today onwards, our Xiao family's future will be limitless." Both father and daughter were completely confused by Xiao Zhenshan's words. Even if the Jiang family had fallen, as he said, the Xiao family would only be able to secure its place in Jiangling. It wouldn't be anywhere close to limitless. Who was Xiao Zhenshan referring to with his words? Just as they were all puzzled, a familiar voice came from behind Xiao Qianqua. "Oh, everyone's here?" Xiao Qianqua turned around and discovered that Qin Tianci, who had been taken away by Chen Yi, was standing there. She was immediately alarmed and rushed forward, grabbing his hand anxiously. "Tianci, are you okay? Did Governor Chen do anything to you?" Qin Tianci smiled faintly. "What could he do to me? I told you nothing happened. Don't worry, it's all been resolved." "Resolved?" Xiao Qianqua was baffled. "What's resolved?" Qin Tianci lit a cigarette, returning to his usual nonchalant demeanor. "Why, the Jiang family has been resolved, of course. From today onward, in Jiangling, the Jiang family is no more." Chapter 72. The Grandmaster's Business Card. In no more Jiang family? The moment Qin Tianci's words fell, the minds of Xiao Qianqua and the rest of the Xiao family members exploded. Recovering from the shock, Xiao Qianqua couldn't help but ask, "Tianci, what do you mean by that?" Qin Tianci took a puff of his cigarette and smiled casually. "Just what I said. The Jiang family is gone." "Gone." Hiss. After confirming with Qin Tianci, everyone in the Xiao family gasped. looking at him with shocked eyes. Xiao Liang stepped forward, his eyes wide as he asked, "What happened? Why would the Jiang family suddenly?" Before he could finish, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the doorway. A moment later, the Xiao family watched as Qin Yi walked in with a large group of people. Xiao Liang's expression changed again. He turned to Qin Tianci, asking anxiously, "Why is Qin Yi here again? Kid, you didn't escape, did you?" Qin Tianci shrugged, about to explain when he noticed Qin Yi had already arrived in front of them. Xiao Qinxue immediately stood in front of him. "Governor Chun, if there's anything, just come to me. Whatever crime Tianci might have committed, I and the Xiao family will bear the responsibility." Hearing this, Qin Yi looked incredibly odd, hesitating before speaking. But when he saw a slightly warning look from Qin Tianci, he swallowed hard, forcing a dry laugh. "Miss Xiao, you've misunderstood. I am here to report to Mr. Qin." "Xiao Qinxue? The Xiao family? What did you just call him? Mr. Qin?" Xiao Qinxue was bewildered, lost, and confused. 2 hours ago, Qin Yi had been at daggers drawn with Qin Tianci, and now, after such a short period, his attitude had completely flipped. Qin Yi ignored her shock and, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he walked straight to Qin Tianci. He stood upright and respectfully said, "Mr. Qin, the Jiang family has been completely dealt with. Those guilty of crimes have been brought to justice. Do you have any other instructions?" When those words fell, the entire hall became so quiet that a pin could drop, the sound ringing in the air. Xiao Qinxue and everyone else present in the Xiao family stared at Qin Tianci and Qin Yi as if they'd just seen a ghost. Meanwhile, Qin Tianci seemed not to notice, asking casually, "What about Zhang Dihai?" Qin Yi glanced at the Xiao family members beside him, speaking carefully, "He's been apprehended." Boom. The minds of the Xiao family exploded. Zhang Dihai? Apprehended? At this moment, they finally understood what Qin Tianci meant when he said that the Jiang family was no more. The Jiang family was really gone. Not just fallen, but utterly destroyed. Xiaoliang, still trying to remain calm, looked at Qin Yi and asked, "Governor Chun, what did Zhang Dihai? What did the Jiang family do? Why did this?" Qin Yi smiled awkwardly. According to informants, the Jiang family had been supporting the Su family for years in developing criminal activities. They had been accumulating wealth by illegal means, and most of the Jiang family members have blood on their hands. As governor, of course I would want to get rid of this kind of cancer. Informants? Xiaoliang was dumbfounded. Which informants? Qin Yi, did this Xiaoliang have a brain problem? The informant he spoke of was just an excuse. Did he really think there was an informant? If he absolutely had to say someone was an informant, it was the one standing in front of him who was surnamed Qin. He was truly clueless. Even if he didn't know, the Jiang family would have still fallen. Xiaoliang realized that his question was inappropriate. So, he quickly changed the subject. "Governor Chun, that's not what I mean. I wanted to ask. The Jiang family has been deeply rooted in Jiangling for so many years. How could they suddenly just disappear?" Qin Yi took a deep breath, his eyes showing a hint of dread as he looked at Qin Tianci. "That is because of Mr. Qin's report that we were able to secure enough evidence. Mr. Xiao, my attitude was very bad before. I might have frightened you, so I apologize." After speaking, he took a few steps back, bowing deeply to Xiao Qinxue and Xiaoliang. This action completely shocked Xiaoliang. "Governor Chun, what are you doing? We, the Xiao family, don't deserve such a great gesture." He was dumbstruck. The status of martial artists in society was far higher than that of ordinary people. If a regular martial artist was talking to an ordinary person and could not see the person's nose hairs, it was considered them to be very civil. And Qin Yi, a dignified grandmaster, he was bowing to an ordinary person and apologizing? What an absurd thing. But Qin Yi didn't seem to notice his interference. He continued, "Mr. Xiao, Miss Xiao, I've already investigated the 3 traitors and what they have been doing. They've helped the Jiang family commit countless horrendous acts for years. They deserve to die at Mr. Qin's hands. As for Jiang Tianyu, he also abused his power to help the Jiang family and harm many people. He deserved to die as well. Therefore, the entire thing was a misunderstanding. I hope you will forgive my previous attitude." Listening to Qin Yi's explanation, Xiao Qinxue didn't dare to blame him at all. "Governor Qin, you're being too polite. We would never blame you. The fact that you helped us to find out the truth is a great honor." As she spoke, her heart was full of doubts. Her eyes often strayed toward Qin Tianci, who stood on the side, not saying a word, with a lazy expression on his face. Although Chen Yi's explanation was reasonable, her woman's intuition told her that there was something more to the situation. She remembered that when Qian first arrived, he was extremely aggressive, showing no respect to any of them. However, after Qin Tianci went out with him, he returned with this attitude. And what's more, she looked closer. Both of Chen Yi's hands seemed weak, as if he had suffered severe injuries. Who could injure a grandmaster? Did the Jiang family have such a powerful person to hurt Qian Yi during their resistance? Her mind was growing more confused, with a strange sensation coming over her. The destruction of the Jiang family must be connected to her fiancé. However, she was smart enough not to ask at such a moment. At this time, Qin Tianci impatiently urged, "All right, stop talking nonsense. The situation has been clarified. Everyone should do what they need to do. Are you waiting for me to ask you to stay for dinner?" Chun Yi's heart trembled. A look of panic flashed across his face. No, Mr. Qin, I will take my leave." Xiaoliang hurriedly stopped him. "Governor Chun, it's already lunchtime. You should at least have a bite to eat before leaving." "No, thank you." Chun Yi was afraid that Qin Tianci might do something bad to him if he stayed. He quickly waved his hand and gave Xiaoliang a business card. "Mr. Xiao, if the Xiao family needs any help in the future, please call this number to find me. I will help you without hesitation. It's time for me to go now. I still have to take care of the Jiang family's mess. Goodbye." He fled the Xiao residence as if he was escaping for his life. Xiao Liang looked at the business card in his hand. His jaw dropped, muttering to himself in disbelief. The governor of Three Rivers Province, the Grandmaster, Chun Yi, actually gave us, the Xiao family, a business card? Chapter 73. Utter Madness. After regaining his composure, Xiao Liang's whole body trembled with excitement. Common people might not know what this meant. Perhaps it was just a business card, nothing more. However, Xiao Liang knew better. This was not a business card. It was a ticket that would elevate the Xiao family and make them join the ranks of martial arts families. This was what he had been pursuing for his whole life, and what he only dreamed of. Yet, it had come to him so effortlessly. It was something he could have never imagined before. Even Xiao Qianxue was also deeply shocked. The waves of emotion in her heart were difficult to suppress. "Dad, Governor Qin actually gave us his business card." "Yes." Although Xiaoliang was usually reserved, he couldn't hide the joy in his heart, his hands trembling with excitement. "The governor of Three Rivers Province, a grandmaster, actually gave us his business card. The Xiao family is about to soar." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tianci's voice interrupted him. "It's just a business card. Why are you so excited? What do you know?" Xiao Liang retorted, his face flushed. "Is this just a business card? This is our family's ticket to become a world-class family." Qin Tianci rolled his eyes. "A grandmaster is going to take your family to world-class heights? You guys think too highly of grandmasters. Not your family, it's our family." After saying that, Xiao Liang paused, realizing that he had made a slip of the tongue. He then quickly tried to compose himself and coldly snorted, complaining about Qin Tianci. "You're the one who caused this mess. If the Jiang family hadn't been so evil, and if Governor Chun hadn't been so righteous to help clarify the truth, we would have been done for today." Qin Tianci was already used to this old geezer's stubbornness. He simply smiled nonchalantly. But Xiao Qianxue stepped forward and took Qin Tianci's arm. In a blaming tone, she said to Xiaoliang, "Dad, Tianci also saved us from Jiang Tianyu earlier. Don't talk about it anymore. He is definitely meritorious in helping us overcome this crisis." "What merit does he have?" Xiao Liang stubbornly refused to admit it. "He's the one who caused trouble. Shouldn't he help to fix it?" Ahem. As he spoke, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a pale face and the vomiting of blood. "Dad!" Xiao Qianxue exclaimed, rushing to support him. Qin Tianci went up to him and used his fingers to examine his chest. He then smiled. "It's nothing serious, just a broken rib. It'll be fine after it's set. It's just a broken rib when I was young. I've been through so much more. I don't need any help. The bone will be all right on its own in a couple of days." Xiao Liang pushed Xiao Qianxue away, showing his stubbornness. "This wasn't broken by Jiang Tianyu. Xiao Liang, this was caused by you getting yourself so worked up. You're getting old. You shouldn't have such big mood swings. Your heart can't handle it. Relax, and you'll live longer." "Xiao Liang, what are you talking about, kid? Say that again." Crack. Xiao Liang shouted in fury, and then the sound of a bone cracking could be heard. Then, "It hurts. It hurts. Quick, help me set it. I think it punctured my lung. A few days later, the Su family. Su Lian sat slumped in his villa, his face drawn, his eyes empty, and his hair disheveled. The entire villa was a mess, littered with empty bottles. A few days ago, after he had panicked and fled the Shao residence, he had returned to his company, only to discover that all the money in their company's accounts had vanished. Calls about contracts being canceled had rained down on him from 9 in the morning to 10 the next day, non-stop. So much so that even the sound of a telephone ringing made him panic and sweat profusely. Besides contract cancellations, there were also calls from the Market Supervision Bureau, creditors, insults, and they discovered that all their Su family's illegal businesses had been shut down without exception. Within just a few hours, the Su family had fallen from grace, becoming social pariahs, hated by all. Su Lian, in a flash, became completely bankrupt. Su Lian didn't understand. He didn't understand why everything was happening. He had tried to find Jiang Dihai to ask for an explanation, but when he arrived at the Jiang residence, he discovered that no one was there. It was as if the entire Jiang family had disappeared from Jiangling overnight. The Jiang family was gone? Combined with that phone call from Jiang Dihai earlier that was full of expletives, Su Lian was filled with panic. He wanted to know what exactly had happened, but no one could answer him. La 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 la, I am the princess of Jiangling. I am going to replace Xiao Qinxue. I am going to be the queen of Jiangling. Su Lian wearily turned his eyes to the side. In the corner, Su Qing was singing to herself in front of the mirror, her face a mask of madness. After learning about their family's bankruptcy a few days ago, Su Qing had suffered a terrible shock and was now completely out of touch with reality. She spent her days singing to the mirror, sometimes letting out a sinister smile. He couldn't understand her and was helpless. A once happy family had turned into this. A fire was brewing in Su Lian's heart. La 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 la. After an unknown period of time, Su Lian finally couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed the bottle in his hand and smashed it against the floor. Stop singing already, please? Su Qing, seemingly oblivious, moved closer to him. She smiled at him with a pale face. Dad, look at me. Am I pretty? Am I prettier than Xiao Qianxue? Am I the princess of Jiangling? Su Lian looked at his crazy daughter. His heart ached. He hated it. He hated it. Shao family. Why? Why is it that the Shao family can escape every disaster? Why? Su Lian roared, his eyes bloodshot, his expression twisted with anger. Shao family, heh, heh, heh. That Shao family actually has a rapist for a son-in-law. Heh, 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 heh. Su Qing cackled madly. Rapist? Su Lian was stunned after hearing those words. Then he started to mumble to himself like a crazy man. That's right. It was him. It's all because of him. Qin Tianci. You heartless dog. It was all because of you. You ruined the Su family's 3-year plan. It was all because of you. The crazed Su Qing seemed to have heard a name that she hated. She stopped her madness and stared at Su Lian with wide, venomous eyes. She muttered, Qin Tianci, Qin Tianci. He's not dead? I want him dead. I want him dead. Dead. The more she said, the more agitated she became. She grabbed Su Lian's neck and started to scratch him furiously, her eyes full of malevolence. A 1,000-year-old zombie didn't have as much malice as her. Okay, let him die. Su Lian, who was also going crazy, responded. Is it my fault that the Su family went bankrupt? Are you all targeting me? Then, you better not live. Don't worry, daughter. Dad will avenge you. I will send Qin Tianci and his entire family to hell. After he spoke, he frantically rushed over to his computer and opened a special website. He then found customer service. Hello, welcome to Blood Shadow's dark web. How may I help you? We have some special deals for yearly packages now. Would you be interested in one? I want to kill someone. Would you like a yearly package? First-time killers get a buy one get one free deal. I don't need a yearly package. 10 million. I want the best killer, someone who can guarantee it. I want him dead. Okay, we will arrange for a hitman to visit you. Your customer service number is 0001. Little Blood has already transferred you over. The customer and killer will have one-on-one service. We guarantee you will be satisfied. Chapter 74. The second fiancé, Long Jing. The job's in. Inside a luxurious apartment in a high-end residential complex within the borders of the Dragon Nation, a childish ringtone shattered the peace, also waking a woman who was sleeping in a room filled with pink Hello Kitty decorations. She flailed her limbs irritably, desperately trying to cover herself with her blanket. However, the ringtone didn't fade away. Instead, it made her even more agitated. She even started throwing a tantrum in bed, flailing her limbs randomly. Finally, she was so annoyed that she reluctantly struggled to get up. She sat on the edge of the bed, staring at her messy, chicken coop-like hair. It took a full 3 minutes for her brain to boot up. Then she brushed back her hair, revealing a sweet, breathtakingly beautiful face. Both cuteness and allure were perfectly blended together, without any sense of discord. She was both innocent and alluring. She picked up her phone and answered the call with a bad temper, her tone extremely rude. "Hey, little blood. If you don't give me a big job today, I'm gonna kill all your chickens." The person on the other end was taken aback for a moment, before a cheerful, girlish voice sounded. "Relax. Sister Jing, this is definitely a big one. Some idiot just posted a 10 million bounty. We're gonna be rich this time." The woman known as Little Jing paused. 10 million? Did they pay? They gave us a 5 million deposit. Who's the target? Let me see. There was a rustling sound from the other end, as if they were looking through some data. Found it. The client is anonymous. The target is to get Qin Tianci's dog's life. Qin Tianci's dog's life? Hearing that, Little Jing's small eyes filled with confusion. She paused for a long moment before complaining, "This client is sick, right? Spending 10 million to kill someone's dog? Rich people are so weird. Whatever, as long as we make money, it's fine. Killing a dog is easier than killing a person. Rich people are gonna have some kind of weird fetish, don't you think?" The girl added excitedly, "Anyway, 5 million's already in the bank." Little Jing tilted her head, scratched it, and yawned. "Who is this Qin Tianci? Have you investigated him thoroughly? I don't want to get caught off guard." "How could that happen?" The girl giggled. "I just checked him out. This Qin Tianci was imprisoned 3 years ago for rape. Then, for some reason, he was transferred to the Lingdu prison. His strength should be at the innate martial artist level. You can definitely handle him. If he is too troublesome, just avoid him. Anyway, we are just killing his dog? Lingdu prison?" Hearing that, Little Jing's eyes suddenly widened, and she exclaimed, "Are you saying that this Qin Tianci served time in Lingdu prison?" "Yeah. Is there a problem?" the girl asked. "Damn it." Little Jing suddenly cursed. "Do you remember a few days ago, my family arranged a marriage for me? That bastard also stayed in Lingdu prison." The girl was surprised. No way. Could it be that this Qin Tianci is your? I don't know." Little Jing pouted, her face full of resentment. "My dad forced this marriage on me, saying that if I didn't agree, he would jump into the river. Otherwise, I wouldn't have run away from home and become a killer again." The girl sighed helplessly. "Think of it more positively, Sister Jing. Lingdu prison didn't only keep your fiancé. What are the chances of that happening?" "I don't care." Little Jing suddenly jumped out of bed. While putting on her clothes, she said, "Send me the target's location and information." This killer gets irritated as soon as I hear the words Lingdu prison. This Qin Tianci, it's his bad luck. Tell the client, this time, I'm giving a buy one get one free deal. All right. The girl excitedly replied after hearing that she was taking the job. Not long after hanging up, Little Jing's phone received a message. Agent 0001 Long Jing. Target Qin Tianci's dog. Target location Villa number 01, Tianlong Bay Villas, Jiangling City, Three Rivers Province. Strength weak. Reward 10 million. On the other side, the news of Chen Yi's raid on the Jiang family caused a huge uproar in Jiangling City. Almost all the businesses and families associated with the Jiang family were now in a state of panic, desperately trying to sever their ties. As the saying goes, when an avalanche happens, no snowflake is innocent. Those who had been close to the Jiang family had more or less participated in some shady dealings over the years. This led some of them to flee abroad as soon as they got wind of what was happening. However, Chen Yi had acted swiftly to block all major airports, train stations, and other means of leaving the city. None of those who had colluded with the Jiang family managed to escape, except for the Su family. Governor Chun, the Su family's evidence is solid. Why aren't we raiding them? Yi Feng rushed into Chen Yi's office, asking in confusion. Chen Yi looked up at him. Why are you so anxious? Do you think they can run away? Yi Feng's face was displeased, and he urged anxiously, Su Lian and his daughter have been in Jiangling for so many years, who knows what kinds of tricks they might have up their sleeves. Delay will only cause trouble. Chen Yi calmly closed the file. Yi Feng, don't be so impatient. Leaving the Su family is also that lord's intention. That lord? Yifeng was stunned, then seemed to realize something. Is it that guy with the surname Qin? Chunyi frowned slightly. Yifeng, watch your language. Hearing Qin Tianci's name, Yifeng became even angrier. Governor Chun, you're the governor and a grandmaster. Why do you have to listen to that guy with the surname Qin? I really don't understand. Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, Chunyi slammed his hand on the table and roared, Yifeng, just because of your disrespectful attitude toward Mr. Qin, I can dismiss you from your position right now. Yifeng, who had a straightforward and explosive temper, immediately took off his badge from his head and slammed it on the table, shouting, I am a martial law officer, not some tool for you big shots to curry favor with even bigger shots. My job is to maintain order in the Dragon Nation, not to suck up to these rich and powerful people. That Qin Tianci is just a member of some family. Do you think I don't know that? If you want to curry favor with him, go ahead. Just don't include me. With that, he slammed out of the office, leaving Chunyi dumbfounded. That kid, did he have any brains? The aura that Qin Tianci had displayed at the time, was it something that he, a small grandmaster, could contend with? In the entire Dragon Nation, who was capable of making a grandmaster grovel? Besides the 4 great families in the capital, who else could it be? Was it that difficult to guess? How could he be so obtuse? But after thinking for a while, he decided to call Qin Tianci and explain the situation regarding Yifeng and the Su family. Qin Tianci scoffed after hearing the explanation. Oh, I didn't think he's actually so righteous. Nurture him. He might be a good talent in the future. Chunyi laughed helplessly. Mr. Qin, what do you think about the Su family? Don't worry, they won't be able to run away. Qin Tianci said calmly. Seeing that he had already said that, Chunyi didn't want to say anything more. He made some small talk. Okay, what are you doing, Mr. Qin? Do you like Jiangling? Do you need me to help you arrange anything? Nothing much, just teasing a dog. It's all right, I'll hang up now. Chunyi? Chapter 75. So you're a weird species after all. The dog you brought is so stupid. It doesn't even know how to shake hands. In the Shao family's villa, Qin Tianci looked at the little teddy bear that was baring its teeth at him and turned to say to Molly. However, Molly only rolled her eyes and said in a sarcastic tone, That's because my Mao Mao is allergic to shameless people. Don't look down on him. Whatever kind of person you are, he can smell it right away. Qin Tianci raised his eyebrows. What was up with this woman? He believed that he had never provoked her. It had always been Molly who had been picking on him, always looking at him with the same disdain as if she was looking at garbage. Xiao Qianxue felt that something wasn't right between the two, and she quickly tried to smooth things over. Molly, don't always talk to Tianci like that. He's not the kind of person you think he is. Hearing that, Molly pushed her glasses up, coldly snorting. Qianxue, it's a good thing that Governor Qian is a good person and the Jiang family itself wasn't clean. Otherwise, you and the Shao family would have suffered because of him. How could such an outstanding woman like you be so blind? When she had come earlier, she had also heard what happened to the Shao family recently. When she learned that the Jiang family had targeted Qin Tianci and had even invited Governor Chunyi of 3 Rivers Province, she had paled in fear. Fortunately, things had been resolved in the end. Otherwise, even she would have been implicated. In that moment, Molly's bad impression of Qin Tianci had only worsened. He was a complete failure. Now, he was just creating trouble everywhere. Every problem that he had created, the Shao family wasn't able to handle. He was simply a disaster. Are you done talking? Xiao Qianxue frowned and couldn't help but feel a little angry. If you don't like it here, you can go back now. Seeing Xiao Qianxue getting angry, Molly restrained herself. Okay, I'm sorry, Qianxue. Don't be angry. Although they were boss and subordinate during work, the two women were also best friends in private. When Xiao Qianxue first took over, Molly had helped her with many things. They could even be considered as comrades in arms. Otherwise, Xiao Qianxue wouldn't have called her to today's family dinner. Seeing her acting like a spoiled child, Xiao Qianxue's anger subsided a little. She then turned to look at Qin Tianci with a pitiful expression, hoping that he wouldn't mind. Seeing her begging him, Qin Tianci generously shrugged, not caring. He didn't care what others thought of him, especially from an unimportant woman. Then he squatted down and continued to tease the little teddy. Come here, sit, shake hands. Woof, woof, woof. The little teddy seemed to be taking after its owner's attitude and barked at Qin Tianci. It was the epitome of a dog relying on its master's power. Oh, you're baring your teeth at me? Am I gonna be lucky this year? Woof woof woof. Will I be lucky next year? Woof woof woof. Xiao Qinxue. Molly. How old are you? Xiao Qinxue couldn't help but laugh and tease him. Her eyes were full of love as she looked at Qin Tianci. Do you want me to call you Qin, the 3-year-old? An old man acting cute. Tiske. How shameful. Molly couldn't help but roll her eyes. She then squatted down and petted the little teddy with a gentle voice. Be good, Mau Mau. We're not gonna play with him, all right? Woof woof. The little teddy seemed to know how to please its owner. It immediately changed its expression and pressed its snout against Molly's chest, appearing very affectionate and letting out a spoiled whimper. Seeing that, Qin Tianci lost interest. He lit a cigarette and mocked. You have an endless love affair with a dog. Why don't you make him your son? How did you know? Mau Mau is my son. Molly retorted without backing down. After thinking for a moment, she added, he's my biological son. Qin Tianci scoffed. I didn't think you were a weird species. You're awesome. After saying that, Molly paused for a moment before realizing what he meant. Her face flushed a bright red. What did you say? Say it again? Woof woof woof. I was wondering how it crawled out of your body. Qin Tianci looked down, closely observing Molly's lower abdomen, as if he had made a new discovery. Qin Tianci, I'm gonna fight you. Molly was furious. She lunged forward and started to claw at his face. Woof woof woof. Qin Tianci took a drag of his cigarette with one hand and used his other to block her head. No matter how much she tried to scratch him, she wouldn't be able to. Xiao Qinxue sighed helplessly at the scene before her. These two were destined to clash. Every time they met, they would argue. Seeing that she couldn't do anything to Qin Tianci, Molly gave up, panting. She then picked up the little teddy and glared at Qin Tianci. Mau Mau, let's go inside. A person like that will stain your eyes if you look at him. She then kissed the little teddy. Qin Tianci felt a little disgusted when he saw that. He casually said, the air is fresher outside. It can purify the dog hair in your mouth. Molly inhaled sharply, feeling furious. She shouted hysterically, dog hair is still better than your secondhand smoke. Is it too much to ask that my son can't smell smoke? Woof woof woof. As she spoke, she angrily walked towards the villa. On the way, the little teddy stretched its head out from Molly's shoulder and barked ferociously at Qin Tianci. Seeing this, Xiao Qinxue apologized. Sorry, Tianci. She's just like that. Qin Tianci smiled. A woman who can give birth to a dog, am I gonna argue with her? Xiao Qinxue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then, she grabbed his arm, and they strolled in the courtyard. She snuggled against his shoulder, just like a little girl in love. Husband, yesterday, Dad told me to tell you to find some time for our two families to have a meal together. After saying that, Xiao Qinxue's fair face was flushed and alluring. Qin Tianci paused for a moment, before chuckling. Why didn't that old geezer tell me that in person? Xiao Qinxue lowered her head shyly. My dad. He can't bring himself to do it. Actually, I can feel that he already accepts you. Ever since Qin Tianci had risked everything to save Xiao Liang from Jiang Tianyu, she had become more infatuated with him. That involuntary feeling of love was impossible to contain. Every morning when she woke up, Qin Tianci was the first person she thought of. Then, after she touched herself, she would have to change her pants first thing in the morning. Seeing her so deeply infatuated, Qin Tianci smiled. That's fine too. My mom has also been pushing me every day. It's time for our two families to meet. But what about my other fiancés? Hearing that, Xiao Qinxue's shy expression instantly froze. Her blush immediately turned into a heated red, and she puffed up her cheeks. They have to meet you as well. Not only that, I have to be the first one you meet. All the other women will have to step aside. So, you want to be the main one? Qin Tianci teased, a smile curving on his lips. That's not what I mean. Xiao Qinxue stomped her feet angrily. Qin Tianci, however, laughed and ran away. Qin Tianci, you jerk. I'll be the main one. I'll be the main one. That night, Xiao Qinxue drove Qin Tianci home. Before leaving, she had been trying to get Molly away so that she could, fueled by alcohol, take the initiative on the car to prove her identity. Who knew that Molly, who had always understood her so well, would insist on tagging along this time? And she was constantly hugging her son Mau Mau, kissing and cuddling him, as if she could only annoy Qin Tianci this way. Qin Tianci didn't care, and directly started snoring in the passenger seat. After they arrived, Xiao Qinxue helplessly released Qin Tianci, letting him go. Molly, at this time, let her son out of the car and pointed at Qin Tianci, saying, "Be good, son. Say goodbye to this strange uncle." Woof, woof, woof. The little teddy was still baring its teeth. Just as Qin Tianci was about to go back, suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the night. A dagger fell from the sky, directly piercing the little teddy's heart. Woof, woof, woof. The little teddy instantly fell to the ground in a pool of blood, twitching for a few seconds before losing all signs of life. Faced with this sudden situation, Molly was instantly stunned, before letting out a heartbreaking shriek, "Ah, my son." Chapter 76. This isn't Tokyo, are you hot? Huh? A master? Looking at the little teddy writhing in a pool of blood, Qin Tianci raised his eyebrows slightly. From the accuracy and power of the dagger just now, he could tell that the person who had attacked was not an ordinary foe. However, if he said she was strong, she had killed a dog. If he said she wasn't strong, she had hit the dog's vital spot with perfect precision. At this time, Molly, who was sitting in the back seat, wanted to get out of the car to hold her son, but Qin Tianci pushed her back into the car forcefully and held the door tightly. Molly then started to bang on the window, screaming at Qin Tianci, "What are you doing? My son is dying. Stay inside." Qin Tianci's tone was assertive, completely different from his previous lazy attitude. Xiao Qianxue also immediately lowered the window, looking a little flustered. "What's going on?" "There's a professional killer. Close the windows." "A killer?" Xiao Qianxue's face turned ashen. Last time when she heard Tang Xinro and Lu Jiasun talk about encountering the 3 martial artist assassins sent by the Jiang family, she had felt a little envious. She felt like she hadn't been able to get through the crisis with her man. However, now when she encountered a professional killer, she realized how suffocating the atmosphere was. "Stay in the car." Qin Tianci simply gave the order, before lighting a cigarette and leaning against the hood of the car. At the same moment, all the streetlights around them went out, instantly plunging the area into darkness. The 2 headlights in the dark seemed so isolated and helpless. Click, click, click. It was then. The sound of high heels clacking against the quiet road could be heard, reverberating against the still of the night. Every step seemed to coincide with the beat of their heart. When she stopped walking, it would be like their hearts stopped beating. Qin Tianci took a puff of his cigarette. The smoke swirled around him like wispy clouds under the car's headlights. He seemed so relaxed, while his gaze was fixed on the very end of the headlight's reach. Not long after, a pair of legs in tight leather pants and black high heels came into view. The woman's upper body slowly emerged. She was also wearing a black tight-fitting suit. A fiery red lipstick was on her pointed chin. She also wore a cat-eye mask, and her flowing straight hair reached down to her alluring waist. In her hand, she was fiddling with a delicate pink dagger. It seemed to be a matching set with the one that was stuck in the teddy bear. Her entire body exuded an alluring and irresistible air of mystery and danger. It's a woman?" Molly, who was in the car, saw the killer who was walking towards them through the windshield, and her face froze. Xiao Qianxue's pupils also narrowed. She didn't seem to expect that the killer would be a woman. However, Qin Tianci was looking over the woman with great interest. His blatant gaze made Long Jing feel uncomfortable. However, before she could say anything, Qin Tianci spoke first. "This isn't Tokyo, are you hot?" Long Jing was stunned, not understanding what Qin Tianci meant by those words. She then spun the dagger in her hand. With one hand on her hip, she stepped forward with a long, enticing leg and chuckled lightly. "People tend to babble nonsense before they die. I've seen it too many times." "You seem pretty confident?" Qin Tianci laughed, not looking flustered at all. "If your knife just now had been aimed at me, it probably could have killed me. It's a pity you didn't do that, so you have already missed your best opportunity." Who knew that Long Jing would only chuckle as she covered her mouth? The basic etiquette of being an assassin is to eliminate the target first, then to do your own thing. Qin Tianci was stunned. "Are you saying that I wasn't your target?" Long Jing asked back. "Are you called Qin Tianci?" "Yes. My employer's request was for Qin Tianci's dog's life. Lucky for you, you're not on this assassin's list." "Qin Tianci? To take his dog's life?" That sentence sounded like she was cursing at him and taking his life. But why did it sound like she was talking about a dog's life when she said it? Did your assassin organization not do well in primary school language classes? Thinking about that, Qin Tianci couldn't help but glance at the teddy that had already died at the door of the car. He felt a little pitiful, but at the same time, he couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Long Jing's masked eyes narrowed as she noticed Qin Tianci couldn't help but laugh. Nothing. Nothing. I just remembered something funny. Qin Tianci quickly waved his hand before asking, since you have already completed your mission, then why did you appear? Shouldn't assassins be afraid of being seen? Hearing that, Long Jing inhaled deeply, meeting Qin Tianci's gaze. Suddenly, her figure disappeared from her spot as fast as a night spirit. The next second, her dagger had already appeared in front of Qin Tianci's eyes. However, her attack had stopped. Looking closer, they saw that Qin Tianci had already caught the dagger with his fingers. Long Jing's pupils dilated. She knew that she was the fastest and the strongest assassin in the Blood Shadow Guild. She was proficient in dual daggers. Even when facing a grandmaster, she would be able to attack them before they could react. But this man in front of her had managed to stop her in just one move. This shocked her deeply. Swish. Long Jing, who was a top assassin, reacted quickly. She immediately kicked her leg in a long, whipping motion toward Qin Tianci's head. However, the latter calmly raised his hand and stopped her leg mid-air, holding it tight. The intense resistance caused her leg muscles to ripple. The intense clash between the two caused the car tires to burst in an instant. The car body went down, making the two women in the car scream in terror. This man is strong. In just 2 moves, Long Jing immediately realized that something was wrong. The man called Qin Tianci definitely had more strength than just an innate martial artist. The two of them weren't even at the same level. Long Jing subconsciously wanted to take out her smoke gun from her waist to escape. But who knew that Qin Tianci had already noticed her small action? He then directly spat the cigarette, but from his mouth towards her waist. The cigarette but shattered her only method of cover like a bullet. Before Long Jing could even react, Qin Tianci suddenly exerted his strength. Holding her leg, he flipped her to the side, and then slammed her against the hood of the car. Oh! Long Jing groaned in pain. When she came to, she realized that Qin Tianci had already held her leg tight. His whole body was pressing down against hers. They were now lying on the hood of the car in an extremely ambiguous pose. You're really ruthless. Qin Tianci couldn't help but exclaim. Since the person who hired you didn't target me, why did you still try to kill me? Seeing that she couldn't break free, a wave of panic rose in Long Jing's heart. But her expression was exceptionally calm as she stared at Qin Tianci and asked, Assassins will not let go of people who come out of Lingdu prison. Hearing that, Qin Tianci was stunned. He didn't expect that he would hear the name of Lingdu prison from an assassin's mouth. He couldn't help but chuckle as he asked, How did Lingdu prison offend you? Why must you kill the people who come out of there? Long Jing coldly laughed. It's none of your business. The moment she finished talking, she took out a sharp blade from somewhere on her collar and aimed it at Qin Tianci's throat. However, Qin Tianci had already anticipated her move and stepped back quickly. But even though he reacted so quickly, his clothes were still cut, and the jade pendant around his neck fell out, just landing where Long Jing could see it. Jade Dragon Pendant? You're my... Before she could finish, Qin Tianci had already pulled her off of the hood of the car. She was now back-to-back with him. He slapped her tight leather-covered rear with his palm, causing a ripple to appear. Chapter 77. This killer has issues. After being unceremoniously slapped on her rear by Qin Tianci, Long Jing instantly felt a surge of extreme shame mixed with an odd sensation coursing through her. The color on her face behind the mask instantly turned a fiery red. Little wildcat, you're hiding claws everywhere, aren't you? Seems like it's time to give your nails a trim. Qin Tianci's mocking voice pulled her back from the strange state. She struggled frantically, her face burning with rage. Bastard! Let me go! Long Jing spat the small blade in her mouth at Qin Tianci's face. However, he simply tilted his head to dodge it. The blade that had been shot out was now held between his teeth. Long Jing seemed to have expected this. The moment he bit onto the blade, she launched a groin kick toward his vital spot. Just as she thought she had succeeded, Qin Tianci suddenly jumped, putting both his feet on the car hood, his body now upside down. The two of them were now face to face, looking into each other's eyes for a few seconds. It was as if time itself had stopped. Even though it was night, Long Jing could see the outline of his face, his skin, his eyelashes, and even his stubble clearly. As time resumed, Qin Tianci had landed firmly on top of the car. Seeing that he had let go of her, Long Jing was not immersed in their moment of eye contact. She immediately came back to her senses and tried to escape, but almost lost her balance and fell off the hood. Only now did she discover that she had been tightly bound without knowing it. Long Jing was shocked. She had been tied up, and yet she hadn't even noticed anything. Where did this man get the ropes? This made her realize that the man called Qin Tianci was not someone she could match up to at all. All her tricks were like a transparent window to him, completely exposed. To this, looking at the way the two people moved, their movements so smooth and fluid as if watching a movie, Xiao Qianxue and Molly were stunned. Especially Molly. Although she knew that Qin Tianci was good at fighting, she didn't expect him to be this skilled. Judging from the female assassin's movements, she was clearly not someone ordinary people could deal with. But Qin Tianci seemed to be toying with her. He was clear-headed, calm, meeting each move smoothly. Every move that he made was not in vain. Qianxue, you're your stockings? Just as Xiao Qianxue was stunned, Molly suddenly shouted. Xiao Qianxue came back to her senses and realized that she was pointing at her legs. Looking down, she saw that her black stockings that she had prepared especially for tonight to seduce Qin Tianci had disappeared. Her smooth, fair skin was exposed to the air, feeling cold. Where are my stockings? Xiao Qianxue was bewildered. She clearly remembered that her stockings were on her legs. Then she looked up. Good grief. The thing that was used to tie up Long Jing was her stockings? Xiao Qianxue was instantly dumbfounded. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When did that pervert take off her stockings? How shameless. At this moment, Qin Tianci saw that he had already controlled the situation. He patted the top of the car and shouted at the two women inside. Come out, she's not a threat anymore. Xiao Qianxue and Molly quickly got out of the car to assess the situation. Molly was heartbroken as she looked at her dead son, crying her heart out, but no tears. Then, as if fueled by righteous fury, she rushed in front of Long Jing and picked up a rock. She charged toward the killer. You beast, give me back my son's life. As she said that, she threw the rock at Long Jing. However, Long Jing didn't even look at her. Although her body was bound, there were still parts of her that could move. The moment the rock came close to her, a small marble suddenly appeared in her hand. She flicked it and sent it flying toward the rock. The rock, which was still flying midair, suddenly faced a massive counteracting force and turned around to hit Molly. Molly exclaimed in surprise. Before she could dodge, it hit her right between the brows, and she fell unconscious. Molly! Xiao Qianxue was shocked. She immediately cried out. Heh, you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Qin Tianci couldn't help but smile and applaud. Not only was he not blaming Long Jing, but he was also saying thanks. Thank you very much. Finally, my ears are at peace. Long Jing turned her head away, but saw Xiao Qianxue near Molly. Xiao Qianxue also raised her head at this moment, and their eyes met. For some unknown reason, the two women felt a sense of hostility the moment their eyes met. Especially Long Jing. After seeing Xiao Qianxue, she who had never doubted her own beauty, actually felt a sense of crisis. This woman was too beautiful. Even in the night, she had a unique, fresh, and lovely aura about her. Xiao Qianxue was also feeling strange. Even though they had just met for the first time, she was wary of this killer. Her seductive and sexy figure, and that sense of mystery under her mask made her want to explore, let alone a man. A woman's intuition was truly that magical. At this time, Qin Tianci jumped down from the roof of the car, clapped his hands, picked up the dagger on the ground, and walked over to Long Jing. He smiled as he asked, Tell me, why was your target just a dog? Why did you have to kill me as well? Are you assassins really this immoral? Long Jing looked away, glaring at Qin Tianci before coldly snorting. What can you do even if I don't tell you? Qin Tianci smiled. Nothing much. I'll just cut a few wounds all over your body. Then, I'll throw you in an ant nest, letting them help you treat your wounds. You. Even for a professional killer like Long Jing, she couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine after hearing Qin Tianci's words. However, when she thought that the person that she had been forced into an arranged marriage with was in front of her, she became so furious that she wanted to scream. If you kill me, these two women can also kiss their lives goodbye. Qin Tianci nodded thoughtfully. He then pointed at Molly, who was lying on the ground. You can do whatever you want with her. Then, he pointed at Xiao Qianxue. But you can't touch her. Why? Is she your woman? Long Jing subconsciously asked, her heart strangely filled with anger. She, a woman whom men all over the world would dream of, was engaged to this guy. Yet, he dared to seduce other people. How hateful. Hearing that, Qin Tianci smiled and shook his head. She's not my woman. Xiao Qianxue was stunned. Then her face turned into a look of sadness. On the other hand, Long Jing breathed a sigh of relief. She's my soon-to-be wife. Before the two women could fall into sadness, Qin Tianci spoke again. This time, their moods completely reversed. Xiao Qianshua's eyes were filled with admiration for Qin Tianci. Long Jing, however, couldn't believe what she had heard. She looked at Xiao Qianshua, then at Qin Tianci. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The angrier she became. The angrier she became. Finally, she snapped, "Scumbag! You're gonna die." After saying that, she suddenly kicked with her leg. The heel of her stiletto had somehow turned into a blade. She tried to stab Qin Tianci. Qin Tianci quickly dodged. Before he could even react, Long Jing had already broken free of her bindings. She picked up the other dagger on the ground, ran a few steps in the dark, and disappeared. Qin Tianci was dumbfounded. He looked at the other dagger in his hand and wondered, when did killers start to worry about other people's marriages? Is this woman all right in the head? Chapter 78. Mission accomplished. Please give us a 5-star rating. Because Molly had fainted, Xiao Qianshua hurriedly rushed her to the hospital. After Long Jing escaped, she didn't go far. She also didn't try to follow Xiao Qianshua. Instead, she hid in the dark, watching Qin Tianci return to the villa. After taking off her mask, her exquisite and flawless face seemed like a phantom in the night. The beauty mark under her eye was especially alluring under the moonlight. Qin Tianci. Long Jing looked at the pink dagger in her hand and couldn't help but mutter under her breath, deep in thought. The job's in. Her phone rang at that moment. Long Jing picked it up and answered. Sister Jing, how did it go? Was the mission accomplished? Long Jing was silent for a moment before answering, it's done. Tell the client to pay the rest of the money. Got it, the girl said, sounding excited. However, she quickly noticed that something was off. Sister Jing, I feel like you don't sound too happy. Usually, when you finish a mission, you would share the ways in which you killed your target, right? Hearing that, Long Jing was silent again. The girl became worried. You're not exposed, right? I'll immediately activate the emergency plan and send you abroad. It's not that. Long Jing stopped her. I'm not exposed, it's just... At this point, she told the girl everything that had happened today in simple terms. After hearing it, the girl on the other end was silent for a long time. After a moment, what? That Qin Tianci is the fiancé that your family arranged for you. No, this world is too small. You were able to run into each other like this? Are you sure there wasn't a mistake? Long Jing said with certainty, there wasn't a mistake. I saw the jade dragon pendant on his neck. I had seen a photo of it in the marriage proposal before, so I remember it clearly. He is my fiancé whom I've never met. The girl was speechless. Then, did he recognize you? Long Jing shook her head, staring at the window of the villa with its lights on, muttering, he didn't recognize me. Hearing that, the girl quickly said, Sister Jing, don't worry. I'll arrange for people to kill him right now. I'll make sure it's all clean, so that it doesn't cause trouble for you in the future. No. To her surprise, Long Jing stopped her immediately. The girl was instantly taken aback. Sister Jing, didn't you say that you would make that bastard disappear from the world after you meet him? You're going to marry the Underworld king in the future. What kind of right does he have to marry you? Long Jing was stunned, then said helplessly, I did say that I would marry the Underworld king. Even if I can't marry the Underworld king, I must marry someone who's stronger than me. But what? This Qin Tianci is a clown, and he was even imprisoned for rape. Matching him up with you is the biggest insult to you. Just wait, Sister Jing, I'm going to kill him now. The girl seemed very angry. She was about to hang up when Long Jing stopped her again. He's stronger than me. After she said those words, the phone went silent. After a long while, the girl asked in disbelief, Sister Jing, what did you say? He's stronger than you? Is that for real? Long Jing took a deep breath. When I killed his dog, he was unmoved. I wanted to teach him a lesson along the way, but after a few moves, I didn't manage to get any advantage at all, and was even almost caught by him. He even took one of my daggers. Ah. The girl seemed to have heard something unbelievable. Sister Jing, are you kidding? Even the drill sergeant couldn't steal your dagger. How could he take it from you? Yeah, Long Jing nodded. I could tell that he didn't even use his full strength. He was toying with me the entire time. And he what? He slapped my butt? How is that possible? The girl's tone grew more and more frightened. He's really just an innate martial artist? No, the information must be wrong. Sister Jing, you should come back first. I'll investigate him first, then we'll talk about this later. No need, Long Jing refused. I plan on staying in Jiangling for now. The girl was stunned. Sister Jing, don't tell me you want to. Long Jing's eyes flashed with a hint of excited allurement. She licked her red lips and said, I'm very interested in this man. Since he's my fiancé, I'd like to see what kind of abilities he has that made my conservative old man agree to this marriage. The girl was a little distracted, then sighed helplessly. Sister Jing, do you know that you're very dangerous right now? Why is it dangerous? Long Jing asked, confused. When a woman starts to fall for someone, it usually starts with her curiosity towards a man. You're going to fall into it. So what? Long Jing couldn't help but smile flirtatiously. If he can truly make me sink into it to the point where I can't pull myself back, then I wouldn't mind merging him into my body, never pulling him back out. Ew! The girl's voice became even more disgusted. Sister Jing, you're being so pervy. Go, go, go. Kids shouldn't talk about pervy things. Once you get to my age, you'll know how crazy a woman can get when they meet a strong man when they're starving. Long Jing laughed, her eyes filled with a seductive and moving expression. However, it was quickly replaced with a cold look. But it seems like he has more than just me as a fiancé. Heh, man, you're so greedy. Seems like I have to discipline you well. Okay, since you've made your decision, then little blood won't stop you. However, don't go too far. The drill sergeant is already very unhappy with you. If you don't come back for a long time, he might come look for you. That's none of his business, Long Jing sneered. Where I go, do I have to report to him? I can't control you too. You take care of yourself, Sister Jing. By the way, what should I tell the client? Tell them that the mission is complete. At the same time, Su Lian was anxiously waiting for news in his home. He was pacing back and forth in the living room anxiously, looking at his phone every few seconds. Dingling. Right at that moment, his phone rang. Seeing that, Su Lian immediately pressed the answer button and put it by his ear. Hello. Dear, your mission has been successfully completed. Please pay the balance immediately. If you're late, there will be a penalty that includes but is not limited to causing harm to your personal safety. A friendly and gentle voice from Little Blood rang from the other end. Completed? Su Lian was overjoyed and immediately asked, Did you really take Qin Tianci's dog's life? Dear, please don't doubt our Blood Shadow Guild's professionalism. We did everything according to the client's requests. Please pay the balance immediately. Great. Haha. Justice has been served. Haha. Qin Tianci, you finally have your day. After receiving confirmation, Su Lian couldn't help but burst out in joy. I'll pay you the balance now. I'll pay it right away. After fiddling with his phone, he paid the rest of the 5 million. We received the balance. Please rate our service. A 5-star rating is very satisfactory, okay? 5 stars. Definitely 5 stars. Haha. Su Lian couldn't help but grin. He pressed the 5-star rating button. After hanging up, Su Lian immediately rushed to Su Qing's room and excitedly told her the news. After hearing it, even Su Qing's mental disorder got better. She had a deranged smile on her face. Did that dog Qin Tianci finally die? Good riddance. Good riddance. Dad, I want to go to the Xiao family. What do you want to do with the Xiao family? Su Lian was stunned. Now that the Zhang family had fallen, the Su family was not a match for the Xiao family at all. Wouldn't going there be like walking into humiliation? I want to see that bitch Xiao Qinxue feel miserable, despairing, and in complete breakdown. I want to let her feel the pain that I have experienced, then pour salt on her wounds, and make sure she never gets to die a good death. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 79. Who did you just say died? The small incident with Long Jing didn't have much effect on Qin Tianci. He could even guess with his, but who the assassin had been sent by. However, what he found speechless was that the people in this assassin organization didn't seem to have very good brains. They spent so much money to travel so far just to kill a dog. People are not saints. Qin Tianci also had feelings and a heart. Even if it was just a dog, it was still a life. Therefore, when that dog died in front of him, he didn't clap or cheer. After losing her dog's son, Molly was feeling down and heartbroken every day. She had even been hospitalized from crying too much. It was as if she had really lost her son. Xiao Qinxue had been staying by her side these days, trying to comfort her. Qinxue, why is my life so miserable? Why did that woman have to come and kill my Mao Mao? What crimes did Mao Mao commit? He was only 3 years old. Molly sobbed on the hospital bed. Her used tissues were all over the bed. Xiao Qianxue also felt helpless. Killers were too far away from her reality. Even though the Xiao family had been a top company in Jiangling for many years, she as the president had only ever encountered disgusting competitions. She had never experienced such cruel incidents where, if a business couldn't beat its competitor, they would just send an assassin to eliminate them. And this time when she met a truly professional killer, the target was just a dog. This puzzled her. Did the person who placed the order have some kind of mental problem? Okay, Molly, dogs can't come back to life. You still have a long path ahead of you. Think more positively. Xiao Qianxue patted her shoulder as she comforted her. But I don't understand. Why did someone send an assassin to take its life? It's still so young. Why? Her comfort did nothing to ease Molly's pain. Instead, it made her cry even more. Xiao Qianxue didn't know what to say for a moment. She could only sigh. Maybe it was just a misunderstanding. Don't think too much. My parents and Tianci's mother arranged a meal for this afternoon. He's going to come and pick me up later. You have to take care of yourself. Creak. As soon as she finished speaking, the door of the hospital room was pushed open. Xiao Qianxue thought that it was Qin Tianci who had come. However, when she turned her head, she saw that it was Su Lian and Su Qing. She immediately frowned subconsciously. What are you two doing here? Su Qing sneered and didn't answer. Instead, she looked around, looking at the two women with their red and swollen eyes, and seeing all the used tissues on the floor, she almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Heh. I didn't think that the dignified CEO Xiao, the great Miss Xiao, would have her day as well. What do you mean? Xiao Qianxue frowned. She stood up and glared at them. You're not welcome here. Please leave. Don't be so angry, Su Qing said with a smug face. She ignored her objections and sat down on the side. She said with great sarcasm, since your family is having a funeral, it's understandable that you're sad and heartbroken. I understand. Those words made the two women freeze. Xiao Qianxue's pupils constricted slightly. How do you know our family is having a funeral? Mao Mao was Molly's son. After Molly got out of the hospital, she wanted to hold a funeral for it. That wasn't too big of a deal. However, why would the people of the Su family know? After receiving confirmation from Xiao Qianxue, Su Qing became even more certain that Qin Tianci was dead. She could no longer suppress her joy and immediately laughed out loud. Molly, who had already been immersed in the pain of losing her son for the past few days, hated Su Qing. She roared angrily. What are you laughing at? Get out of here, you slut. Su Qing paused at her outburst. She was so worked up because of the death of Qin Tianci? Could it be that this secretary also had a relationship with Qin Tianci? How interesting. Too interesting. Su Qing said with a mocking laugh, Xiao Qianxue, I really don't envy you at all. Although you live in a big family and are loved by many, you don't have anyone truly close to you. You were finally able to have someone to rely on, and now he is dead. TSK, that's so sad. Hearing that, Xiao Qianxue felt even more confused. But after a moment of thought, she and Molly had brought Mao Mao back to her home together, and she had also raised it for some time. So it was indeed something that she was relying on. Mao Mao's death was actually a big blow to her too. However, why would Su Qing know these things? Sure enough, Molly also heard the hints in those words. She then widened her eyes and stared at Su Qing. What did you say? Did you send people to kill it? Su Qing sneered. Just as she was about to say something, Su Lian butted in. Miss Molly, you can say whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. The Su family has always been law-abiding citizens, so how could we do something like that? The look on his face was filled with smugness and arrogance. Even if what he said was false, it would be enough to make Xiao Qianxue and Molly see what he meant. Instantly, Molly's eyes turned red again. You two evil beasts. How cruel you are. You didn't even let it off. Are you even human? Seeing how worked up she was, Su Qing became even more excited. Her words became even more malicious. Why should we let it off? I wish it was completely mangled, and that its entire family could die. Don't worry, it's just the first. You guys are next. Before Xiao Qianxue could even speak, Molly, who had seemingly gained her strength back, jumped off the bed and rushed over to Su Qing. She slapped Su Qing across the face. She then started to fight her. You slut! Return its life. Return its life. Su Qing didn't seem angry about being slapped. Instead, she looked at Molly acting so agitated and laughed even more derangedly. Ha ha ha, the more heartbroken you are, the happier I am. It proves that he was very important in your hearts. Then, she didn't forget to turn her head to Xiao Qianxue to instigate. Xiao Qianxue, you thought you found your true love? Look at how many women there are by his side. Hee, I pity you so much. You're so clueless. The great Miss Xiao? You have turned into a bitch because of a dog. Xiao Qianxue was feeling increasingly weird after hearing her mockery. True love? What was that all about? Although she liked dogs, she was definitely not as obsessed as Molly, let alone consider a dog as her true love. What are you talking about? The killer from the other night? Did you send them? Xiao Qianxue already guessed that these two people were here to rub salt into her wounds. However, she felt like something was off. So what if we sent them? Su Qing admitted right away, ignoring Su Lian's attempts to stop her. He caused our Su family to go bankrupt. Now, we've been reduced to pariahs hated by everyone. I wish his entire body would rot, and that he would die without a proper burial. Xiao Qianxue, don't worry, you guys are next. You, the Xiao family. I'm going to make you pay for hurting me, a painful price. The more Su Qing spoke, the more agitated she became. The more her expression twisted with rage. Seeing that the situation was out of control, Su Lian pulled on Su Qing and threatened Xiao Qianxue, this isn't over. Qin Tianci's death is a warning to you. We have a long time ahead of us. Let's see what happens. Qin Tianci was dead? What was going on? Xiao Qianxue was confused. Even Molly, who was going crazy earlier, stopped her actions and was now looking at Su Lian and Su Qing with a blank face. It was at that moment that a familiar voice sounded outside the door. Who did you just say died? Chapter 80. I just enjoy your helpless rage. Su Lian and Su Qing were currently reveling in their triumph, unable to pull themselves out of the glee. But then, they suddenly heard a voice that they hated more than anything from outside the door. Turning their heads, they saw a man who was lazily eating an orange by the doorway. He had a casual expression on his face. The man they had wanted to kill in their dreams. Who else could it be, if not Qin Tianci? The Su family's father and daughter instantly widened their eyes. They were petrified like they had seen a ghost. They stood motionless. Even their breathing seemed to have stopped. A moment later, Su Qing started screaming, pointing at Qin Tianci. She cried out, You? Weren't you dead? Why are you here? Qin Tianci looked at her, confused. You're not dead yet. Why should I be dead? What? Did you calculate my birth chart? Su Lian was also very frightened. You were clearly impossible. They clearly told me that the mission was complete. This is impossible. They definitely wouldn't fail. Mission? Qin Tianci raised his eyebrows, instantly realizing what had happened. He smiled mockingly and tossed the orange peel precisely into the trash can. They indeed didn't fail. Then why are you still standing here? You should be lying in a coffin right now. Why? When enemies meet, their eyes are especially red. Seeing Qin Tianci in front of her, completely unscathed, Su Qing had completely lost her rationality. With red eyes, she frantically pointed at Qin Tianci, shouting, This patient's family members, the hospital asks you to keep quiet. The nurse outside the door, unable to stand it anymore, walked in and yelled impatiently, Who's his family member? Su Qing yelled at the nurse hysterically, Are you trying to butt into my business? The small nurse was scared by her twisted face and quickly shrunk back. At that time, Qin Tianci only chuckled as if nothing was wrong. He then walked into the room, sat down on the chair like a big boss, crossed his legs, and smiled at Su Qing. Su Qing, do you know why all the companies and families that were connected to the Jiang family disappeared overnight, but only your Su family was left alone? Hearing that, Su Qing was stunned. She glared at Qin Tianci, her eyes filled with venom. Su Lian suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and forced out a smile. What? Don't tell me you're going to say that it was intentional? Qin Tianci, do you think you're someone important? The Jiang family was wiped out by Governor Chen. What does that have to do with you? Qin Tianci didn't argue with him. Instead, the smile in his eyes gradually turned cold. He stared at the father and daughter as if he were a beast, before speaking slowly and clearly. Back then, my mom started working at the crack of dawn and setting up her stall for me 15 years ago, working to help me save money to get a wife. She did it every single day without fail. She was only 30 years old, but already had a face full of wrinkles and calloused hands. When I was finally engaged, you guys tried to swallow my family's betrothal money. You put me on trial. My mom kneeled at your door for 3 days and 3 nights, begging you to forgive me. You rejected her requests. It was in the middle of winter back then. My mom had also cried her eyes out because of that. Later on, you guys, trying to milk the last bit of value out of my family, didn't even hesitate to use my mom's love for her son, letting long. See, give her a loan with high interest. You even tried to force my sister into prostitution, cutting off all their chances of seeking justice. At this point, Qin Tianci's eyes were filled with coldness. His usual lazy demeanor was gone. An aura of killing intent filled the entire hospital room. Su Qing. Su Lian. What makes you think that I would let you two beasts off? As he spoke, Xiao Qianxue looked at Qin Tianci, her beautiful eyes showing an uncontainable feeling of heartache. Since the beginning, she had always thought that Qin Tianci was a mature, calm, and cynical man. She knew that Qin Tianci had been in prison before, but she had never tried to find out the details. It turned out that so much suppression and injustice was hidden behind Qin Tianci's lazy, nonchalant demeanor. This made her heart ache, and she also felt guilty. Even Molly, who was on the side, was stunned as she listened to Qin Tianci's accusations against the Su family. She didn't think that this hateful man had so many secrets. For the first time, she stopped crying and just looked straight at Qin Tianci. The Su family's father and daughter were also shocked by Qin Tianci's sudden, imposing aura and didn't know what to do. Su Qing regained her composure and sneered. So what? You should look at yourself. Don't say now, even 3 years ago, you were not qualified to marry me. Were you even worthy to be the Su family's son-in-law? Su Lian also snorted coldly. Facts have proven that I have a good eye for people. You're still just a loser who eats off other people. Shut up. At this time, Xiao Qianxue completely lost her cool. She stepped forward and yelled, Tianci is my man. He will be the future head of the Xiao family. Unlike you, the Su family, who are now a bunch of stray dogs begging for scraps everywhere and are disliked by everyone. My Xiao family and me will use everything we have to help him rise to the top. You and your Su family. From now on, you won't even be qualified to look up to him. You. Seeing that she was being humiliated, Su Qing's face became even more distorted. At this moment, Qin Tianci walked up and patted Xiao Qianxue's shoulder, gesturing that she didn't have to interfere. Then, he walked over to Su Qing, lit a cigarette, and his expression turned even more ruthless. Su Qing, I realized who you were back 3 years ago. You have no abilities, yet your ambition is so high. To be honest, I really don't have any interest in dealing with your Su family. But, at this point, Qin Tianci blew smoke in Su Qing's face. The emotions that he had vented earlier were now completely calm. His mocking smile appeared once more. I just enjoy seeing the Su family using all of its tricks, yet unable to do anything to me. I enjoy that helpless rage of yours. I just like slowly pulling all of the Su family's feathers one by one, and let you all experience the despair that I felt in prison. Su Qing, do you know what the most tragic thing in the world is? Hearing that, Su Qing's face became extremely ugly. She gritted her teeth, as if wanting to swallow Qin Tianci alive. However, Qin Tianci was still calm. He smiled faintly. The most tragic thing in the world is that the enemy that you desperately want to get rid of doesn't even think you're worth giving a second glance. You and your Su family are nothing more than ants that crawl beneath my feet. That's all there is to it. As he spoke, Su Qing remembered all the misfortunes that her Su family had been encountering ever since Qin Tianci came back. The anger and resentment in her heart swelled uncontrollably. Then, suddenly, puff, Su Qing felt a pain in her chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. She collapsed to the floor unconscious. Seeing that, Su Lian was alarmed. He immediately pulled Qin Tianci and roared, Qin Tianci, don't get too ahead of yourself. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay. Just you wait.